We request everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. Echo. Everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. We request everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. We request everyone to join the session with their respective names. We request everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. We request everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. We request everyone to join the session with their respective names.
Audible ആണോ? അല്ല.
We request everyone to join the meeting with their respective names. We would now like to invite Dr. Manoj Kalu, Chairman, Organizing Committee, for the welcome address.
Hello. മാണിക്യവീണ മാണിക്യവീണ സുബലാളയന്തി സുബലാളയന്തി മദാലസ
പാടുമ്പോൾ ഇതിലേക്ക് പാടാനായിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് അവരുടെ ഓഡിയോ ഇവിടെ വന്നു ഓഡിയോ ക്യാച്ച് ചെയ്തു. ഓ അത് വയ്ക്കാം, അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഇവിടെ വയ്ക്കാം. ഇതാണ് പ്രൈമറി, ഇത് ഡമ്മി. അപ്പോ അവിടുന്ന് നമ്മളൊരു ക്യൂബ് തരാം. സാറാണ് ഉള്ളത്. അവിടുന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആരൊക്കെയാണ് അപ്പൊ ആരാന്നുള്ളത്. ഓഡിയോ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ
അത് ഞാൻ സോളറാണോ? രണ്ടും മൂന്നില്ല.
We request everyone to join with their respective names. All are requested to mute their device. Good morning, all. After a worthy experience of 2 successful national level PG thesis presentation competitions in the last 2 years, we are stepping to the 3rd national competition of the same with great spirit and enthusiasm. We welcome you all wholeheartedly to the 3rd edition of Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memmorial PG thesis presentation competition organized by AMA Research Foundation and AMAI in association with VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal.
Dr. C.R. Agnivesh, an organic freethinker, a creative artist, a dynamic designer, a real polymath from Ayurveda, who ignited critical mindsets in recent generations of Ayurveda to follow their passion.
We received an overwhelming response from all across the nation with a marvelous entry of 92 theses screened by a panel of 21 experts. Now we have the very brilliant 11 finalists here for the final presentation.
Let us begin the program with prayer to the Lord Almighty.
മാണിക്യവീണ ഉപലാളയന്തി മതാലസ മഞ്ജുളവാഗ്വിലാസ മഹേന്ദ്ര നീലദ്യുതി കോമളാംഗി മഹേന്ദ്ര നീലദ്യുതി കോമളാംഗി മാതംഗ കന്യാം മനസാ സ്മരാമി മാതംഗ കന്യാം മനസാ സ്മരാമി.
We would now like to invite Dr. Manoj Kalu, Chairman, Organizing Committee, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Doctor. May this Sunday, soaked in the revered memory of stalwart and revolutionary of Ayurveda, Dr. C.R. Agnivesh, sir, I am here before you, privileged to be part of this scholarly event. Let the still burning Agni lit by Agnivesh, sir, ignite the spark in each one of us to learn and unlearn Ayurveda in new light. Respected personalities, guests, esteemed judges, participants, teachers, doctors, and my dear friends. It is indeed an honor for me to be welcoming each one of you to the 3rd national level PG thesis presentation competition, organized to churn out the cream eligible for the coveted Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memmorial Award. This competition is conceived and conducted every year for the past 3 years by AMA Research Foundation, the Research and Education Development Wing of AMI, in association with the prestigious VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, the institution Dr. C.R. Agnivesh sir closely associated with. As you all know, AMA Research Foundation is the research wing of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. Ayurveda AMI again is the largest organization in all aspects of for and by qualified Ayurveda doctors. It represents all strata of Ayurveda, including private practitioners, academicians, doctors in government service, researchers, doctors in medicine manufacturing industry, PG scholars, students, and many more. AMA Research Foundation, with an intent of providing a discussion platform for PG scholars, has started organizing national level PG thesis competition in 2020. This was associated with PG and UG presentation competition for the Dr. Prakash Mangalesheri Memmorial Award, which would be in the 2nd week of March. This is the 3rd year of the national level thesis competition. The event has grown immensely in popularity, recognition, and participation in just 2 years. With this year's participation almost nearing 100, and the participant footfall diversities from all over the country. AMI is honored to dedicate this award in the name of Dr. C.R. Agnivesh sir, who was my teacher, guide, and a real genius in different roles as a teacher, philosopher, writer, editor, artist, painter, lyricist, poet, critic, and thinker. It is pride for AMA Research Foundation for associating with BPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal for conducting this program, where both Dr. C.R. Agnivesh sir and Dr. Prakash Mangaleshwari were teachers, and Dr. Prakash Mangaleshwari was an alumnus too. It is indeed the cooperation with support and involvement at all levels by respected Dr. Madhavuti sir, Jayadevan sir, faculties, and students of this institution that is evident today as the event. Thank you, Team BPSV, on behalf of AMI. With this few words of introduction, with your permission, I venture into my allotted duty of the day. I am profoundly delighted for the opportunity to introduce the chief guest for the day, Dr. Devi Narayan Acharya, Director General Designate of CCRAs. Dr. Acharya is presently the Dean of ITRA, Jamnagar. He is also the Chairman of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia Committee, Member Project Screening Committee, NMPB. Dr. Acharya has throughout the year supervised more than 100 research projects, published many books, more than 300 research articles, presented more than 100 research papers, and is the recipient of Best Teacher and Best Research Paper Awards from Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. With this sparkling credential, Dr. Devi Narayan Acharya is the most eligible person to inaugurate this program. We are happy to have you, sir, and me on my personal and organizational behalf wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. I do welcome my dear organizational colleague, Dr. B.G. Udayoma, Chairman, AMA Research Foundation, and the pillar of support for AMI for more than 3 decades. Program report is presented by Dr. Vijayanath, Secretary of AMIRF. It is his commitment and coordination with the team for the past 4 months that is seen today as this wonderful event. With due regards, I cordially welcome you. Dr. Sadat Dinagar, General Secretary of AMI, with his all-time availability and involvement in all the activities of AMI, is an example to emulate. Welcome you, Dr. Jayadev sir, Principal of Kottakkal Ayurveda College, always a staunch supporter of all the activities of AMI, and is always with us. On behalf of AMA Research Foundation, I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Arun, Organizing Secretary and Secretary of AMI Malappuram District. The crux of the event is to welcome the wisdom of esteemed judges in the panel. The judging panel is Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Principal and Medical Director of KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research, Belgavi, a scholar specialized in mental health, research methodology, medical statistics with more than 17 years of experience. Dr. Supriya Belrao, Associate Professor and Head, Metabolic Disease Research Unit, Bharatiya Vidyapith Deemed University, an experienced researcher with Ayurvedic and contemporary knowledge, which she skillfully blends for scientific excellence. Dr. Arathi P.S., a true Ayurveda and professional professor and HOD, Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Shantigiri Ayurveda Medical College, is the driving force of AMI Academy. Dr. Narayan Thampi, Principal, Ashtangam Ayurveda Medical College and Director of SNA Aushadhala, is a young talent with vast experience in teaching Ayurveda globally. Hearty, respectful welcome to each one of you judges. I do congratulate and welcome all the participants in the final round and wish you all the very best in the final round. Finally, I welcome all the faculties, doctors, students, and well-wishers who are watching the program online from all over the world. Thank you all, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we welcome Dr. V.C. Uday Kumar, Chairman, AMIRF, the Presidential Address.
Respected Dr. Devi Narayan Acharya, the chief guest of this event, Dr. Sadat Dinagar, General Secretary AMA Kerala, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Honorable Principal, VPSC Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Dr. Manoj Kado, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Vijayanath, Secretary, AMA Research Foundation, Dr. Arun P.V., Secretary of the Organizing Committee, and the respected jury members, Dr. Supriya Belrao, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Dr. Arati, Dr. Narayan Nambi, and the organizing committee behind this, especially Dr. Vinod Kumar MV, Dr. Jigesh, Vice Principal Dr. P.K. Binaros, our Northern Secretary, President Dr. Manoj PC, and all doctors who were assembled here, and my dear friends, those who are watching this program over Zoom and YouTube all over the world, and the scholars who are participating in this prestigious contest. My humble pranams to all. AMA Research Foundation is a non-governmental organization working under Ayurveda Medical Association of India since 2014. We mainly aim to propagate research activities among our members. Also, we are aiming to utilize the research outcomes in the practice field. The last 7 years, we were engaged in conducting so many workshops and training programs for doctors. Also, we are doing research activities, protocol development, and some kind of activities in the disaster management and all. And the main program, the academic event it is associated with the State Conference of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. This is the third edition of the academic event. It has two parts. First one is the national level thesis competition. It's a tribute to our beloved teacher, Dr. C.R. Agnivesh. And the second one is coming on March 13 in the name of Dr. Prakash Mangaleshwari, UG and PG thesis competition, which is going to be held at Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Olu. And every year, Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation is training more than 3,000 doctors for the skill development. And also we are conducting so many research activities. A diabetic survey is going on the past 1 year. This event already said an overwhelming participation is we have got, and this program is conducted by in the support of VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. The last 3 years, we were conducting this program in the same premises. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Narayan Acharya, who is going to be our new Director General of CCRIs. We know right now the research, the importance of research is going on. And yesterday, our Prime Minister called for the strengthening of the research activities in the Ayurvedic field while explaining the One India, One Health program. That kind of mission is coming on. We request our designated DG to give due importance to the Kerala, which is having very potential in the field of research. I also wish all the very best to all contestants. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We welcome Dr. Vijaynath B., Secretary, AMARF, to present the program report.
Good morning. Respected Dr. Narayan Acharya, Director General Designate CCRS, who will be inaugurating the event. Respected dignitaries on the dais. Respected Ayurveda doctors who are watching this event online from all parts of the world. Members of the AMI family, enthusiastic finalists and judges. It gives immense pleasure to stand here as a part of a national level program that has received overwhelming response. I have been bestowed with the responsibility of delivering the program report. The third Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memmorial National Level PG Thesis Competition. AMA Research Foundation started the competition 3 years back in connection with the 41st State Council of AMIA organized at Malappuram. This event is organized by AMARF and hosted by VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. The aim of the program is to inspire young researchers and to showcase the best research products done at PG level in India. This event pairs with Dr. Prakash Mangaleshwari Academic Fair consisting of PG and UG presentation competition. And this is the third edition, and the first prize winner of this program will get a cash award of rupees 25,000. The second prize winner will get a cash award of rupees 15,000. And the third prize winner will get a cash award of rupees 10,000. The last two events, the response from the PG community was accelerating. This year, it was an overwhelming response. The notification was released in the early days of December 2021, and the last date of receipt of thesis was 15/1/2022. 92 theses from different parts of country, 11 entries from outside Kerala, and 81 entries from Kerala. We totally received 92 theses. And in state, we had Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, contributing 26 entries, VPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, 19 entries, Government Ayurveda College, Thiruvananthapuram, 11 entries, PNNM Ayurveda College, Cheruduruthi, 9 entries, Government Ayurveda College, Tripundithura, 6 entries, Government Ayurveda College, Kannur, 4 entries, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ollur, 3 entries, Pankajagasturi Ayurveda College, 2 entries, and MBR Ayurveda College, Parasinikadavu, 1 entry, a total of 81 entries from the state. And from out of state, 2 entries from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, 2 from SDM Ayurveda College, 2 from Bhopal, 1 from Belgavi, 1 from Jabalpur, 1 from Parul University, Vadodara, 1 from Albas, Mudabadre, 1 from Haridwar, a total of 11. Now, subject-wise distribution, 65 theses were on clinical trial, 8 theses were on observational studies, 7 on in vivo animal study, 5 on in vitro animal study, 4 on literature work, 1 on tool development, 1 on pharmaceutical analytical, and 1 on phytochemical. Now, the screening was definitely a hectic task. 92 theses screened by 21 experts, 7 groups of 3 experts each thesis screened by 3 each experts independently. Ensured unbiased and scientific screening, screened by 10 days, and it was scored, and the best 11 theses were selected for the final. Okay, now the organizing definitely was an exhaustive process. So it was done under the leadership of Dr. Raju Thomas, the state president of AMI, Dr. Sadat Dinaga, the general secretary of AMI, Dr. VG Udayakumar, chairman of AMI Research Foundation, Dr. Vijaynath, secretary AMI Research Foundation, the chairman of the program committee, Dr. Manoj Kalu, the organizing secretary of the program, Dr. Arun PV, the convener of the program, Dr. Arjun M, and the chairman of scientific committee, Dr. Vinod Kumar MV, who all toiled very hard. The organizing committees were also constituted at 2 hosting centers, one at BPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, and other at Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ollur. The patrons of this event, Dr. P.M. Varia, Managing Trustee, Ayurvedashala, Kottakkal, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Principal, BPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. And the chairman of this event was, of this competition, was Dr. P.P. Jigish, Professor, BPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. And the convener was Dr. Riyaz Anil, the president of AMI Malappuram, and different committees under the organizing committee represented by AMI teachers and students. The final of the UG and PG presentation competitions will be held online on 13/3/22 in association with Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ollur. It is a matter of joy to inform you all that the presentation competition has also received an overwhelming response with 200 entries. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, for the inaugural address, with great gratitude, we invite Dr. Rabinarayan Acharya, who is presently the Dean of Institute of Training and Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar, and recently designated as Director General of CCRAS. We wholeheartedly congratulate him in his venture and wish his tenure will be written in golden letters in the history of CCRAs. Having had a vast teaching experience of 25 years, beginning as a lecturer at SSN Ayurveda College, Odisha, he rendered his meritorious services in various fields of Ayurveda. He attained his MD in Draviguna Vignana at IPTTNRA, Gujarat Ayurveda University in 2003. In 2015, he became the HOD of Draviguna at IPTTNRA. In 2017, he was elected as a member 2020, he became the Dean of ITRA. We are indeed honored and happy to have him as today's chief guest in this platform of academic and research excellence, where the whole student community is getting motivated in the name of Dr. C.R. Agnivesh. Sir, please bless this occasion with your gracious words.
My regards to the members present on the dais, respected. Am I audible? Respected
Yes,
the
yes.
chairman, Dr. Vijay Kumar ji of AMA, secretary Dr. Manoj ji, and Dr. Organizing Committee Secretary Dr. Manoj ji and Dr. Vijayanath, the secretary of the AM, and my senior, one of my mentor, the principal, Professor Jaydevan sir. I am thankful to the AMA for giving me the opportunity to inaugurate such a prestigious program of the country. As I am informed that this program is exclusively dedicated for research writing, and that too thesis evaluation. So and the target audience are the students, PG and PhD research scholars, and PG scholars in particular. So I take this opportunity to share my views of last 15 years as a PG teacher and PhD guide, and more than 30 years of research and teaching experience in a different capacity. Thesis writing is an art, but my teacher, Professor Skandan, who happened to be Kerala and a professor of physiology of Jamnagar, he used to tell that thesis writing is not a thing but an art. It is an art of writing. And a thesis is the outcome of two parts. One is you have to plan the thesis, how to write a thesis, and other part is how to produce that thesis in a form of writing, and what as PG thesis is, and both PG thesis is a part of a degree program, and it is part and partial. If it is approved, you are supposed to get the degree. If it is not approved, you are supposed to not to get the degree. It is a part and partial of a degree program, and particularly for the PhD, it is wholeheartedly. So we have to consider what an examiner expect from a post-graduation thesis, that part. So I will take this opportunity, and I will request the organizer to allow me to share some of the slides for this purpose. Slides are visible now.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Make it full screen.
Sir, please make it full screen, sir.
Now it is full screen.
Okay, okay, sir, okay.
So, yeah, I will take 20 minutes. I try to complete that part, the students. And it needs near about 8 to 10 lectures, each part, a series, and hope in future, if time permits, we can have this type of lecture in a series. So dear students, a thesis writing starts with choosing of the research topic. And while choosing a research topic, we must be open in mind, have a vivid review of literature, and have a good consultations with the supervisor, which has a major role in writing and guiding a thesis. That is the part. Then the next part of the thesis is your title. The title must be precise, and it's a scientific and self-explanatory. and it must reflect upon the scope and core proposal of the study. The title, in many cases, we found in a thesis of a postgraduate or a PhD is somewhat irrelevant, long term, long sentence, whatever, right? But it must be precise, and we can have examples in a later lecture. But here it must, and in introduction, it is one of the major part what a scholar wants to say something about that. It must be focused, it must be, the background must be clear, that reflect the review of literature and novelty. What you are going to achieve, because it's a very good step in the national level next to Bhopal. This the last 3 years, Kerala is doing a good job for evaluating a national level awards. But I found that only 11 theses are of other than Kerala. But I hope it is much, if it is much circulated, more theses will come from other institutes also. And so the introduction part, because it is a short evaluation, but the evaluator or the reader to whom we are going to, the readers should be eligible to read in a very short period of time. Then review of literature. It is the major part of a research program, research project. It must be updated. We always do a thing that we carry out Charaka, we carry out Susulta, all the references, but what are the latest research? The world is doing a lot of research on herbal drugs in particular, herbal drugs in general, but and some are the metal drugs. And we not, Ayurveda people are not limited to herbal drug research. Many organizations of national and international level are doing a research on medicinal plants. So our review of literature must be updated, must be precise. We always start with the definition, all these things in the review of literature. But dear friends, that is not the purpose of the review of literature. A review of literature must be pinpointed, must be focused, it must be rigorous, and integrity must be, and a critical, with a critical thinking. But the gap, because our purpose is to find out the research gap there from the review of literature. So the evaluator, and particularly evaluator, will not refer the other books. You don't give a chance to evaluator to refer other books. Whatever the latest research, whatever the discussion you have put in your thesis, that some gist must be present in the review of literature, so that the examiner will be him or herself satisfied with the review. And definition of the problems, aims and objectives must be clear, it must be precise, and it must be scientifically written. A grammatical past also must be considered while writing aims and objectives of the thesis, because that's also matters in a scientific writing. When you are going to publish your article in a good index journal, then that part also matters. Then methodology, because in a thesis synopsis writing, in a synopsis, that is a part of the synopsis writing, methodology must be crystal clear, and it must be in detail. The detail part must be there, so that methodology is supposed to be clear. And work schedule, how you are going to present your thesis, into which your timeline must be there. If you are planning a long thing with a short period of time, because postgraduate thesis is time limited, even if PhD thesis also must be, it cannot be more than 3 to 5 years of research work. It must be 2 to 3 years of research work. The timeline must be, work schedule must be there. And the bibliography part, you must, while writing a synopsis also, the thesis that will reflect the bibliography format must be finalized, and what are the reference you are going to put, it must be there. And overall, you must take care about the thesis, whatever the flow of writing, the ideas or arguments, the critical thinking, writing skills, grammar. You are that not nowadays. Many online grammar checks are available. Plagiarism part is also there. You have to, if you are putting the plagiarism part, it's certificate or plagiarism from a good renowned software, then your thesis gets upgraded and your value will be increased, that part also. So this is common. Before starting a thesis, this part must be there. And I usually to instruct my students before writing a thesis that they must write a chapter and the content chapter part. And I will come to that later part. So it the organizing secretary Manoj Bijanarji was describing how the categories of research, different titles they got from clinical, non-clinical, pharmacology, exclusively pharmacology, in vitro, in vivo. So we have a vast area of research. It starts from literary, drug standardization, pharmacology, fundamental and clinical research. So we should take that part. And in clinical research, a proper paraphernalia, because as I told, it needs a long time to discuss with examples each and everything. And so clinical research and fundamental research is also in that way. We have to fix the objectives in case of fundamental, what are the short-term objectives, mid-term objectives, and long-term objectives in that part also. Pharmacological research, then
Sir, you are muted, sir. Okay,
uh-huh.
sir. Okay, sir.
Sorry that now it was some problem with connect. It is now visible.
It's visible, sir. It's visible.
So we got some connectivity problem. So this is the examination. What the examiner wants, it must be, the thesis must be broadly consistent, and every examiner want to pass a thesis. But it is up to the scholar how we write. The very few examiners are there who do reject your thesis. And generally, as I told, introduction part and materials part, material methods part, a evaluator reads it very vividly, and he or she, you will judge your thesis according that way. And as we submit the thesis in the library. It may be in Kottakkal or in any Ayurvedic college, we submit that. But the readers are not always the Ayurvedic persons. So the readers may be medical officers. The readers are of different categories. So we have to know that we have to satisfy those readers, those who don't know Ayurveda, those who know something. So them also, our language, our presentation style must be that in that way. And when there is some typography, we have always a thesis must be always clear from typographical error. When in the evaluation report, dear students, there is a column by each and every university that yes, the thesis is having grammatical. There is no major grammatical errors or typographical errors in the thesis. If that has to be marked by the examiner. So while writing the thesis, that part is also to be considered. And the thesis, favor a thesis, engage with the literature. I will come to the next slide, how you will engage the examiner with your literature review. And favor the thesis, convincing approach, examiner thesis, engage with the findings. You have to engage the examiner in terms of literature review, in terms of convincing approach, in terms of your findings. So in that, and every examiner wants that your thesis must be published. And to publish a thesis in a good research journal, a good index research journal, the quality of your, it may be a negative result or you may get a no result at all, but if you are presenting your thesis matter in a positive way, in a very scientific way, there are so many journals, there are 2 to 3 journals I know where I have also published that negative results. Don't think that if you are getting a negative result, our article won't be published. But there are journals which published your articles in a negative result also. And we have to see the feedback also. So, dear friends, how you will engage the examiner with your review of literature or literature at each point of the thesis. at each part of the thesis, you have to engage the examiner with your critical scientific thinking and updated available literatures. It may be in the part of introduction, in the part of literature review, everywhere you will engage you will force the examiner, force the reader to think that yes, the scholar is updated, the scholar is critical about the literature, present status of the, he's well versed with the concept, what he or she is going to do the research work and what he or she has carried out the research work. So at methods also here you have to cite the latest, the updated methodologies which you have adopted for your research work. It may be clinical, it may be experimental, it may be from other activities or a review of literature also. In the activities and literature review, then you have updated methods, and the methods each nationally or internationally accepted one. You don't write the procedures detail. You don't need to write that. The scholar, the examiner can adapt that part also. And the result part also, you can engage the observation, examiner, and a discussion is the most important part where you can engage the examiner and or the reader with your critical thinking by citing very authentic and well referred research journals. So in this way, you can engage. Review of literature plays a major role in the thesis writing. And I will cite a very few with a good because with a very quick format. Nowadays the science, the technology, how to use the technology while writing a thesis, dear students, in a format, thesis writing format in a MS Word, many things are available. Many things we only use a very few things from the computer, and we all does the things while writing a thesis from manual form. Manually we do a. If you go to the MS Word, everything is there, and there are so many informations available on the net on how to write, how to put. We are only using reference. Even student does not use the referencing format of MS Word; they use it manually. But there are many skills you can utilize those skills. Some basic format, then how to spelling checkers, then tables and figures, how you can use that one, and particularly use styles to make your headings, subheadings. Because while you prepare, while you discuss with your guide, the students, there you can put the chapter in the chapter division itself. You will find fix the font size, the font format, what will be the heading, what will be the subheadings there, and all this bibliography, what should be there, everything is well designed in a MS Word format. If you go through, if you are trained, at least in your student, and I request those who are experts, those are teachers, they should train their students at least 3-5 times in their first year or second year, third year, how to use this technology to write the thesis in a proper format. They will be master if they train themselves in that way also. So manual formatting requires the font size. All these are, because time is very short, I have already crossed my limit time. I'm not going to. So these things are there. How to do this part. These are the Microsoft Word format what I use to teach my students. They use this format, MD and PhD students. This size, they must be trained in this way, how to write the thesis in that part. So format of, now we have main headings, we have subheadings also in thesis writing. All these things should be taken into consideration, and the major part of the format, we have 3 formats. While writing a thesis, we have 3 formats, that is front matter. While every university also have their own instructions, how what should be the format, front format, and how should be the body format. What should be the title page, abstract, table content, list of figures, list of nomenclature. It must be clear in the front format, and in the body format, the introduction, theory, materials, methods, result, discussion, conclusion. How to fit these things are there. And lastly, the end matter, that's your acknowledgement, appendix, and bibliography, and particularly all these things. So a thesis writing format is somewhat different, and you must know, a scholar must know all these things in a better way. And different components of a good thesis, these are the points I want to discuss, but it is so a good thesis must be these are the components where students can go through, and for a competition, when you are putting the thesis for the competition, you must follow this so that you are shortlisted. As the organizing secretary Vijayanath was telling that they got 92 theses, 100 theses, and near about 100 theses, and out of them only 11. And so students, if you perform, these are the points which the evaluator and panel of give my regards to the panel of examiners, 10 or 11, 7 or 10 examiners, those who have evaluated. It's a very critical job. But the students, if you follow these times, then your thesis must be. So citing references is also one of the major part there. So with this, I again thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity, and I also take some few more minutes out of my scheduled minutes. So I apologize for that. And thanks, Jadavan sir, thanks, Uday Kumar ji, Manoj ji, and Vijayanath ji for giving, and all the audience for their patientful listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. For the felicitation note, we welcome Dr. Sadat Dinakar, General Secretary, AMAI.
Thank you, Doctor. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Rabi Narayana Acharya, Dr. V.G. Udayamar, President, AMA Research Foundation, Dr. Vijayanath, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan Sir, VPSP Ayurveda College Principal, Dr. Manoj Kalur, Chairman Organizing Committee, and Dr. Vinod Kumar and Dr. Arun PV, the Organizing Committee, and the Honorable Judges, the participants, and other senior doctors and dear friends. First of all, I would like to appreciate AMA Research Foundation for organizing this program successfully. It's a great pleasure to conduct this thesis presentation competition under the name of Dr. Agnivesh sir, a legend with extraordinary wisdom. His knowledge was not limited to the field of Ayurveda. He was the opinion that in Ayurveda, there is a need of refinement, and he had always spoken about the importance of research in Ayurveda. He was the proponent of progressive ideas. He was the founder, chief editor of APTA, the monthly journal of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. The name APTA was given by him. The word APTA means Ayurveda Progressive Thinkers Association. The name itself is an example of his foresight. It's a prime responsibility of Ayurveda fraternity to present evidence-based Ayurveda before the scientific community of the whole world. We are really lucky to have Dr. Rabi Narayana Acharya, the Director General of CCRS, for the inauguration of the function. His speech was very informative, and I think the CCRS has conducted a lot of research in connection with the COVID during the past 2 years. We, the Ayurveda community, expect a lot more from you and CCRS. We extend all kind of support and cooperation for you and your organization, sir. I think the science evolves through a rigorous and continuous research. Ayurveda, the ancient Indian system of healthcare, needs to be validated on modern scientific research methodology without compromising its basic tenets and philosophy. A full system validation would be the right approach in this direction. The objective of AMA Research Foundation is to promote research and Ayurveda and publish them. The knowledge of Ayurveda should be presented before the public with the backing of such scientific studies. The herbs making a comeback, and there is a herbal renaissance taking place all over the world. According to the World Health Organization, herbs are used by 75% of world population for the basic healthcare. The possibilities of Ayurveda are now exposed to the world. By realizing the significance of global acceptance of Ayurveda, WHO has decided to launch the International Research Center of Alternative Medicine in India. The whole world is looking forward to Ayurveda as a simple, safe, side effect-free treatment system. We need to take the advantage of this opportunity. And now I wish all the very best to all the participants. And once again, I appreciate all the organizing committee members who had worked hard for the success of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Principal, BPSV Ayurveda College, for the felicitation note.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
I think there's I'll speak later.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I wish all the best. I wish I think I'm audible.
Sir, can you put off the video? I think then it will be more audible.
Is it okay now?
Okay, sir. Please.
Respected Chief Guest, and all the senior leaders of family and all the finalists and the members of the jury. I think this opportunity to congratulate all the finalists. It's a very prestigious event, and this is the third edition of the event, and the background is already respect. And I'm really proud to host this program. I'm really proud to host this program, especially this program is named Dr. C.R. Agnivesh. Was a universal person. I don't want to limit Dr. C.R. Agnivesh only to the particle. He was a universal phenomenon. He was a universal intellectual person of Ayurveda. He was a prominent person. I remember him at this moment, and all the members of the judge very close to MI, very close to Australia, very close to them, and also close to Portugal. And this is wonderful event. And this program every year this is getting more and more popular and become very prestigious. I'm very proud to be a part of this. Portugal is very proud to be a part of this program. And I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Abhinay for becoming the Director General of the you have seen all the students who go through his biodata. As slowly and steadily, because of hard work, he has come to the national platform. He is really a role model. He is very serious about research. We are expecting a lot from him, especially Kerala is expecting a lot from him because Kerala is an organization leading the research in all over India. And we have only 2 centers in Kerala. One is Chhatrapati and another is Pujapura. So we need more centers and more intensive research work in Kerala. We seek his support. MA is always ready to cooperate with all the national activities at the national level of CCRIS. This was once again congratulate Dr. Acharya for becoming the CCR, teacher of CCRIS, and also congratulate all the finalists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Organizing Secretary Dr. Arun P.B. will now be delivering the vote of thanks. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. Respected dignitaries on and off the stage. Now the inaugural session is over and we are eagerly waiting for the presentation session. On behalf of organizing committee, I'm glad to be standing here to express my vote of thanks. First of all, our special thanks to Acharya sir for accepting our letter, invitation letter, and for being here, and also for his thoughtful and guiding presentation. Man who is always inspires us, guide us, and providing all the necessities for this program. Thank you, sir. And I extend my heartful gratitude to Dr. Sadat Dinagar, General Secretary, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, for being here and his kind words and wishes. For being official, I express my thanks to Dr. V.G. Udayagumar, Chairman, AMA Research Foundation, who presided this function, and Dr. Vijayanath, Secretary, AMA Research Foundation, who presented a brief report of this program, and also Dr. Manoj Kalu, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, who delivered the welcome speech. We are grateful and we express our thanks for the four eminent judging panel for being here to shape and guide our delegates, and also those 21 judging panel members who have done the preliminary screening of the delegates. And I'm giving a wide round of applause and wishes to all participants who are here since from the preliminary session, all participants. And finally, I express my sincere thanks to the entire team who are behind this program and also assembled here, including teaching faculties, PG students, house surgeons, students union members, under the coordination of MD Vinod sir. Their continuous efforts made this event a grand success. Finally, I express thanks to all academicians, teachers, doctors, and my colleagues, students. All are being here.
Thank you, sir. Now, we start off with the most eventful lineup of the day, the thesis presentation competition. Let me start by introducing the esteemed panel of judges we have with us today.
Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty holds an MD and PhD in Ayurveda. He is an Ayurvedic practitioner, academician, and researcher specialized in mental health. He is a reputed technical expert in various national and international policy documents and consultation meetings like WHO, CCIM, CCRAS, etc. Currently, he is the principal and medical director at KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research, Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi. It is an honor to have you with us, sir.
Dr. Supriya Balarao holds MD and PhD in Ayurveda and PG Diploma in Bioethics. She is the chairperson of Ethics Committee, Cipla Palliative Care and Training Center, KLE BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi. She currently works as Associate Professor in the Obesity Research Lab at Interactive Research School for Health Affairs, Irsha, Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune. It's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Alathur Narayanan Nambi received his BMS degree from Mysore University, Karnataka, and his MD from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore. He is popular as international teaching schools as faculty member of Ayurvedic Point, Italy, Equal International Australia, and Veda Education in Russia. He is presently the principal and chief physician of Ashtangam Ayurveda Chikitsalayam and Vidyapeeth, Palakkad. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Arati BS pursued her BAMS degree from Government College of Indian Medicine, Mysore, and MD from Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum. She took diploma in German from University of Kerala. She has served as a guide for a research titled Role of Pharmacist in Herbal Therapy conducted by students of Cheran College of Pharmacy, Coimbatore. She is an academician and administrator and has served at Ayurveda College, Coimbatore and Chandagiri Ayurveda College. She mainly focuses on lifestyle disorders,
Now we are moving on to the PG thesis presentation competition. Rules and regulations of the program are as follows. The time of presentation shall be 10 minutes. There will be interaction with the jury for not more than 15 minutes. There will be a warning bell at the end of the 9th minute. Please stick on to the time provided. The judges can intervene at any time of the presentation. The organizers shall not be responsible for any technical glitches occurred from the side of the candidate. No additional time will be provided for the same. The presentation should include research question, objectives, hypothesis, methodology, observations, discussion, summary, conclusion, limitations and recommendations, and contributions to science and society. The decision of the jury will be final. Dr. Arun PV will now be taking over the session. Sorry, Dr. Arjun M will now be taking over the session.
Hope I am audible. So let's begin. So let's begin our presentation. And I hope all the judges are ready and all the contestants are ready. We have already mentioned our rules. We have allotted 10 minutes for the presentation, total 10 minutes for the presentation. There will be a warning bell at the end of 9 minutes. Then the participant has to conclude the presentation within 1 minute. Then the presentation will be followed by the discussion. The discussion will be initiated by the judges. And the discussion will be for 15 minutes, 15 minutes. So I request all of you to stick on to time. And also 4 minutes are allotted for each judge. There will be a warning bell after 4 minutes. Then the total time for discussion will be 15 minutes. So I request all of you to keep time. So let's begin our presentation. Wish you all the best. And once again, I welcome all the judges to this prestigious event. Dr. Supriya Rao Madam, Dr. Suhas Shetty Sir, Dr. Narayan Nabi Sir, and Dr. Arati Srivals Madam. First of all, I invite code number T22004. Dr. Shahbaz Alam to present her presentation. Once again, code number T22004. Dr. Shahbaz Alam, please.
Shall I start?
Just please note, this is code number T22004.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Please share your screen and start.
Okay. Sir, the screen is visible, sir.
Is visible. Please make it full screen. Can you make it full screen?
Sir, it is full screen, sir.
Because 3 slides are coming together. Okay, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Okay, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Shahbaz Alam. I done my PG from Kaheshri BMK Ayurvedic Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi, under the guidance of Dr. Santosh YM sir. Now coming to my title of the research, it is innovative technique of Star Sutra application by double loop in the pain management of Bhagandar during threading a randomized controlled clinical trial. The research question of my thesis is whether innovative technique of Star Sutra application by double loop in the pain management of Bhagandar Fishby nano during threading is effective. Objective of my thesis is First, to evaluate the efficacy of innovative technique of Sharp-Sutra application by double loop in the pain management of Bhagandar, fistula in nano during threading. Second is to compare the innovative technique of Sharp-Sutra application by double loop over a rail load technique in the pain management of Bhagandar, fistula in nano during threading. Now coming to hypothesis, S0 is use of Sharp-Sutra application by new technique in the management of Bhagandar. Fistula in ano is not effective. S1 is use of Sharp-Sutra application by new technique in the management of Bhagandar is effective. Now coming to my methodology of thesis, plan of study is occur at KLE Ayurveda Hospital and Medical Research Center. The source of the data is patient of OPD and IPT shall be taken from Shalyatantra Department of Kahir Ayurveda Hospital, Belgavi. Study design was randomized control clinical science. Study period is 18 months and total sample size is 13 divided into equal to group. In group A is changing of Sharp-Sutra application by Sharp-Sutra by loop, and group B is changing of upper mark Sharp-Sutra by rail load technique. Randomization was done by online software named as random number generator. Intervention procedure is group A changing with by double loop technique and group B changing Sharp-Sutra by by loop technique. Duration is Sharp-Sutra changing was done for consecutive session after primary threading, and assessment the pain was assessed on 2 consecutive thread changing session with a gap of 1 week duration. Now coming to inclusion criteria, the patient of line ano and the second is patient was selected between the age group of
Problem? Can't hear.
Dr. Shabas?
I'm audible, sir.
No, there is a disturbance in between.
Okay, sir.
Don't you have proper connectivity?
Sir, there is problem, sir, here. Network issue is there, sir.
Okay, you continue, please.
Okay, sir. Sir? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you continue. Yes.
Okay, sir. Now criteria, like inflammatory body disease, diabetic mellitus, HIV, and pregnancy. Some case of Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, malignancy, and tuberculosis. Now coming to standard procedure of my thesis. Purkarm and Paschatkarm are both are same in the 2 groups. Purkarm is written informed consent of patient was taken. Part preparation was done, and Sharp-Sutra application instruments are upper Sharp-Sutra as per API standardization. Sponge holding forceps, mosquito forceps, scissor, glove, gauze, pad, and surgical tape. Paschatkarm was same in both the group. Clean the iodine solution. Gauze was placed locally. Bandaging was done. Now coming to main operative procedure. Changing patient was kept in lithotomy position and painting was done with antiseptic solution. Sharp-Sutra was folded from the center point so that new Sharp-Sutra inserted in the loop of old Sharp-Sutra through proper holding. Then the knot of old thread was cut so that it became free from both the sides, and then with the change within a section of setting without anything. Both the steps are shown in these pictures. Now coming to group B, Shasutra changing by railroad technique. The patient was kept in lithotomy position and painting was done with antiseptic solution. A change of Shasutra was done by railroad technique. New Shasutra was applied later to the knot of previous thread. Then artery forceps or mosquito was applied medial to the same knot. Then all thread was cut between the artery forceps and the knot pulling of the artery forceps along with the thread ultimately replaces the old thread by new Shasutra in the track. Cut old Shasutra and end of the new will be tied firmly. Both steps are all steps are shown in this picture. Now, assessment criteria is only pain, which is based on the visual analog skill chart and verbal descriptive skill chart shown in this picture. Now coming to assessment chart, it is patients come to my included in my thesis visit for 2 times. One is after primary heading with check VAS and VDS during after, and after 14 days we check during and after. Now coming to observation, comparison of group A and group B with VAS score at during and after first visit by Mann-Whitney U test. In group A during Shasutra, changing the mean score of VAS was 3.1 and after Shasutra changing it was 0. In group B during Shasutra changing, the mean score of VAS was 6.7 and the Shasutra changing it was became 1.5. The significant result was observed in between the group, that is P is equal to 0.001. Into next slide is comparison of group A and group B with VAS score during and after second visit by Mann-Whitney U test. In group A during Shasutra changing, the mean score was 2.6 and after Shasutra changing it became 0. In group B during Shasutra changing, the mean score of VAS was 6.6 and after Shasutra changing it was 1.5. That shows that results were observed in between group, that is P is equal to 0.001. Now coming to comparison of group A and group B with the VDS score at during and after first visit by Mann-Whitney U test. In group A during Shasutra changing, the mean score of VDS was 3.4 and after Shasutra changing it became 0. In group B during Shasutra changing, the VDS score was 7.2 and after Shasutra changing it was 1.9. That shows significant result were observed in between group A, that is P is equal to 0.001. In comparison of group A and group B with VDS score at during and after second visit by Mann-Whitney U test. In group A during Shasutra changing, the mean score of VDS was 3.0 and after changing of Shasutra it became 0.6. In group B during Shasutra changing, the mean score of VDS was 6.9 and after Shasutra changing it was 1.1. Significant results were observed in between the group, that is P is equal to 0.001. In group A and group B with score was Wilcoxon match pair test. Within the group, results were assessed by Wilcoxon match pair test, which showed significant result in both group A and group B. No pair observed in group A after Shasutra changing. A comparison of during and after first and second visit in group A and group B with pain VDS score by Wilcoxon match pair test, which shows within group result were assessed by Wilcoxon match pair test, which shows a significant result in both group A and B. No pain was observed in group A after Shasutra changing. Now coming to discussion of observation, 53.3% cases were found between the age of 31 to 55 years. Conclude that occurrence of Bhagantar is most prevalent among the middle age group as a result of consumption of apatya ahar and vihar, as well as lack of hygiene of perianal area. Most in gender, most of the patients are males which shows susceptible to etiological factor of Bhagandar than females. Socioeconomic status. Most of the patients belong to the poverty, below poverty line, middle class and lower middle class. It is indicate that understanding of the disease and its complications. Occupational status, 63% has occupations like sitting due to a long-term sitting, which shows now coming to appetite, 70% has decreased appetite, has a connection to Bhagandar caused by Mandagini.
Excuse me.
Bowel habit. Yes, sir.
It's time. Please conclude.
Okay. Discussion on effect of technique on pain. Significant reduction of pain, that is P is equal to 0.001 was observed in group A when compared to group B. Sarsutra is a multi-phase treatment wherein patients undergo frequent changing and suffer pain and discomfort along with hampered quality of life. Pain in railroad technique is due to multiple knots placed on the Sarsutra while pulling out the old thread causes a tremendous amount of friction or irritation to the healthy granulation tissue in the tract. Due to this, there is hesitancy and non-acceptability of the treatment affecting the treatment. Previous study by Goranga Dutt 2015 et al. Shows that Sarsutra therapy done with the railroad technique has a mild pain, which is 15 patients, moderate pain 6 patients, and severe pain 2 patients among 26 patients. Instead of multiple knots during thread changing, double loop was an innovative method which shows reduction in pain and irritation, thus making the procedure patient friendly. We conclude the thesis. Innovative double loop Sarsutra thread changing technique is effective in the pain management of Bhagandar during threading. Within the group, result of pain parameter assessed by the Cox and Max test found significant in both the group. Between the group, result assessed by Mann-Whitney U test shows significant changes, that is P less than 0.05 in innovative double loop Sarsutra thread changing technique group when compared to railroad technique. Now, summary of my thesis is Bhagandar is considered as one of the Astamahagada and it is second most prevalent anorectal disease after Ashaz, commonly seen in anorectal surgical practice. Sarsutra become a primary modality for managing Bhagandar and it is multi-phase treatment wherein patient is called for the frequent thread changing procedure, and during thread changing patient suffer with pain and discomfort, that is patient decline or discontinuity treatment. To overcome this problem and encourage the patient to continue the treatment, here an effort has been made to innovate the thread changing technique to manage a case of Bhagandar which offers less pain and
Time is up,
discomfort.
please. Code number 22004. Note that was just number T22004. Dr. Shahbaz Alam. I request Dr. Shahbaz Alam to turn on your video.
Okay, sir.
Time for discussion. I request Dr. Priya Bhararao, madam, to initiate the discussion, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I start discussion on this particular topic, I request organizers that can they make all the other participants on mute mode because there is a lot of background noise.
I request all others to please mute your microphones. And I have a small request to all the contestants that your thesis have been already evaluated by the honorable judges. So you need not explain all those stuff. Please stick on to time. Okay.
Yeah. Coming to your presentation, first of all, congratulations. The work is very nice. But I have a few suggestions and few questions also to you. The first suggestion, because this is a thesis competition and we are going to even discuss few flaws in the methodology. So there are few suggestions. In your research, in your hypothesis, you have mentioned that Sharasutra is double loop Sharasutra is effective and double loop Sharasutra is not effective. Actually, this null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis is a statistical term. And when you are doing comparative study, you have to put null hypothesis, or you have to state the null hypothesis in a way like innovative double loop technique is not effective, is not more effective than a railroad technique. That should be your null hypothesis. And then it is more effective is your alternate hypothesis. So this is something you should keep in your mind, because you are doing a comparative study and you have to state null hypothesis and research alternate hypothesis in a proper way. Second thing I would like to suggest you, that when you are appearing for such thesis competitions, you should join from laptop, because then now your WhatsApp messages are getting flashed and all, so it doesn't look good for a thesis competition like this. So you should have taken care of arranging one laptop for this particular session, and you should have joined from laptop. These are my sincere suggestions for all the other participants also. If you are joining from your mobile, please try to join from laptop, because that would be a better thing. Now coming to your presentation and your work, I just want to ask you one question, that you have used man-Whitney test. Can you tell me why man-Whitney, why not t-test? What was the logic of applying man-Whitney test or Wilcoxon-Ransom test and not t-test? Hello. Do you know the do you know the answer of this question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Over to Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty.
Thank you, Dr. Supriya, madam. A very good morning to all of you. Dr. Shahbaz, can you just tell me that you have mentioned about the sample size as 30?
Yes,
how did
sir.
you calculate this? Can you comment on your calculation of sample size?
Sorry, sir.
How did you calculate the sample size as 30, 15 in each group? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
My question is, you have mentioned the sample size as 30, 15 in each group. My question is, how did you calculate this sample size? Okay. Have you done any publications related with this work in any of the journals?
Sir, we are going through. We have submitted to JIM, sir.
Okay. Any observation in the types of Bhagandara and the results?
Yes, sir. Most of the cases like to Riju Bhagandara, which is Vatka sir. Most of the patients, sir.
Okay. You have any observation on the unit cutting time?
No, sir. We are only focused on the pain.
No, any additional observation that you did on that in healing?
No,
okay.
No, sir. Only we are did on pain, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think I request Dr. Aarti madam to take it forward.
Namaste, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Shahbaz,
Yes, ma'am.
good that you have tried to find a new technique for the Bhagandara threading change. And I would like to know what all are the care that has been provided to the patient during this technique, apart from the technique as such. That means what type of internal medicines were provided to both the groups?
Okay. But normally we use Krifla-Guglu and Nimodi-Guglu.
Because most of your patients had loss of appetite and most of them had Vibandha. So have you taken care to address those issues?
Yes, yes, ma'am. We give most of the patients Chitrakadivati and Hingvasa Churna, and for Bhagandra care we give Nimbati Guglu and one tablet capsule. Ma'am, One Gandak Rasayana and this Jatyadi oil.
Okay, okay. And up to another question, that you have cited one previous work by Gauranga Datta. So which states that out of about 23 patients, about 15 had only mild pain, and about 6 had moderate pain, and severe pain was observed only with 2 patients. So you have cited this particular work, telling that mild pain was the main trend, and the very reason for you to choose this topic, because patients used to suffer a lot during changing the threading. So how do you substantiate, and what's the reason for you to quote this particular work?
Ma'am, mainly I mentioned in my thesis in introduction, we conduct a retrospective study in my college in KLE. Of data of 2 years, we observed that most of the patients are discontinue the treatment during threading. Some patients discontinue treatment due to pain.
Okay, okay. That observation in your own hospital, that is what made you to choose the topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 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 fine. Dr. Nambi.
Thank you, everyone. And Dr. Shahbaz, just now you have mentioned. Just now you have mentioned that you have given some oral medications, including you mentioned even Jatyadikrid, etc. And you also stated that there are a lot of people having Mandagni, and maybe you are also given some laxative type of things. But while presenting the whole content, you never mentioned anything. It is related with the thread and thing. So is it not the violation of the content? You see, you are making a scale of pain, and the medicines what you are given, maybe you are not really mentioned the medicines, but now you are told that there are some set of medicine you are given, some Chitragadi Vadi, etc., etc. Then these medicine also will have a great influence on the pain. This also influence have changes in the Bhagandara. So how do you justify that?
Sir, my thesis only focused on thread changing. While we change the thread after primary threading, we focus on pain by VAS and VDS.
But of course, my question is that, you know, you are one of the major scale you are used is about the pain scale and all. So whenever we give some medicines like Jatyadikrid, whenever we use Chitragadi Vadi, is it not will influence the pain? Don't you think that it will not influence the pain?
Maybe, but sir, we just observe the patient during threading. Pain was assessed during threading only, sir.
Okay, did you give any laxative also to the patient?
Sometimes, sir.
Any anuloma medicines?
When they complain constipation, sir.
Okay. Okay. Second question is, what made you to ask, already Suhas asked, what is the idea for taking only 15, the size of the sample size into 15?
Sir, it is the minimum size in my college for taking this sample.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, good. Right. That's all.
Okay, okay. Just shall I ask one question?
Yeah, please, madam.
Doctor, which is more economical? Is there any change in the cost? Whether a patient can opt for double loop because it is less costly, or what is your overall idea? What is the proposal that out of after all we should know that how patient is benefited, isn't it? Which is more economical?
Ma'am, both are same because the patient purchases a sutra for cost of one only.
Okay.
They charge cost for only one.
Okay.
Just we folded the thread and put we passed it through the track and tied with a loop. Only one thread we charge.
Okay. So as far as the cost is concerned, there are no changes, isn't it? There's no difference. Okay.
No,
okay. Fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. of the discussion is over. And thank you, Dr. Shahbaz Alam, for
Thank
your
you, sir.
presentation. And judges, please note that was test number T22004, Dr. Shahbaz Alam. Thank you. And next I move on to the next presentation. And the next presentation will be by code number T22005. Judges, please note code number T22005, Dr. Swati V. I invite Dr. Swati V to present her thesis. Once again, I am reminding, please stick on to time. Your maximum time is 10 minutes. And please turn on your videos during presentation.
There is some background from this.
Also, I request all of you, all others, to please mute yourself. Dr. Swati, your presentation is visible.
Okay, sir. Shall I make it full screen, sir?
Yes. Dr. Swati, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Time
Yes.
starts now.
Just a minute, sir. Is that okay, sir?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes. Please
Distinguished,
proceed.
yeah, I'll start. Distinguished judges and all the doctors present in this platform today with me, a very warm good morning to one and all. Myself, Dr. Swati, and I was a PG scholar from Amrita School of Ayurveda, and I did my PG thesis under the guidance of Dr. Delvin T. Robin and Dr. K. Ramadas. My thesis entitled A Randomized Control Trial to Evaluate the Efficacy of Eshtimadugrida Application for Minimizing Radiation-Induced Toxicity in Patients with Oropharyngeal Squamous Cell Carcinoma. This is my research question, whether it is effective in minimizing signs and symptoms of radiation-induced toxicity in patients with oropharyngeal squamous cell carcinoma. These are my objectives: to evaluate the efficacy of Eshtimadugrida in oral mucositis, analgesic requirement for pain control, antibiotic and antifungal requirements, and oral hygiene. My hypothesis and null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Moving on to the detailed methodology. This was a randomized controlled clinical trial which was conducted in the head and neck specialty clinic of Regional Cancer Center, Trivandrum. The duration of the study was for 11 months and the required sample size was 48, 24 in each arm. But due to the COVID pandemic, we were able to recruit only 32 patients. The recruitment was slow, and 17 in the intervention arm and 15 in the control arm. The randomization was done using a computer-generated random table in 1:1 ratio, and all the statutory requirements were satisfied, like institutional review board with reference number this, and human ethical committee, which was independent, and we also registered in the CTRI. These are my inclusion criteria: the patients who undergone radical radiation therapy or chemoradiation for CA oropharynx, and the patients of either gender aged between 30 to 70 years. My exclusion criteria were diabetes mellitus, trismus, and not willing to give an informed consent. Those in the intervention arm were advised to apply Eshtimadugrida approximately 5 grams with their index finger 4 times daily, along with the standard of care, that is soda saline oral mouth rinse. The following consort flow chart shows my recruitment strategy. So after recruiting from the intervention arm, I have allocated 17 patients into the intervention arm and 15 patients to the control arm. And 2 patients from the intervention arm were lost to follow-up due to social reason, and 1 passed away due to a head injury. And another 15 patients in the control arm, and 1 patient was lost to follow-up due to electrolyte imbalance and hospitalization. So after getting an informed consent, which was duly signed by the patients, all of the patients were screened for baseline CBC, serum creatinine, FBS, and lipid profile. The randomization was done, 17 into the intervention arm and 15 into the control arm. They were evaluated for baseline by a blinded assessor who was a radiation oncologist, and oral hygiene assessed by a Dandal surgeon who was also blinded. And they were evaluated after 2 weeks and 4 weeks by the blinded assessor, and the changes were noted in the evaluation sheet. So these were my assessment criteria. The mucositis was evaluated using the RTOG scale. The pain intensity, serostomy, alteration of taste were captured using the VAS score. Analgesic usage using the WHO step ladder analgesic requirement scale. Antibiotic and antifungal requirements were captured, and their oral hygiene using the simplified oral hygiene index. This was regarding the preparation of the Eshtimadu, and a preclinical publication was also done. The statistical analysis, initially descriptive statistics was obtained. Friedman's test was used for repeated measures for all the scales, and later Wilcoxon signed rank test for pairwise comparison of the various scores at different time points. These are my baseline characteristic observation. We have to know that the baseline characteristics like the socio-demographic patient-related characteristics, the disease-related characteristics, the therapy, cancer-directed treatment, and the baseline toxicities were comparable. Moving on to my result, this alluvial diagram, it shows a pictorial representation regarding the change in the intensity of mucositis at different point of time. So here we can see that initially in the intervention arm, there were 14 patients who were having grade 3 mucositis, 82.3 compared to 11 patients, 73.3% in the control arm. And after 4 weeks or 28 days of intervention, there were only 12 patients, 70.5% in the intervention arm compared to 8 patients, 53.3 in the control arm. This alluvial diagram again shows the regression in grade 3 and grade 2 mucositis on day 28 in both intervention as well as in the control arm. The next parameter was change in analgesic requirement, and during the end of the radiation therapy or during my baseline, there were 11 patients, 64.7% in the intervention arm who were on morphine or opioid derivatives, step 3 analgesic, and compared to 7 patients, 46.6% in the control arm. And after 28 days of intervention, there were only 3 patients who used a step 3 analgesic compared to 5%, 33.3% in the control arm. And moving on to the antibiotic requirement, none of the patients in the intervention arm required antibiotics when in comparison with 2 patients in the control arm who required antibiotics during the course of the study. And regarding antifungal usage, 7 patients in the control arm used antifungal therapy during the course of the study compared to 4 patients in the control arm. And this was the oral hygiene, which was assessed after 4 weeks of intervention. At the baseline, both like in intervention and control arm, the oral hygiene of the patients were good. And there were 14 patients with good oral hygiene in the intervention arm and 13 in the control arm. And after 28 days of intervention, none of the patients in the intervention arm degraded to poor or fair oral hygiene compared to 4 patients who degraded to fair oral hygiene in the control arm. So the percentage was 13 patients, 76.4% in the intervention arm compared to 8 patients, 53.3 in the control arm. Moving on to my discussion, the regression of mucositis, it was better in the intervention arm, though not statistically significant. And Eshtimadugrida, it was indicated in Sadhyakshradavarana having Madhurarasa and Shitavirya and Madhuravipaka. It pacified the aggravated Pitta and Vada dosha in the Kaphasthana buccal cavity as a result of the radiation therapy and chemoradiation. The Vrana Shodhana and Ropana action might have facilitated the regression of mucositis. And as per literature and various studies, systemic application of Eshtimadugrida was found to be effective owing to its anti-inflammatory, wound healing, and skin regeneration effect. The intensity of analgesic usage, it was better in the intervention arm. The analgesic effect, a previous study in a different setting in anal fissure, it explains the possible effect of active compounds like isolicrutiginin present in Eshtimadu inhibiting the COX pain pathway. None of the patients in the intervention arm required antibiotics because previous experimental studies on Eshtimadu extract shows potential antibacterial effect against multi-drug resistant bacterial strain. A polyherbal oral mouthwash having Eshtimadu as an ingredient had shown significant result in maintaining good oral hygiene in patients undergoing radical radiation therapy for oral cancer. On to my summary, the randomization procedure ensured minimal selection and allocation bias. Both arms of the study were well balanced in terms of the socio-demographic habits, disease treatment characteristics, and toxicity profile. The impact of the intervention, it was evaluated by a clinician unaware of the randomization procedure such that the evaluation was unbiased and the measurement error was negligible. This study was conducted in a totally challenging environment during the peak time of the COVID pandemic, and hence the recruitment was slow, it was tardy, and the visits were compromised. And even though after all these challenges, we were able to recruit 32 patients and could ensure good patient compliance and no neurotoxicities were reported. Even though not statistically significant, Yeshtimadugrida was effective in healing of oral mucositis, better pain management, minimizing antibiotic and antifungal usage. This is my conclusion. A topical application of Yeshtimadugrida is effective in radiation-induced toxicity. Radiation-induced toxicities with oropharyngeal cancer and is feasible to integrate it to modern medicine. These are my limitations and recommendations. The key limitation of the study was the small sample size, which has not yielded a statistically significant power to definitely compare both the arms. And further studies with larger sample size in each arm is recommended. And further studies with systemic administration of Yeshtimadugrida is recommended. And the effect of Yeshtimadugrida is specifically indicated in Sadhikshada Vrana, and it can be studied during the course of the radiation therapy. And use of Yeshtimadugrida can be extrapolated to patients undergoing radiation therapy for CA oral cavity and CA
Last
surgery.
1 minute.
Yes, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all these people who were involved in my study, without which the study would have been incomplete, and my heartfelt gratitude from the bottom of my heart to my guide, co-guide, and my patients and everybody who were with me throughout this journey to make the study success. Thank you one and all for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Judges, please note that was code number T22005. And we shall quickly move on to the discussion part. I invite Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir, to start the discussion.
Good morning, Dr. Swati.
Morning,
Can you just comment on why did you select the Friedman test for the assessment and the statistical analysis?
It was a non-parametric test, and I was having two groups, and that was the reason why I have selected this test.
Oh, the Friedman doesn't come for the two-group analysis, no?
Okay.
Not the relevant test for the two-group analysis.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any publication
And
data?
Dr. Suhas, if I can add here, she has presented her data in a categorical way. So Friedman doesn't come in picture at all, because Friedman comes in picture where there are scales, or if she would have recorded the readings as per person, what is a scale score, and then if she would have analyzed, then Friedman or any Mann Whitney or Wilcoxon would have come into picture. She has presented all the data in a categorical way.
Yes.
That was the reason I asked this question.
Okay.
Yeah. Any publication that were derived out of this particular findings?
Yes, sir. There is a preclinical publication regarding the physicochemical analysis of the Yeshtimadugrida, and it was published in the International Journal of Research in Pharmaceutical Science.
Okay. What was the reference that was used for the Yeshtimadugrida? Which reference did you use?
Sir, pardon, sir?
Reference that we used.
Sir, there is reference regarding Yeshtimadugrida in Chakradatta, in Vaishajya Ratnavali, and even in Ashtanga Hridaya Uttarasthana in Sadhikshana Vrana Prakarana.
It has only Yeshtimadu or any other?
No, sir, only Yeshtimadu and Grida.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. May I request Dr. Supriya Madam to take it forward?
Hello, Dr. Swati.
Namaste,
this was a nice presentation and very much required topic, and I congratulate you because you have completed 30 to almost 2/3 patients of what you have planned for, in spite of being a pandemic period. One of the questions which I wanted to ask you has been already asked by Dr. Suhas about the statistical test.
Yes.
I want to ask you two questions. First is whether there were any serious adverse events in your study.
Yes, ma'am. I have reported 2 essays in my studies, and 2 of them were unrelated to the studies, and I reported, that is 2 patients passed away due to progressive disease. And I have reported it to the Human Ethical Committee within 24 hours. And after analysis, they told this is not related to your studies.
Very good. And I would like to request and suggest all the participants that whenever you are presenting clinical studies, you should mention about the ethics committee permission, that you have taken the ethical committee permission, as I think you have mentioned. Yes, but these serious adverse event things also you should mention properly, that these were the serious adverse events and they have been reported properly. Yes, and my second and last question is, you have presented the data as percentages.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have presented
many places. I mean, almost all your results are expressed in terms of percentages,
Yes,
and your sample size is 32. So,
yes,
is any comment on this? Because if I
yes,
make
ma'am.
it very clear, that percentage is the word itself means percent, that is per 100, and you have only 32. So, presenting the data in terms of percentage can give a pseudo impression.
Okay, ma'am. Like the thing is that I didn't get any point of value of statistical significance, and I thought like showing the change in terms of percentage might give a better impression regarding the efficacy of Grida. That was my sole thing why I have showed it in percentage, and I have calculated the entire I have even evaluated the patients who were lost to follow-up also during the evaluation.
Okay, just a suggestion in future, if you have less than 100 patients or 100 samples, then you can use proportion as your measure rather than percentage.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to Dr. Nambi. Hello.
Yeah. Swati.
Namaste, sir.
No, Swati, can you explain a little bit about the intervention of the patient in this case?
Yes, sir. Sir, my baseline was when the patient completes the entire cycle of the radiation therapy, in the intervention arm, along with the standard of care was soda saline mouth rinse. Along with that, I have advised the patient to apply 5 grams, approximately 5 grams of Eshtimadugrida to be taken in their index finger and apply wherever there is pain and mucositis, and for 4 times every day for 28 days. And I used to monitor their progress of application every week. I used to call them and I used to follow up. And one patient, he didn't, 2 patients, they felt it a bit difficult due to the palatability while applying it in the throat, but still they managed, and the compliance was good.
Okay, nice. I want to know a little bit about the preparation. You're told that it has been prepared in the Department of Rashastra and by Shijja Kalpana.
Yes, sir.
So, did you made any standard methodologies to prepare this Eshtimadugrida, since it is not directly, as you mentioned, it may be mentioned like in the Chakradatta and all. Maybe
Yes,
you're taking the Kalkam and Kashayam of the
Yes,
same,
sir.
right?
Sir, from the Sarangadhara Samhita Madhyama Kanda, Sneha Kalpana Adhyaya, preparation of Ghrita Kalpana has been followed for preparing this Yeshtimadu and Yeshtimadu, approximately 10 kilogram of Yeshtimadu, 2 kg for Kalka, and 8 kg for Quadha was used, and 64 liters of water was used for preparing the Quadha, and it was reduced to 32 liters, and later 8 kilogram of Grita was added for preparing this, and then approximately 6 kilogram of Eshtimadu Grita I have received as an end product.
Okay, let me ask you an out-of-box question. Whether any study similar to that, instead of Yeshti Grida, whether any study has done on such cases with the Jatyadi Grida or anything like that? Did you had any such previous works?
No, sir. No, sir. I have searched whether there is Eshtimadugrida itself given internally for protective effect in radiation therapy. There is one study by Das et al. And but in Jatyadigrida given for radiation-induced toxicity, no such studies are there, sir. Because Tutta is there, so internal administration sometimes. That's why Eshtimadu, being a nutraceutical, also it is safe for consumption even if taken internally. Also, the ethical committee people, they were convinced.
Okay. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Over to Aradhi, madam.
Hello, Dr. Swati.
Namaste, madam.
Good presentation. I have 1 or 2 questions.
Sam.
My one doubt is that you have started your work on only those patients who have completed the full course of radiation.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was that agreement like? Why couldn't you choose the patients maybe immediately after 1 radiation or 2 radiation? It is as if you were waiting for the full blown off mucositis.
No, ma'am. Truly, ma'am, I had in my mind to use it during the course of the radiation therapy. But while discussing it with my guide, Dr. Ramdas sir, he was telling me that this will not fetch an ethical approval if they were allowed to apply the Yashtimadu Grida during the course of radiation therapy, because sometimes the particles of the Grida may stick to their oral cavity, and I didn't have any much supportive papers to show that this will not alter the fraction of radiation therapy. So that is why I have taken it like this. After completion of the entire cycles of radiation, this was given. Maybe the previous, like during the course of radiation therapy, might have yielded a better significant result because it is indicated in Sadhyakshada Vrana. So I always had this in my mind, ma'am.
Okay, okay. And the topic is radiation-induced toxicity. In the discussion, you were silent on xerostomia. Could you observe any changes, or what is your comment on xerostomia effect of this Grita application? Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hello, madam, you are audible.
You are audible.
Yeah, Dr. Swati? I think Dr. Swati is not listening.
Ma'am, there is a technical issue with Dr. Swati. Dr. Swati, are you there? Dr. Swati? This is a network error, I think, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Whether that allotted 15 minutes is over, allotted 15 minutes is over?
No, ma'am. No.
Just wait for a few seconds if she is turning.
Ma'am, 1 more minute is left.
Okay, okay. If she is returning, it's fine.
Madam?
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, I just lost my internet connectivity on my laptop, ma'am. So
Okay,
right now
okay.
I'm accessing it on my mobile.
Okay, okay, fine. I would like to know what is the outcome of your intervention on xerostomia, because your title is radiation-induced toxicity, but you are altogether silent on the discussion part regarding what happened to xerostomia. Can't hear. Unmute, please unmute.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Ma'am, the thing is that I didn't mention xerostomia because it is a late toxicity, and there was there was no effect compared to the control arm in terms of xerostomia, because both the control and intervention arm patients were
okay.
That's why I didn't mention that, and also to cut short the number of slides.
Okay, and can you now go to the slide number 19 or 20?
Yes,
can
ma'am. Now my screen is visible, ma'am.
No.
Yeah, just a minute, ma'am. I'll share it. Okay, ma'am. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Not yet.
Please start the presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, slide number 19.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is that first sentence mean? Intensity of analgesic usage was better in the intervention arm.
Yes, ma'am, because the patient's intensity of analgesic were...
Intensity of analgesic usage was better in the intervention arm.
Yes, ma'am, because they in the intervention arm, the patients in the intervention arm, the patients in the intervention arm, they were having a less analgesic usage. That is,
okay.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Okay, okay. You are audible, my doubt is that whether you have used this sentence properly or not. Intensity of analgesic usage was better in the intervention arm.
I meant actually intensity of analgesic arm was less in the intervention arm compared, like higher grades of analgesic usage was less in the intervention arm compared to those in the control arm.
Okay. So please be careful where.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
That was code number T22005, Dr. Swati B. And quickly we move on to the next presentation. I invite code number T22008, Dr. Ashwati Y. Once again, I invite code number T22008, Dr. Ashwati Y.S.
Sir, my screen is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, Dr. Ashwati.
Am I
Are you
audible?
ready? Are you ready?
Just a
Count to
minute,
time.
sir. Just a minute, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Good morning, dear dignitaries and dear researchers. Myself, Ashwati Vyas from Amrita School of Ayurveda, under the guidance of Professor Anantram Sharma, would like to present a topic, the effect of Niruhavasti medicated enema on Prevotella species of gut microbiota in rheumatoid arthritis patients. Research question: does Niruhavasti has influence over gut microbiota, limiting to Prevotella species in RA? Objectives: to assess the effect of Niruhavasti therapy on Prevotella copri and Prevotella histicola of gut microbiota in rheumatoid arthritis patients, and to understand the effect of Niruhavasti therapy in rheumatoid arthritis when assessed with subjective and objective parameters. Research hypothesis: null hypothesis. Niruhavasti therapy does not have influence over gut microbiota, limiting to Prevotella species in RA, and alternate. Niruhavasti therapy has influence over gut microbiota, limiting to Prevotella species in RA. Methodology: the sources of data: 5 patients were properly screened from 22 patients from Amrita School of Ayurveda, and the trial was registered under CTRI and obtained ethical clearance, and it was funded by CCIH Pune, and gene expression analysis was done at Omixgen Life Sciences Private Limited. A total of 25 patients were selected from proper screening. After proper screening from 22 patients based on ACR or musculoskeletal examination, and when ACPA was detected in the 5 patients, these 5 patients were selected and their fecal sample were analyzed for the presence of Prevotella copri and histicola. And since we found their presence, 5 patients were included for the study after an informed consent. A course of Sharavasti, 8 days of Sharavasti was administered as per the standard operative procedure. And on the 9th day, again, fecal sample analysis was done. And fecal sample analysis was done after follow-up, that is on the 25th day after Parihara Kala. Then the quantification of before treatment sample, after treatment and after follow-up was compared. The strongest of inclusion criteria was the patients who fulfill ACA criteria and those who were identified with the presence of Prevotella copri and histicola from their fecal samples before treatment. These are the contents of Sharavasti and Sharavasti Mishrana were done according to the standard operative procedure. Moving on to the identification and quantification of Prevotella copri and histicola, fecal sample collection was done as per the protocol. Figure number 2 shows how we collected, and extraction and preparation of genomic DNA from isolates using DNA stool mini kit, and amplification of 16S ribosomal DNA of isolates using specific primers by polymerase chain reaction using Rotogene Q and Cybergreen. And then the quantification of the 3 experimental values were compared. These are the melt curves obtained for both the species, Prevotella copri and histicola, which ensures a single amplicon amplification and amplification plot of both the species, in which cycle a detectable amount of DNA was present. Now moving on to the data analysis and interpretation of recruited patient, as the patient sample was very less, and in order to give importance to each and every parameters of all the patients, as directed by CCIH Pune, we have represented all the data using heat maps, charts, graphs, correlational statistics, and proximity metrics. So here the subjective parameters are given. For example, each value in the patient number 4, each value of Angamarda before treatment was taken 6 times, and its average is noted here. So the total average of all the patients of Angamarda before treatment is 3, after treatment is 1.4, and after follow-up is 0.4. These are represented in the form of heat maps. From the color gradient itself, the improvement can be easily identified. Similarly, Aruji, Trishna, all the Amavata Lakshana has been represented using heat maps. Similarly, the scoring criteria like visual analog scale, ACR joint involvement, ACR criteria, clinical disease activity index, total joint count, swollen joint count, physician global activity, activity, patient global activity, patient activity scale, disease activity scale 28, and the investigations like CRP, ESR, rheumatoid factor, and ACPA also. So before going on to the core part, which is the gene expression analysis, we did a next generation sequencing or a metagenomic sequencing of V3V4 of 16S ribosomal DNA from the samples of an RA patient and a control as a preliminary step to identify the presence of pivotal. And not just that, in order to identify if there is a variant, we did next generation sequencing. And to synthesize specific primers also, we did NGS. So to our surprise, this was it was interestingly, we found that in the control, the pivotal copri was 42.2%, whereas in patient it was only 0.1%. So this led to the confusion that whether the reference data applicable to us was applicable to the Indian population or not, who follow a non-Westernized lifestyle and who take a fiber-rich diet. So therefore, we went for gene expression analysis of 10 healthy volunteers, from which we could find out that 80% of the control samples presented with high abundance of both the species, Prevotella copri and Histicola. Now, moving on to the gene expression analysis of Prevotella copri, it was compared, all the 5 patients were compared with the 5 controls of same age as well as similar lifestyle and diet pattern, and it was compared with the 3 experimental values of each of the patient. For example, in the first patient, P number P4, before treatment it was 0.14 nanogram, and after follow-up, after treatment it has raised to 1.3 into 10 raised to 15 after treatment nanogram, and after follow-up it was 6.3 into 10 raised to 14. Even though there is a minimal increase, the value of Prevotella copri has been raised in the form of exponential. Similarly, all the other patients' controls have already been in abundance. It has been represented in the form of cross tabulations, the values of control against BT, AT, and AF values. The correlational statistics extrapolated a positive, strong positive correlation in the after follow-up values. The proximity metrics, the BT value, the distance, average distance between the BT and AT was 1.3 into 10 raised to 15, and after follow-up it is 7.6 into 10 raised to 14. Now, moving on to the gene expression analysis of Prevotella histicola, all these were compared with the controls of similar age, same age as well as similar lifestyle and diet. Already the control were of high abundance, even though it has not come up to the high exponential value like that of the Prevotella copri. When coming to the example of P19, patient number 19, last patient, from 0.13 nanogram, it has raised to 2,648 nanogram after follow-up, which was the highest of all the values. Not even a control has come up to such a greater value. It has also been expressed in the form of cross tabulation and heat maps. The values of controls were quoted against BT, AT, and AF values. The correlation statistics here also extrapolated a strong positive correlation in the AF values. And the proximity metrics is 26.116 nanogram between BT and AT, and it is 2,648 in BT and AF. These are the average improvement in clinical features, assessment criteria, and investigation. Now, the probable mode of action of Sharavasti, each of the ingredient of Sharavasti has a role in modulating gut microbiota, either by increasing the commensal organism or by decreasing the pathogenic organism. The impact of treatments in the growth of Prevotella copri and histicola. Numerous studies have established that Prevotella copri is present in early RA patients, which lead to the induction of RA, whereas Prevotella histicola suppresses RA. Considering this as the base data, gene expression analysis of 3 samples of each patient were done to quantify both the species in 5 RA patients. So it was seen that both the species showed increased after treatment and after follow-up with reduced clinical signs and symptoms of RA. The results obtained were contradictory to the available base data regarding the pathogenic role of Prevotella copri, but it coincides with the studies proven earlier that Prevotella histicola suppresses RA. So 10 fecal samples from control 10 healthy volunteers were taken from Kollam district of Kerala, and they were analyzed considering the differences in Indian lifestyle and diet patterns. So gene expression analysis of all these revealed that 80% of the total control sample presented with high abundance of Prevotella copri as well as Prevotella histicola. So Niruhavasti, specifically Sharavasti, has effect over Prevotella copri and Prevotella histicola of gut microbiota in rheumatoid arthritis patients, as well as in improving clinical signs and symptoms of RA after treatment as well as after follow-up also. Abundance of Prevotella copri after follow-up along with reduced clinical signs and symptoms of RA in 5 patients of Kollam district in Kerala is contradictory to the studies proving the pathogenic role of Prevotella copri in RA. Not only that, Prevotella copri is one of the dominant bacterial species of Indian gut microbiota in healthy volunteers from Kollam district of Kerala, contradicting its pathogenicity. And the pathogenic clade of Prevotella copri associated with RA may have a link with the host genetic factors and environmental factors, especially diet, which was not an objective of our study. And the growth of prevotella after follow-up with reduced clinical signs and symptoms has the capability to reduce the disease activity as proven in the previous study. So thus the alternate hypothesis may be accepted and null hypothesis may be rejected. Contribution to the science being one of the primary studies which proved the role of an Ayurveda intervention, especially Niruhavasti, in modulating gut microbiota. This can be a torchlight in conducting further studies in the area of human gut microbiota and Ayurveda. Limitation of the study, the sample size was too less to make a strong conclusive statement. The pandemic situation has worsened the accessibility. The focus was given only to 2 bacterial species, and tracing the variants or claims of these of Prevotella copri was not a part of our methodology. Limited trial duration, and there wasn't any strong methodology to find out the mechanistic action of Sharavasti as an emulsion on gut microbiota of RA. So scope of further study, understanding the whole gut microbiota by next generation sequencing. And study population could have been widened, and the clades of Prevotella copri, which has a pathogenic role in development of RA, could have been can be identified. And the mechanistic role of Sharavasti on Prevotella histicola in suppression of RA, effect of Niruhavasti in Prevotella copri and Prevotella histicola of RA in pan-Indian population, modulation of gut microbiota after Ayurveda treatment modalities designed for the management of Amavata can be found out. This is one of the article related which we published in IU journal, therapeutic influence of some dietary articles on gut microbiota in the pathogenesis of rheumatoid arthritis are reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwati Vyas. Just please note that was please note that was code number T22008. So it's time for discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Arati ma'am to initiate the discussion.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Ashwati.
Ma'am.
It was good in the sense the topic is very relevant, and at the same time not it's a subject which was unexplored so far as my knowledge goes. My question is that why the title is Niruhavasti when you have given only Ksharavasti? Of course, Ksharavasti is a type of Niruhavasti, but what is the justification?
Ma'am, by Ksharavasti itself, if we are getting a relevant data from Ksharavasti, it means that it is Niruhavasti. That's why we meant it as Niruhavasti.
But Niruhavasti is such a wide this thing that there are a lot of variations, and but it's you have tried only on Ksharavasti, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. 8
So
days of Ksharavasti.
what problem you anticipated if you use the title Ksharavasti instead of Niruhavasti?
Ma'am, both, I mean, Niruhavasti is a kind of procedure which we directly administer into gut, which is a site of gut microbiota. So we can generalize it in the form of Niruhavasti. If we mention Niruhavasti, there will be some effect if we consider it as Niruhavasti. We can at least get that there will be some effect or Niruhavasti has some influence over gut microbiota.
So do you mean to tell that the effect is based on the procedure and not the medicines used? You are
Yes, ma'am, it is
focusing on the
based
procedure and not the medicines?
No, ma'am, medicine is also important here. But why I mentioned Niruhavasti is if we focus on Ksharavasti, if it is getting proved or if it has a positive relation with gut microbiota, it means that all the Niruhavastis may have a positive, may have an influence over gut microbiota.
Okay. Second doubt, why you have chosen Sahasradi Taila as one of the ingredients?
It has already been proven for its anti-inflammatory activity as well as for rheumatoid arthritis. Why we used, even though it was not there in Ksharavasti contents, we used 30 ml of Sahasradi Taila because in order to avoid further Vadakopa, we used Sahasradi Taila.
Okay, Doctor, see, it is a Amavata case, and the focus of giving Ksharavasti is for the Amapachana, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you want the action as Pachana, usually Tila Taila may be used somewhere, and if your focus is Pachana, instead of Tila Taila, why do you choose a Taila like Sahasradi?
In order to avoid the use of Ama Taila, we went for Sahasrara Taila, which has already been proven for its anti-inflammatory activity in rheumatoid arthritis, ma'am. It has been proven actually.
Okay, can you please tell me the ingredients of Sahasrara Taila? Okay, not familiar. Just remember
yes,
that one of the Dravadravya is Kshira. In the preparation of Sahasrara Taila, one of the Dravadravya is Kshira, and the Kshira usually will be taken in the either in the double quantity of the Kvata. So such a Taila, when you are using for Ama Pachana, I'm little bit doubtful of the relevance or the rationality behind using that Sahasrara Taila.
Ma'am, it is done in order to avoid further Vatakopa because all the other contents are of Shara and Lekhana, which has Shara, Lekhana and Vishoshana property. So if we go on continuing giving such a kind of Vasti, it may aggravate further Vatakopa. So in order to avoid the further Vatakopa, we used Taila. So most of the contents are of Shara in nature.
Okay. Doctor, please carry on.
Dr. Narayan Nambi, sir, please come on.
Thank you, Arjun, madam. Okay, thank you, Arjun. You mentioned Charavasti, and one of the major ingredient is Gomutra, right? Did you make any study about that Gomutra?
No, sir, actually no.
Okay, because did you find any complications while giving Charavasti, like contractions in the abdomen or anything like that in the rheumatoid arthritis cases?
In the first 2 days, pain abdomen was noticed for 3 patients soon after the Basti, but after evacuation, it was they were okay.
So, what was the source of getting Gomutra in your institute?
Directly from a farm itself, sir. We collected it directly from a farm. Morning urine was collected from the cow.
Okay. Does that cow was under antibiotics?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, because these things will become very significant because it's very common that when you collect Gomutra, the concentration of the Gomutra has a significant role to play in gut microbiome. So this type of disturbances, if you have a higher concentration of the cow's urine, there may be because one of the major ingredient is Gomutra, and if we are not made any study, it could have been much better, since it is much more easier to study the basic things about cow's urine. Did you make any simple studies between the part of the course, or you just collected?
No,
and
sir.
Just collected and filtered and use it?
Yes, sir, because we are using it for our patients. Commonly, we are using it. So we didn't go for any kind of study on Gomutra, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay.
It is one of the drawback, I know, sir.
Okay. Then what was the intervention? Have you made? How many Charavastis you are given continuously, or did you make any Matravasti in between?
No, sir. Continuous 8 Charavastis for 8 days, sir. It was a course of 8 days of Charavasti.
It was a course of 8 days of Charavasti continuously?
Yes, continuously. Without any kind of Niruha, without any Anuvasana in between. Without any Anuvasana in between.
Okay.
So for that, we added Sahasrara Taila in order to avoid Vatakopa.
Okay. Can you just put that slide about that ingredients of the Charavasti? Again, I just want to add something about that, as rightly Arati madam mentioned too.
Okay, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, no, if it is not possible, it's fine. I'll switch on to the next thing. It's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we don't want to lose the time.
Okay, sir.
So, what was the reference actually? What was the reference to choose this formula?
Sir, it is from Chakradatta. Chakradatta Niruhadhikara, Saintavaksham Samadaya Sadahvaksham Sadevacha, Gomutrasi Palanyashto Amligaya Paladvayam, Buddhasi Dvipale Cheva Sarvamalodiyatnada, Vastraputam Sugoshanam Vastindadyat Rejectiona. So it is this reference we have taken. But surgical thyla was added, sir.
Yeah, but you have made some violations in the proportions in that. That's what I was just looking into that. Little bit. Okay, it's okay. It's fine.
Okay,
it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we'll. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I want to Dr. Supriya, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Ashwati. Yeah, very nice work. I just have one or two questions. First is, do you know any kind of similar work what you have done? Any similar kind of work which is published?
Pardon, ma'am. I
Do you have
couldn't
any
hear,
idea?
ma'am.
Do you have any idea?
Ma'am, I couldn't.
Do you have any idea of? Do you have any? Hello, hello. Am I
Yes, ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So do you have any idea of similar work which is published on BuzzFeed and microbiome?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay. So this is not the topic, but just to tell you that I have published a paper on rectal administration of buttermilk
Yes,
and
ma'am.
its
Yes,
effect
ma'am.
on gut microbiome. Okay.
One of our article was cited in the same article.
Okay, so the first, first of all, I know that what are the problems and how difficult is this kind of study, but just let me know that why you focused only on the 2 Protella species. Because in one of your slide you have mentioned that you have done metagenomics. I could see.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
metagenomics gives you the complete picture. Then why
Yes,
did you
ma'am.
focus only on these 2 species?
Okay. We did metagenomics for 3 samples. That is for a rheumatoid arthritis patient as well as a control. So in order to synthesize specific primers and to find out whether there is any clade for Prevotella, we did, whether the presence is there or not, we did next generation sequencing only for 3 samples, ma'am. And then we narrowed it down to Prevotella because Prevotella copri is one of the bacteria wherein it has same sequence homology with the ACPA. So when ACPA is found to be positive, Prevotella copri will definitely be there. It was one of the article we could.
So to cut the long story short, you have first did metagenomics of 3 patients, and then you found that Prevotella is a genus which is responsible or which is more abundantly seen, and then you focused on Prevotella. Am I right?
No, ma'am. We actually started with Prevotella copri and histicola, considering the cost and accessibility, everything. But we did NGS only because in order to synthesize specific primers and to find out the clades, we did next generation sequencing. We first itself we focused on Prevotella copri and histicola only.
Another thing is since a lot of discussion is being done on the formulation which you have used for the BuzzFeed.
Yes, ma'am.
So have you done microbial composition analysis of that formulation itself?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Because whatever you are saying, that can be a source from where the organisms might have got introduced or might have, introduced only to the gut. So you should have done that formulation analysis itself.
Yes, ma'am. It is one of the limitation.
And have you tried to relate these results with your clinical findings, of course, but some kind of RA titer or inflammatory marker or something like that, because that is the whole objective.
Yes,
you have done the symptomatic assessment, but have you done in?
Yes, ma'am. All the scoring criteria were there, and the investigation like CRP, ESR, ACP, and rheumatoid factor were analyzed. All the ACR criteria were satisfied before treatment, after follow-up, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
I think Supriya ma'am, there is some network issues with Supriya ma'am. I think we will move on to Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Ashwati. Nice
morning,
presentation. Along with this BuzzFeed, any other Shaman Aushadhi was given to the patients?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Only Niruhavasti was given for 8 days, and for 16 days, patient was allowed to take rest. And on the 25th day, follow-up was taken, sir.
Can you comment something on the contribution of this work to the science and society?
Sir, it is one of the being one of the primary studies in gut microbiota and Ayurveda. This can bring up many other researches in the field of gut microbiota and different Ayurveda interventions, sir.
Society?
So it is, yes.
Contribution to society.
So it is already being clinically proven. All the treatment modalities are being clinically proven. So it is automatically, and it is an evidence-based medicine, sir. We are providing a kind of evidence-based evidence to our medicine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashwati. All the
Thank
best.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Dr. Ashwati. That was code number T22008.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And before we move on to the next presentation, I would like to request the judges whether you need a short break.
I think you can go ahead at least for a few more minutes.
Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And now I would like to call upon Dr. Anuja AR. Judges, please note code number T22015. Code number T22015. Dr. Anuja AR to present her thesis.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, is the screen visible?
Yeah, please. Your presentation is not visible. You have started screen sharing.
Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, right now it's visible. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then your time starts now.
Good morning all. Myself, Dr. Anuja Ayar. I have completed my post-graduation from Amrita School of Ayurveda under the guidance of Dr. Ramesh and Arun Mohanan and Dr. Anu R. The topic of my title research is Effect of Jatipatra Arka oral gel in radiation-induced oral mucositis. Moving to the research question, is the oral gel prepared from Jatipatra Arka effective as an add-on therapy in the management of grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis? The objectives of the study include preparation of Jati oral gel using Jatipatra Arka, physicochemical analysis of the prepared gel, and assessment of Jati oral gel in grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. The hypothesis is Jati oral gel is not effective as an add-on therapy in the management of grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis, and the alternate hypothesis is Jati oral gel is effective as an add-on therapy in the management of grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. The methodology includes a pharmaceutical study, analytical study, and clinical study. Under pharmaceutical study, collection of Jatipatra, preparation of Jatipatra Arka, preparation of Jatipatra oral gel, and packing and labeling of the gel, the collected Jati was identified and authenticated from the Department of Dravyaguna, Amrita School of Ayurveda. Jati Arka and Jati oral gel were prepared at the Quality Control Lab, Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana. Jati Arka preparation was monitored by experts from the Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, and drug is to water ratio was fixed after pilot trials for maximum yield, and 60% of the yield was collected. Gel preparation was monitored by experts from Amrita School of Pharmacy, and the ratio was fixed after conducting various trials. These are the ingredients of the oral gel. Moving to the preparation, this was the preparation method I have adopted. Accurately weighed methyl paraben and propyl paraben were added to the Arka. Accurately weighed sodium bicarbonate was added and stirred, and weight amount of carbapol 934 was added and stirred in mechanical stirrer. It was stirred again on the second day for 1 hour, and 4 to 5 drops of vanillin essence was added on the third day and stirred again for 1 hour, and later it was packed. This was the images of the preparation. Moving to the analytical study, organoleptic and physicochemical analysis of Jati Churna, Jati Arka, and Jati oral gel were done. And under Jadi Churna, pH, LOD, total ash, acid insoluble ash, Jadi water soluble extractive, and alcohol soluble extractive were done. And for Jadi Arka, pH, refractive index, specific gravity were done. And for Jadi oral gel, pH, viscosity, and GCMS were done. Analysis were done at the Quality Control Lab, Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, Amrita School of Ayurveda. And GCMS was conducted at Sophisticated Analytical Instrument Facility, IIT Mumbai. Moving to the clinical study, CTRI registration was taken prior to the study, and IEC approval letter number is IEC AIMS 2019. And moving to the study design, it was an open label, non-randomized controlled clinical trial. Study setting, OPD, Department of Radiation Oncology, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. And the sample size was 20 only. Due to the pandemic condition, we were able to obtain only 20 patients, 10 patients in each trial and in the control group with grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. And for Jadi Arka oral gel was applied from the day of the mucositis become grade 2. Gel application was continued either for 15 days or until the mucositis progressed to grade 3 or resolved to grade 1. There were two groups, trial group and the control group.
I request others to please mute.
And the trial group, Jadi oral gel was applied twice daily along with the standard care, that was sodium bicarbonate mouthwash 4 to 5 times daily, and under control group, standard care alone was given. The inclusion criteria includes either sex aged between 20 to 70 years and patients undergoing who had undergone radiation oral carcinoma in tomotherapy was only included, and patients who received 60 gray dose with 30 fractions of radiation, and patients with grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. Patients who had undergone concurrent chemotherapy were excluded, and all ulcers due to ill-fitting tendons were excluded, and patients suffering from diabetes mellitus were also excluded. The study was conducted under the supervision of experts from Department of Radiation Oncology, and patients who underwent radiation therapy in tomotherapy were selected. Intraoral camera was used in assisting capturing the images of oral mucositis, and so it can be stored for further comparisons. And images software helped in the exact measurement of area of the ulcer, making the analysis more precise and scientific. The measure area was verified and cross-checked by experts of Department of Radiation Oncology, and daily monitoring of the patients from the first day of radiation was done. The assessment criteria, RTOG, radiation therapy oncology group scale, was used to assess the grade of the oral mucositis. For a precise scientific criteria, objective criteria was used for area measurement of mucositis using images software. And for as a subjective criteria, pain assessment using visual analog scale was done. The statistical parameters, independent sample t-test was done for analyzing the significant changes between the groups, and the pay t-test was done to interpret the significance in each group separately. So this is the patient flow chart. Moving to the observation, under pharmaceutical study, the oral gel was successfully prepared with Jadi Patra Arka, and the analytical parameters of Jadi Churna were within the limits mentioned in API. For Jadi Arka, these are the values that we have obtained. Under GCMS, we have obtained 10 compounds with antioxidant properties, 4 compounds with analgesic, and 3 compounds with anti-inflammatory, and 12 compounds with antimicrobial property. This is the in the mean area of oral mucositis in the trial group. Before the treatment, it was 1.354, and after the treatment, it goes reduced to 0.778, where in the control group, before the treatment, it was 1.35, and after treatment, it got increased to 2.662, and the mean pain score in the trial group, before treatment, it was 2.2, and it got reduced to 0.9 in the trial group, and whereas in the control group, it got increased from 1.8 to 2 after the treatment. Moving on the grades on the condition of the trial. In the trial group, 6 patients, after the trial, 6 patients were in the grade 1, and only 1 patient continued in the grade 2 or mucositis, and 3 patients has progressed to grade 3 mucositis. So these are some of the images of the patients from day 1 to day 10. Moving to the discussion, Jadi possess Brana Shodhana and Drobana action. Tiktarasa does the Lekhana, Krimikina, and Kleda Shoshana action. A previous clinical trial by Dr. Gidu Balakrishnan showed that Jadi Arka was more effective in the management of Mukhabhaga compared to Jadi Kwada. Soaking of Jadi Churna in water overnight helps to transfer the water-soluble principles from drug into water. Oral gel was prepared using Jadi Arka as the base, which ensures uniformity of drug content throughout the product. Sodium bicarbonate was added to the gel to adjust its pH. Patients undergoing radiation therapy will be having an altered taste perception, and adding vanilla flavor to the gel improves its palatability and convenience. Mucoadhesive property of gel results in targeted drug release for an extended period of time. The average pH of the prepared gel was 7, which was within the limits of the pH of our mucosa. The cooling nature of gel helps to reduce the burning sensation and pain associated with mucositis. Stirring the gel continuously prevents the formation of solid lab in it and ensures its smooth consistency. Packing gel in tubes allowed for easier application and reduce risk of contamination. Compounds with antioxidant property accelerated the rate of wound healing by controlling wound oxidative stress and faster regeneration of skin. Compounds with analgesic action relieves pain by binding to pain receptors. The compound with antimicrobial action helps to prevent secondary infection of wound, thereby accelerating wound healing. And the anti-inflammatory compounds work by inhibiting the effect of cyclooxygenase enzyme. Patients with diabetes mellitus were excluded as they have decreased rate of wound healing and increased chances of oral thrush. In the trial group, the mean area decreased from 1.35 to 0.778, and in the control group, it got increased from 1.35 to 2.662. The enhanced wound healing activity in the trial group may be due to the presence of chemical compounds that possess antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antimicrobial activities. In the trial group, the mean pain score got decreased from 2.2 to 0.9, but in the control group, the pain increased from 1.8 to 2. The reduction of pain may be due to the presence of chemical compounds that possesses analgesic and anti-inflammatory action. Increased rate of wound healing also aids in the reduction of pain score. Only 30% of the trial group reached grade 3, whereas 70% of the patients in the control group reached grade 3 mucositis at the completion of the trial. In the trial group, the progression from grade 2 oral mucositis to grade 3 mucositis happened with 14.6 days, whereas in the control group, the progression from grade 2 oral mucositis to grade 3 mucositis happened with a short span of 8.28 days. 60% of the patients in the trial group resolved to grade 1 oral mucositis at the completion of the trial, but no patients in the control group resolved back to grade 1. There was no adverse effect of the oral gel in the either trial group or the control group. Moving to summary, Jadi oral gel was prepared after conducting several pilot trials using Jadi Arka as a medicine. The analytical medicine of the formulation was done and the values were within the standard limits. A longer average progression time was observed from grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis to grade 3 in the trial group, and there were no untoward side effects reported for the newly formulated Jadi oral gel during the period of the study. Moving to the conclusion, a safe and therapeutically efficient oral gel was prepared using Jadi Arka. After statistical assessment of pain and area of oral mucositis between the groups and within the groups, it was observed that there was a significant reduction in pain and mean area of mucositis in the trial group. While taking into account all these facts, Jadi oral gel can be considered as a good medicament as an add-on therapy in the management of grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. Due to the limited treatment options available, an innovative strategy for managing grade 2 mucositis was needed. There comes a role of integrated approach in the management of radiation-induced oral mucositis using Jadi oral gel. And in this study, we were able to prepare a medicine which has a long shelf life. These are the limitations. The number of patients were less, and therapeutic efficiency of Jadi as an independent gel can be assessed. And while duly considering the prevalence of the study, efficacy of the drugs has to be proved in a larger sample size. Thank you.
Judges, please note that was code number T22015, Dr. Anujaya. And it's time for discussion. I'd like to start the discussion from Dr. Narayan.
Dr. Anuja,
sir,
it was an extension of the Dr. Geedu's work, or what was your comparative observation? It was
yes,
an aqueous extract versus. Are you able to hear me well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was an extension of Dr. Geedu's study. It was in Mukhapaka only, and we have done it in oral mucositis, radiation-induced oral mucositis.
You know that one was an aqueous extract and one was an alcoholic extract.
No, one was Jadi Quadha and one was Jadi Arka.
Okay. So what was your comparative observation between Quatha as well as it was gargling with Quatha and when you are applying a gel? What is your comparative observation between this work?
In that trial, it was found that Jadi Arka was more effective than Jadi Quadha in reducing the stomatitis. So in this study, we have used Jadi Arka alone, and it was converted into a gel. and it was applied to patients with grade 2 radiation-induced oral mucositis. Only patients undergoing radiation were selected, and patients with chemotherapy where we just excluded all these patients who were having concurrent chemotherapy, because those patients, the rate of wound healing between the radiation-induced mucositis and chemotherapy will be different. And because in chemotherapy, different medicines will be used, and the rate of wound healing for those medicines will be different. And we don't want to make a study which was so wide, and we tried to make the study more precise by taking only patients with radiation patients who have undergone radiation tomotherapy alone. We have just excluded the patient who have undergone radiation 3D CRT, that is 3D conformal rotation therapy. We have just excluded them because in that also the rate of the mucositis developed will be there will be difference between the radiation means the mucositis. So we have just excluded all this, and we have made all the criteria so precise. That's why we got only less patients, because if we have compromised with all these things, we may be getting much more patients.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We want to Dr. Supriya, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, actually, I was disconnected for quite a long time. So I would suggest that other judges can ask their questions first.
Okay, ma'am. Suhash Shetty, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Anuja. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Can you just focus on the relevance of the selection of the statistical test in your studies?
Sir, then independent sample t-test and paired t-test were done, and it was a small sample size. Actually, to be frankly telling, we cannot say statistical importance, because with these 10 patients, we were not able to tell statistically it was significant.
To know the relevance of selection of the test. Why did you select the independent t-test and the paired t-test?
Sir?
Why did you select these two tests? Not the statistical significance I'm talking about.
Sir, for independent t-test was selected for comparing the difference within the groups, and the paired t-test was done to test the significance. Paired t-test was done to study the significance within the group. The other was done to study the significance between the groups.
No, because the sample size is small.
Yes, sir.
It may not be relevant there. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think there was significant difference in the results in terms of the mean area and the pain.
Yes, sir. The mean area and
how did you ensure the baseline equality analysis? How did you analyze that at the baseline both the groups were equal? What are the test or statistical evaluation you did to ensure that?
Sir, we have used a radiation therapy oncology group scale for assessing the area of the oral mucositis. According to that, grade 2 radiation, grade 1 oral mucositis, there will be no wound or area. There will be just a reddish discoloration. And when it gets grade 2 radiation oral mucositis, the area is less than 1.5 centimeter. And when it becomes grade 3 radiation-induced mucositis, the area is more than 1.5 centimeter. And when the area becomes more than 1.5 centimeter, then according to the allopathy treatment, they will be starting with narcotic analgesics like morphine, codeine, and all. And we cannot say that then the pain reduction is because of our medicine. So we have stick to grade 2 radiation mucositis. When we assess the patient from the first day of the radiation, and we followed up on daily basis. And when the radiation means when they reach grade 2 radiation, that is the area within 1.5 centimeter, we started giving the medicines, and they were observed on a daily basis, and images were taken using intraoral camera, and the area was measured using images software. It was a software developed by the National Institute of Health, and using that image area of the wound was taken on daily basis, and we were checking whether it is crossing 1.5 centimeter and or not. Then once if it is getting more than 1.5 centimeter, we will stop that study, and that is the end point of the study. And in the trial group, majority of the patients got back to grade 1. That is, most the patients has the wound area has decreased or it has healed, and 3 patients has progressed to grade 3 in the trial group. Whereas in the control group, none of the patients has got reduced to grade 1 because they were progressively moving to the area was increasing only. So the 1.5 centimeter we took as the baseline.
Yeah, no, like whether there was any difference at the beginning in the two groups, whether they were
No,
equal.
No, sir. All the patients were selected when the patients get grade 2 only. Means when the wound start only, they started the medicine.
Duration.
Usually when the radiation, after starting the radiation, usually the radiation grade 2 is achieved on the 10th day or 7th day. When the means grade becomes grade 2, we started the medicine, and we either stop the study when it gets to grade 1, or it's progress to grade 3, or we kept a timeline of 15 days. If within the 15 days, if it's continuing only as grade 2, then on achieving the 15th day, we will stop the study. Or if it is getting back to grade 1 before the 15th day, or grade 3 before the 15th day, we will end the study. So we have daily basis, we have kept a base, and we were assessing whether our medicine was able to reduce the number of days of this progression.
Okay, thank you. I think over to Aarti madam.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Anuja, good. I have only one or two doubts. These patients, whether they were OP patients or IP?
Ma'am, for radiation therapy, usually they comes for OP as OP patients. It's a OP procedure they are doing, and weekly they come for 5 days.
And I think the radiation is not given daily, isn't it?
Weekly, it's given for 5 days. 2 days will be rest.
Okay, just I want to confirm, because repeatedly you are using the term daily monitoring. When they are OP patients, you cannot see them daily, isn't it?
No, ma'am, they will be staying in the guest house only, and daily they will be on Saturdays and Sundays also. I will be checking them. They will be staying there only in the guest house of Amrita Institute.
Okay. So that you have an option to visit them daily.
Yes, sir. Yes,
even if they are not getting radiation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Second doubt. See, there is a chance that in spite of applying the gel, a few patients may progress to grade 3, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I refer a patient to you with oral mucositis,
yes, ma'am,
and if I ask you to treat her, how, as a doctor, not as a PG student, not as a presenter here, as a doctor, how you will manage that case? You have to see that she doesn't progress to grade 3.
Okay, ma'am, if the area is less than this 1.5 centimeter, then of course I will be giving my medicine. And if it is progressing to grade 3, I will be preferring, because once it is getting into grade 3, the patient will be suffering from a lot of pain and all. Then this pain reduction medicines will surely we should give them, because otherwise the nutrition of the patients will be going down. So we will be giving some our Kavala or Gandusha. I opt for that.
And also, what about internal medication?
Sir, ma'am, I will be giving Guduchi Adi Kashayam or something. Pittahara.
Okay. And have you found out the reasons for progression to grade 3 in those few patients? Why they have ended up in grade 3?
Ma'am, because this radiation is given continuously, and to an extent, the patient has to maintain the oral hygiene. It is an important factor. We can only, daily we will be saying you should do this properly, and this mouthwash should be done properly. And if there is a fungal infection or something due to the patient, the mistake from the patient, it may progress. Because
okay. Did you advise regarding the patya during the course of the treatment?
Ma'am, actually the patients cannot take any food during this, because during the radiation therapy, the taste perception will be lost. So they will be taking on ghee and all to maintain the nutrition. They will be taking as much as food they will be possible.
Okay.
We cannot mention our kashai or something, because the patient is not palatable during that time. And
I am just eager to know whether they were on vegetarian diet or whether they were allowed to take non-vegetarian diet also, because this apatya also can contribute to the progression of the condition, isn't it?
Ma'am,
So it just was interesting to know that.
Ma'am, they were not able to eat any spice during the time.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Supriya, ma'am. Dr. Anja, please stay back.
Okay, sir.
We're trying to connect to Supriya, ma'am. I'll wait for another 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Supriya, ma'am, are you there?
Hello.
Supriya, ma'am. Yeah, last
Yeah,
1 minute.
am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
1
Dr.
minute left.
Anuja, you nicely defended all questions. Tell me that this characterization which you have done only once or 3 times on the jail.
Ma'am, for GCMS, I have only done once. The other analysis we had prepared 3 batches of the medicine, and for all 3 batches we have, for the gel as well as for the ARCA, we have done the analysis for 3 batches. For GCMS, I could do only once. I have done it in IIT
Okay,
Mumbai.
and any specific reason for going for GCMS and not for LCMS?
Ma'am, usually GCMS is done for the volatile contents, and in ARCA, the presence of the ARCA will be having more volatile contents. So we have opted for GCMS.
Okay, nice. Last question.
Ma'am, it's not clear, ma'am.
It's not clear, ma'am.
Has presented,
Ma'am, it's not audible.
this is if I'm not wrong.
Ma'am, can you repeat the question?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Can you please repeat the question?
Hello. One of your colleagues, hello.
Ma'am,
Hello,
it's
ma'am.
not clear, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Right now it's audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, yeah. So one of your
I'm sorry. Sorry, ma'am, it's not clear actually. Can you repeat the question, or shall we?
Ma'am, the question is not clear, ma'am. It's not clear.
From University. Okay.
Dr. Arjun, if Madam can send the question in our group, WhatsApp group, if it's possible, then one of us can ask the question.
Okay, ma'am. Supriya, ma'am, your audio is not clear actually. I'll please put the question in the chat box. Okay, ma'am has told that to call the next candidate.
Yeah, I think we can call the next candidate.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anuja. And
Thanks,
just please note that was Dr. Anuja, check code number T22015. And quickly move on to the next presentation. I invite Dr. Sherin KP, code number T22018. Once again, Dr. Sherin KP, code number T22018, to present the thesis. Dr. Sherin KP.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes. Your
Is my
presentation
screen
is also
visible?
visible. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
it's
I will
visible.
start.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good morning. Good morning, all. Myself, Dr. Shirin DP from the Department of Drugable Vijnana of the School of Ayurveda. Standing before you to present my thesis topic, guided by Dr. Priyalada B. Moving to my title of thesis. Anti-convulsant activity of Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus against PTZ induced convulsion in Swiss albino mice. My research question is, does Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus possess anti-convulsant activity against PTZ induced acute and kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice? My aims and objectives are: aim to evaluate the comparative anticonvulsant activity of Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus against PTZ induced acute and kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. Objectives are to analyze the pharmacognostical and phytochemical profile of the Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus. My null hypothesis is there is no anticonvulsant activity for Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus against PTZ-induced acute and kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. As it is a comparative study, I have 5 alternative hypotheses. First one is Spharanthus africanus and Spharanthus indicus possess anticonvulsant activity against PTZ-induced acute and kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. Next one is anticonvulsant activity of Spharanthus africanus is better than Spharanthus indicus against PTZ-induced acute model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. H3 is anticonvulsant activity of Spharanthus indicus is better than Spharanthus africanus against PTZ-induced acute model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. H4 is anticonvulsant activity of Spharanthus africanus is better than Spharanthus indicus against PTZ-induced kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. And last one is anticonvulsant activity of Spharanthus indicus is better than Spharanthus africanus against PTZ-induced kindling model of convulsion in Swiss albino mice. Moving to my methodology, the study was carried out in 6 steps. That is, first step is literature review, then identification and collection of trial drugs, pharmacognostical and phytochemical analysis, preparation of dosage form. My dosage form selected was Swarasa, and the dose was fixed as of APA, that is single dose is 20 ml and double dose is 40 ml. The in vivo study is conducted using 2 methodologies. The first one is pentylene tetrazole induced model of convulsion. That is, in that behavioral evaluation was only there. And next methodology is pentylene tetrazole induced kindling model of convulsion in mice. In that behavioral evaluation, biochemical evaluation and histopathological evaluation was there. And finally, statistical analysis of data using one-way ANOVA followed by unpaired t-test was there. Moving to the first in vivo study methodology. In this, we have 5 groups: control, standard, SI, Spharanthus indicus group, and Spharanthus africanus single dose, Swarasa single dose group, and Spharanthus africanus double dose group. In this, the standard drug was chosen as diazepam 5 mg tablet suspension in 10 ml distilled water. And in Spharanthus indicus group, the Swarasa 0.052 ml was given. And in Spharanthus africanus single dose group, 0.052 ml Swarasa was given, and in double dose group, 0.1 ml Swarasa was given. The parameters evaluated in this methodology is latency of onset of convulsion, frequency of myoclonic jerk, frequency of stop-style phenomena, frequency of clonic convulsion, frequency of clonic tonic convulsion, and mortality. Abolishing of clonic convulsion would be considered as the index of anticonvulsant activity. All the data are analyzed using one-way ANOVA followed by unpaired t-test. The next one is PTZ-induced kindling model. In this, the same groups are followed. And here, in the first methodology, we are giving the drug for 6 consecutive days. And the 6th day, we are inducing the convulsion using a full dose of PTZ, that is 80 mg per kg, and IP injection. In the second methodology, the difference is we are giving the medicine for 26 days, and on alternate days we are giving a subconvulsive dose of PTZ, that is 35 mg per kg IP injection is given, and we are observing the animals for 30 minutes after the IP injection. The parameters observed and evaluated in the second methodology is based on the Fisher and Kittner scoring system 1998. That is 0 for no evidence of convulsive activity, 1 for ear and facial twitching and head nodding, 2 for myoclonic jerk, 3 for four-limb clonosis and full rearing, 4 for generalized clonic convulsion, rearing, jumping and falling down and loss of right limb reflex, 5 for clonic tonic convulsion, tonic hind limb extension. In this case also data was assessed using one-way ANOVA followed by unpaired test. Going to the result of macroscopic evaluation of trial drugs. The two drugs looks morphologically similar, but the difference was the stem was tooth in two drugs, but the wings was the for two stems, but the that of Africanus was entire wings, and that of Indicus was two wings, and the pattern difference was there in this toothing pattern also, and the inflorescence is white, greenish white in Africanus and purple ovoid in Indicus. Going to the result of microscopy. Microscopy also almost same pattern showed, but in stem endodermis is barrel shaped is Indicus, and that of outer cortex is erythematous in Africanus. These are the pictures of microscopy. So the result of powder microscopy. Moving to the result of physicochemical and phytochemical analysis. Physicochemical parameters done are loss on drying, total ash, acid insoluble ash, water soluble ash, alcohol soluble extractive value, and water soluble extractive value. After getting the result, we came to know that the alkaloids, steroid, tannins, terpenoids, saponins, resins, and carbohydrates are present in both drugs, and flavonoids, phenols, carboxylic acid, amino acids, and quinone are absent in both drugs, and coumarin is present in Sphaeranthus africanus but absent in Sphaeranthus indicus. Going to the result of HPTLC photo documentation of trial drugs. This is the HPTLC plates. Then the HPTLC of ethanol extract in solvent system N-hexane diethyl ether in the ratio 3:7 at short UV revealed 5 green colored spots for SA and 4 green colored spots for Sphaeranthus indicus. These are the graphs. The RF values obtained for ethanolic extract at short UV of Sphaeranthus africanus are 0.18, 0.23, and 0.39, and 0.7 and 0.89. There are no spots observed at long UV and after divartization. Going to the results of in vivo study. The first methodology, PTZ induced conversion. The table shows that latency period in all 4 groups were increased when compared to the control group. The increase is statistically significant. Frequency of myoclonic jerk and frequency of stop-stale phenomena decreased only in standard group when compared to control group. Frequency of clonic conversion decreased in all 3 groups when compared to control group. And the decrease was statistically non-significant in 3 trial drug groups. And Sphaeranthus indicus group have mild decrease, and Sphaeranthus africanus single dose group have high decrease, and Sphaeranthus africanus double dose group have moderate decrease. Frequency of clonic tonic conversion decreased significantly in all groups. These are the graphs showing the all parameters. Next is the result of PTZ kindling. The table shows that the sum of total grading, that is Sphaeranthus africanus single dose and double dose, has decreased. The decrease was in double dose group was statistically significant. That is Sphaeranthus indicus group is mildly increased. Here we followed the grading system. Grade 1 in standard and Sphaeranthus indicus have increased, and that of Sphaeranthus africanus 2 groups have decreased non-significantly. Grade 3 in all groups has increased. Grade 4 in all groups has significantly decreased when compared to control group. The decrease is more in Sphaeranthus africanus than in Sphaeranthus indicus. Grade 5 in all groups have significantly decreased when compared to control group. We are also assess the data at the
last 1 minute.
5 minutes. Okay, I'm moving to the discussion part. These are the result of histopathological changes in the mice brain sample. Here we have seen the degenerative neurons in control group and standard group, but it is much reduced in the trial drug groups. Now moving to the discussion part of the Sphaeranthus PTZ induced model of conversion. Here, our standard drug showed more result than our test drugs, and here in all test drug groups, only one animal stayed alive, and all others are killed suddenly after the induction of the full-blown conversion. And standard drug survived. All the animals in the standard group survived. But in case of the kindling, we are giving a subconvulsive dose, and we are inducing the conversion in a mild dose. So here we got result in Spherandus africanus is more anticonvulsant activity, and it is dose dependent, and it is comparable to the drugs diazepam. In biochemical parameters also we got result in lipid peroxidation. And this conclusion, Spherandus africanus and indicus showed significant values, but africanus showed more significant values on majority of parameters. Spherandus africanus increased dose dependently anticonvulsant activity in all parameters in 2 models. The anticonvulsant activity is equivalent to the standard drug diazepam in PTZ kindling model of conversion rather than PTZ induced acute model of conversion. From the conclusions arrived, null hypothesis is rejected and alternate hypothesis H1, H2, and H4 is accepted. This is a summary. This is a limitation of my study. References. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon KP. And it's the time for discussion. I want to Suhas sir.
Good afternoon, Sharon.
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell me what's your idea behind the difference between the hypothesis 2 and 3 and 4 and 5? What is the difference between these 4 hypotheses?
Here we are in this study we choose 2 drugs, and we are testing these 2 drugs.
Can you close the presentation? You can continue.
Okay, we are using the 2 different methodologies of anticonvulsant activity and 2 different drugs. So we need to rule out which drug is superior and in which methodology it acts more wiser. That's why we put 5 hypotheses.
What's the relevance of using 1-way ANOVA and unpaired t-test in your study?
In 1-way ANOVA, we are comparing is there any significant difference between these groups, these 5 groups, and in that if we get the whether it is significant, we'll forward to unpaired t-test and find whether in which all groups remain the changes in which all groups remain significant. Like that we proceed.
Yeah, I think you had a slide on the contribution to the science and society. Can you just put some light on that? We can just tell me, not share the slides. You can just brief us about it.
Okay, proving 2 drugs of choice that may be useful in the convulsive disorders. That is, in total cases of convulsive disorders, 30% of the prevalent convulsive disorders patients remain unresponsive to the therapy using the synthetic drugs. So there's a need of the hour to develop new herbal remedies for this convulsive disorders. So we have got many options in our science. So I choose one such drug, Mundi, which is already proven for its anticonvulsant activity in its flower extract. And in our text, we have got the reference that Mahamundi is Gunottara or Tattulya. So and it is more abundant in our area than indicus. So I proceeded with Spherandus africanus anticonvulsant activity.
Okay.
And it's opening a way for exploring the therapeutic efficacy of Spherandus africanus. So, this is the first time a animal study is conducted in the drug Spherandus africanus. So apart from this thesis work, I have done the acute toxicity study of the Spherandus africanus also, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. I think Dr. Nambi can take it forward. Over to you, Dr. Nambi.
Thank you, Dr. Suhas. And my question was, you already put a light on that, but did you made any toxicity study of this? And how did you fix the dosage of these things?
Okay, sir. For this study purpose, we have chosen the formulation, that the dosage form, the Swarasa in API itself. It is mentioned the Swarasa of that, and we fixed the dose from that itself. It is mentioned that 10 to 20 ml dose. So we fixed the 20 ml as the single dose and 40 ml as the double dose. But the acute toxicity study of Sphaeranthes indicus is available. But Africanus is not available. So as a matter of concern for my satisfaction, I have done the acute toxicity based on the staircase methods, and I have submitted the article in a journal also, sir. I am waiting for the reviews.
Okay.
And it is 2000 LD50 is greater than 2000 mg per kg.
Okay. Did you publish that also parallelly?
I have submitted, sir. It's not published. It's under review process, sir.
Okay.
It's a research journal of pharmacy and technology. I have submitted, sir.
Okay, good. Hand over to Supriya, madam. I would like to hand over to Supriya, madam, please.
I think we can come back to Supriya ma'am. I would like to call Dr. Arati ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Sharin?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. See, as you found, the results were better in the kindling model, isn't it? Not
yes,
with the acute model.
Yes.
So can you please I got it. Can you please translate it into the real life? That is, if you are to give this medicine for convulsive disorder at any time, based on your finding, that is, it is better, the results are, or the positive results you got only in the kindling model of the group, isn't it? So how do you translate it into the real day-to-day situation?
Okay, ma'am. In the first model, that is PTZ induced model, we are just giving a neuronal toxicity, a high dose of PTZ, and we are just inducing an acute neuronal toxicity.
Doctor, I'm not asking about the methodology.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
Your finding, you have to translate it to the real this thing. See, tomorrow, if there are 10 patients, based upon your finding, how do you recommend other doctors to use this particular dravya? That is my question.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say, ma'am. Because in a real life situation, convulsive disorder is much more than a neuronal toxicity. It's just acute neuronal toxicity. It's there are neuronal changes and brain changes occurring in the patient. That's it's the basic pathology behind the convulsive disorders. So it is much more in convulsive disorders. We are getting spontaneous and recurrent convulsions. It is absent in the first model. So in a real life situation, the convulsive disorders are much more correlated to the second model, kindling model. So we can suggest rather than this allopathic medication, we can go for our remedies for this convulsive disorders in real life situation.
Okay, and you have used the Swarasa, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And the whole year, during which time you can use this Swarasa?
Okay, actually the flowering time of this plant is from December to April, ma'am. So I collect it. It is a range. In some areas it exceeds from April also, and I chose from the indicus I collected from Palakkad district, and the Africanus I collected from Kollam district, and freshly I am taking the Swarasa. Not dried form. I'm taking the Swarasa in fresh form only. I have done the study in Udupi, ma'am. I'm native of Kerala, but I transported this freshly collected plants once in 3 days by train. ma'am.
Okay. No, no, I'm anxious because even if it is very good, because you are using only the Swarasa, whether there is some limitation because we cannot use the medicine round the year. So can you suggest of other kalpanas?
Okay. In Swarasa Kalpana itself, we have a Gunottara Kalpana, ma'am. We can extract the Swarasa from dried form also. We have got the papers that the flower extract is more potent of that of indicus. The flavonoid content in flower extract is more. So the flowering season, we can collect these plants and we can kept it dried, and then we can extract the Swarasa from this dried material based on the Swarasa Kalpana in Sharangadhar Samhita from dried drugs.
Okay, fine.
Over to Dr. Supriya, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in one of your slides, you mentioned that catalase has decreased in all trial groups.
Yes, ma'am. We got a negative result in that of catalase activity. In the lipid peroxidation only,
so you didn't mention this in you didn't say anything about these results in your discussion. Like there was a negative result also.
I have put the slides, ma'am, but due to this time stringent, I skipped that one and directly moved on to the conclusion, ma'am.
Okay, okay. And one more thing is you have shown HPTLC patterns of the two drugs and you have compared them. So you have shown that some peaks are missing in either of the variety. Like the first peak was missing in Africans, and then there were two peaks which were missing in Indicus.
Yes.
So have you tried to find out what are those compounds? Because that may be the possible reason why you are finding the difference between the two species.
Because the whole HPTLC system was developed, we have used the n-hexanes to dilute the ether 3:7. The whole thing was developed for eliciting the sesquiterpene
Fine, that I understand. Yeah, that I understand. But you have found that some peculiar compounds were present only in one species.
Yes, coumarin.
Yeah, there were few common and there were few specific compounds present in either of the species.
Yes.
So have you tried to find out that what are those compounds so that you can attribute the activity with the difference which you will find in the both the species to those compounds?
Okay, ma'am. I have included in the slides because I didn't explain it. Because the coumarin is present, we got more positive result in Sphaeranthes africanus. And in Sphaeranthes africanus, apart from this other ingredients, coumarin is present in this Africanus species, and it is absent in Indicus. And this I have research for this papers based on this coumarin's neuronal activity, and I found that coumarins have the capability of correction of neuronal degeneration. And in my it may be the possible mode of action that the coumarins reversed the neuronal change and protected these animals from neuronal toxicity.
Ma'am, your audio is not clear.
Just a second. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have done
Question
the
is, you are talking about report.
Yes, phytochemical analysis I'm talking about.
PTLC results. That was the question.
Okay. Further studies are needed. Further quantitative HPTLC analysis is needed to be done. So an analysis of the spotted points, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Madam, please unmute.
I think that issue is with the microphone. Okay. So, okay, let's conclude this presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sherin KP, and thank you all the judges. We have still 3 presentations before the lunch break, so we will quickly move on to a small break, a short break. It's 12:11 on my clock, so we will return by 12:16 sharp. A short break. Meanwhile, we will be presenting a short presentation. Thank you all. So let's move on to the next presentation. Judges, hope you are all ready.
Yeah. Please, we can restart.
Okay. We are resuming the presentations. So next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sandhya MR.
Yes, sir.
Judges, please note code number T22037. Dr. Sandhya MR. Code number T22037.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes. Dr. Sandhya, please put it in full screen. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sandhya, are you ready?
1 second, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready? Then the time starts now.
Okay, sir. Good morning to all. Welcome to the presentation. My name is Sandhya MR. I completed my PG in Vaidyaratnam PS Warrior Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, under the guidance of Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar and under the co-guidance of Dr. E. Mukesh. Title of my research is an exploratory study on Upamana Pramana with special reference to its application in clinical teaching of Ayurveda. Before moving to the objectives, first I wish to refresh the term Upamana. It is the method of attaining knowledge of a thing based on the similarity with a non-object. Objectives are to conduct a narrative review on general extent of Upamana Pramana in Brihatrayi and to conduct a survey on practice, concerns and relevance of Upamana Pramana in clinical teaching of Ayurveda. Methodology. First, data collection from Brihatrayi was done and the data were analyzed. Next step was questionnaire development. For getting domains for questionnaire, single FGD was conducted with 11 teachers from various departments of different Ayurveda colleges under Kerala University of Health Science were selected and the items were devised. Next step was item selection. Phase and content validity done and initial panel study and cognitive interview was made with 3 experts from our college and retest reliability was done. The questionnaire developed through these questions contain 15 questions which was subjected for survey. Next, methodology of survey among teachers. Initially, data of 521 teachers were collected and systematic random sampling was done with a sampling interval of 5 by a PG student from our department. And initially 105 teachers were selected and 80 teachers from various departments of different Ayurveda colleges under Kerala University of Health Science were participated very much. Then observations on literature. In Brihatrayi, use of Upamana is seen in many domains such as explanation of concepts and phenomena, explaining human body and related phenomena, pathology, therapeutics, pharmacology, pharmaceutical combinations, Swastavrita and maxims. Under the heading of explaining human body and related phenomenon, the physiological processes and anatomical structures involving Upamana were included. And Roga Pariksha like Panchalakshana Nidana and Rogi Pariksha like Trividha Pariksha and Dashavidha Pariksha, organoleptic features involving Upamana were included under pathology. Then there were more than 800 Upamanas in Brihatrayi and eliminating the repetition, it was found to be 554 in number. It's a table showing the organoleptic features involving Upamana. Likewise, 23 tables were created. And observations on FGD. Ideas delivered by the discussants are summarized under 6 domains. Importance of Upamana, utility of Upamana, role of instructors in delivering Upamana, role of learners in apprehending Upamana, advanced technology and innovations in Upamana, scope and limitations of Upamana in teaching. This is the sociogram representing the FGD. It represents the pattern of discussion during the FGD. And the departments of Shalakya Tantra and Roga Nidana were participated more actively. Then observations on validation process. Average content validity index was above 0.8 and retest reliability was done with Pearson correlation coefficient and it was 0.8 for which denotes a high relationship. And observations on survey. 62.5% of these teachers were from private sector and 17.5 from aided and 20% from government college. Since self-financing colleges are more in Kerala,
it usually satisfies the teacher's population pattern. Therefore, the experience of the respondents were between 3 to 10 years mostly. Even though department-wise categorization or selection was not done during random allocation, almost all departments got participation. And this was the questionnaire containing 15 questions, and it was graded with 4-pointed Likert scale. There is a great agreement to the question of beneficiality nature of Upamana, and 74% only negligible disagreement for the textual references involving Upamana in transacting Ayurveda, and most of the teachers are used in the Upamana in their speciality. And to the question, I feel that the students comprehend the proper meaning of the idea conveyed through Upamana. There is a 72% agreement for that. Then the outdated nature of Upamana also, most of them are disagreed, and Upamana enables the student to identify the clinical conditions that they have not observed in their clinical classes. But 71% generally and 20% strongly agreed that the Upamana should be updated. And most of them, 68% generally and 14% strongly aware with the technologies like simulation and instruction analogy, modern technologies. Then most of them, 75% were employed also. This was the agreement on relevance of Upamana in present day teaching. Then discussion on literature study. Analogical knowledge is the knowledge of relation between the name and the named, but here we are considering only the similarity. Then Charaga included it under Vadamarga, which is coming under one among the teaching modality. Then there were some controversies in implications on Upamana. While explaining the organoleptic features, some descriptions are very much clear about to which sense organ they are related. For example, Padapurna Dhritisparshains and Dhyadavada. But in the case of Ruddhabada Kamala, Acharya telling that the stool will be like Tilapishta, but now also there is no clarity that whether it indicates the color or consistency of the stool. Next problem is difficulty in identifying the correct meaning of the terms used. Then the discussions were made with mismatching ideas derived from survey on updation, standardization, and students' perception on Upamana. Then Upamana in relation to instruction analogy. It is abundantly used in modern science. Most of our respondents also employ this technique. If we are standardizing the new ones, it can become a common practice among teachers. This slide I put just to show that there are some recent observations on instruction analogy. The first four are a instruction module prepared by Dr. M.V. Binod Kumar for his PhD thesis for teaching the Tridosha Siddhanta. Then Sushruta Samhita Sutrasthana 9th chapter Yogi Sutriya Madhyayam is an example in Ayurveda for a simulation technique. Then summary, literature review and content analysis were done for fixing domains, and tabulated descriptions were prepared under different domains. More exploration on their application on teaching was necessitated. Survey among teachers was made with the domains fixed by FGD, and it was done with 80 teachers via Google form, and the area addressed in the questionnaire were relevance, students' perception, updation and standardization of Upamana in teaching. Uniformity and most of the teachers are employing instruction analogy. If we are standardizing the new ones, it can become a very common practice among the teachers. Upamana is extensively used in Brihadrayi. Most extensive descriptions we are available in relation to symptomatology. FGD and survey could derive the conformity and concerns by teachers related to use of Upamana in clinical teaching. Major agreements on Upamana were its importance, applicability, and ease in comprehension. Major concerns were outdated nature of examples and need of updation and standardization. And specific contribution to the society. It helps in establishing the necessity of updating traditional pedagogic practices and thereby enriching the teaching learning practices in Ayurveda. Due to lockdown, because of the COVID
Last 1
pandemic,
minute.
FGD was conducted in Zoom platform. These are the recommendations. Instruction trials can be conducted based on the effectiveness of instructions using Upamana. Further studies can be conducted among teachers on developing specific updated analogical practices. There is a scope of multidisciplinary approach in bringing new dimensions to the concept of Upamana. A survey study can be planned at national level following the practice suggested in the present work. Terminology to explore specific meaning of terms used in the use of Upamana can also be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhya. Can you conduct the presentation?
Yes.
And it's time for discussion. I would like to start the discussion from Dr. Supriya ma'am. Dr. Supriya ma'am. So, Suraj Shetty sir, we will come back to Supriya ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Sandhya. A nice work on questionnaire developing. Can you put some light on the phase and the content validity?
Okay, sir. First, initially, we done for phase and content validity. For phase validity,
What's the basic difference between phase validity and content?
phase validity was done for general, the grammatical, word, and spelling mistakes were corrected by the phase validity, and content validity to indicate the minute point of content we were analyzed with the experts. For phase validity, we done it for 10 teachers from our college, and average agreement was 80% from the teachers, and content validity we done calculated with the calculating the content validity index.
Have you taken any opinion from the students, or it's only on by the teachers?
No, sir. Primarily, after conceptualization, after the FGD, conceptualization was done. Then items were devised, and after that, item selection was done. These selected items first we gave to 10 PG scholars from our college, different departments of our college. Then only we make the final questionnaire, sir.
No, then after, how did you give this to any other students after final questionnaire? Only these 10 PG students were utilized, or whether this
yes, sir.
was done on any other?
No, sir. Only 10. I gave it to only 10 students, sir.
Why?
No, I just want to know whether they can understand what I have written, or what I want to ask to teachers. So I gave it to different departments, not only the Samhita or Kaumara, or I gave it to all the departments.
Yeah. So you have mentioned about the teaching learning practices. Basically, what is the understanding? What's the difference between teaching and learning?
So teaching, we are giving for that we can give so many options. So now the well advanced technique is instructional analogy in modern practices. So we can use instructional modules for teaching. So it will be very much useful for learning to the students.
My question was, what is the basic difference between these two? What is teaching? What is learning?
Teaching is teaching to the students, and learning is apprehending from the apprehending the concept from the teachers.
Okay. What statistical test did you do for the internal consistency and the split half consistency in your questionnaire development?
No statistical experimentation was done for that, sir.
Like a Cronbach alpha, split half, and reliability test was not done?
No, sir.
Why?
I know it was just a questionnaire for survey. While giving it for phase and content validity index, some teachers told that you should do the reliability also. So I gave the reliability test. I have done the reliability test also, but other statistical tests were not done, sir, because my major work was the survey part.
Okay, thank you. May I request Dr. Aarti Madam to please continue?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you give examples for Vaidharmya Vishishta Pindajnana? 2 examples, how this Upamana can be used in clinical teaching.
Vaidharmya Vishishta Pindajnanam we are using if we want to compare with different examples, because horse is not like camel. Am I audible, miss?
Yeah, yes. Please continue.
Example is the horse is not like camel because the camel is a hunchback and it has long head. It's an example for Vaidharmya Vishishta Pindajnana. And the lion is not like other.
Now, can you please give examples which are relevant in our day-to-day teaching, not examples from outside, within Ayurveda? See, any Upamana we use to narrate it in a better way so that students can understand, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
How this Upamana can be used?
Ma'am, in Nyaya Darshana only they are devising these Upamanas in three levels. In my study, I put the similarity only that I have mentioned in my study also, ma'am. I have put on only the similarity in my study.
Okay, okay. And one more thing, it's a suggestion rather. The main difficulty in the current generation students is to understand our various gunas, Vimshati gunas. I expected something from your side. You are silent on that. Like what is Ruksha? What is Snigdha? What is Guru? What is Lagu? What is Kara Pichila? So if you could have suggested few Upamanas, see, it's there is no wrong in coming out with the totally new ideas also, isn't it? It need not be only, you need not limit your explorative study only to what is already there in the Samhitas. You could have gone a little bit ahead, and you could have, because this is most important area where our first year students, they need to understand what is Snigdha, what is Ruksha. For that purpose, we could use some Upamana so that they will understand it very quickly, and when they see a patient, they can connect that. Okay. That's my suggestion. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. For that teaching module also, we use some pictures. For Ruksha, we made the picture of a Vridha, and for Snigdha, we use a little baby. Likewise, teaching was also we made, ma'am. Of course, we'll go through.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Want to Dr. Narayanamurthy, sir.
I would like to ask you something that you mentioned that there are around 500 Upamanas available in the text, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So did you make any attempt to categorize that based on the atmosphere, based on the animals, or based on any categorization from the content wise? Did you made any attempt to do that?
No, sir. That type of categorization was not made by me. I just categorized under the 8 domains, sir. That physiological phenomenon, anatomical phenomenon, pathology, therapeutics, dravya guna, maxims, like that. The categorization only made by me, sir. Because of the time constraint, after that only I should go for the survey. So from the literature, I made the categorization like this only, sir.
You see, because if we are able to categorize, for example, Udumbara to the skin dermatological one categorization, these type of similarities, there some of the similarities may be much easier, even day-to-day life, it may be much relevant and presentful. But there are some of the examples made told in the text, maybe a historical relevance, or maybe contemporarily it may not be that much relevant. So
Yes,
when you make a focus group discussions, probably you may have you may able to, I don't know, how did you made it a focus group discussion, putting about the content out of Upamana. Upamana is a larger frame of content. We have more than 500 or plus things. So did you made a categorization of things into sets so that you will be discussing on that? So how did you made that perspective of it in the survey?
Sir, focus group discussion was made for getting the domains for the survey questionnaire, fixing the domains and to get the questionnaire for the survey. For that, different participants from different departments under Kerala University of Health Science, 11 participants were there. They made their ideas, and first thing I want to know that whether Upamana is important and there is any outdated nature of Upamana. In my study, it was a hypothesis generation study. So I want to give a background for a further study that Upamana is outdated or not, and updation is needed. And in next step, we can do what all things are outdated and what all things to be updated. Initial pilot study, what I have done from with 3 experts, even they told about the outdated behavior of Rohita Malsya, etc.
Okay, my last question is that what are the things, what are the recommendation if somebody is taking as a continuation of your work? If somebody is from the basic department is taking, what are your key observation and what are your recommendation for the next work which is you really not able to do in this context? In the
Yes, sir. First thing, if we have not included the students in this study. Instead, students part was necessitated from the teachers only. In the next step, we can involve the students also for the study. And another thing is instructional modules we can prepare with the existing Upamanas. So it will be easy for the students to apprehend very easily, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, Supriya ma'am.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you mentioned that many of the Upaman Pramanas are now outdated. So can you give a few examples where we can, from, I mean, the current scenario that we can use for Upaman Praman to, as a practical application of Upaman Praman?
Sir, this is not, Miss, this is not my opinion, but while discussing in the focus group discussion, we had an opinion that from the Department of Roganidana, one of our teacher opined that the treatment for different Prakriti patients will differ. To understand it simply, we can use the Upamana of grease, water analogy. And you please put grease and apply it on glass sponge and mix it with glass. Mix it with a glass of water and try to remove it. The options will be different for removal of all these things. Likewise, Upamanas we can create in the next steps, ma'am.
Okay, fine. And so, as madam has also asked you, can you give us few examples like which can be really relevant in teaching different subjects? Because like this example of grease and water, but sorry to say that we are talking about the Ayurveda students, which is a medical science. So the example should be relevant to medical science also. So can you tell us few examples how you will give, I mean, in Dravya Guna, how you can apply Upaman Praman?
In Dravya Guna, most of the drugs are named.
Then Nidan and Chikitsa. because you have these branches as well. And madam also asked you the similar question that how you will apply, where you will apply.
In Nidana, while in classes, we are just putting the shlokas in our mind and not analyzing that. But there were so many upamanas in Nidana. But we are, example, the Kroshtuka Shirsha, the knee will be like the jackal head. But we can see in the clinical only when we are attending a patient who is having Kroshtuka Shirsha, we can assume that, oh, that this is that what I have studied in the previous class through Upamana. Likewise, some are not outdated now also. In the case of basics, principles also, Prakriti, while explaining the Prakriti, we can explain with the best Upamana that they have explained in Ashtanga Hridaya Sutrasthana is now also relevant, because the poisonous creatures which are formed from the poison will not disturb them. Likewise, Upamanas, if we are developing new Upamanas, it should be like this, apt for every angle, Miss.
Okay, and last thing is Dr. Suhas Shetty has already discussed about this, but teaching learning, when you talk about teaching and learning, there are now many tools coming up, and there is specific branch now, medical education technology. So there are many things happening in that, and there are various domains of teaching, learning. So basically learning. So have you referred to them, cognitive domain, like affective domain? Have you referred any of this? Because you are talking about the subject which is in teaching learning domain. So have you read something about the medical education technology and the different kind of Bloom's taxonomy, for example? Yes. Have you referred those?
Yes, I referred it, ma'am, but during my study, I referred all these things, ma'am. Means this Bloom's taxonomy, all I referred, ma'am. That
yeah, that is a pyramid. So
pyramid, yes, ma'am.
Have you published a paper on this particular thesis? On your thesis? If you have you published a paper?
No, ma'am. Only I published only a portion of this, ma'am. The instructional analogy, the comparison with the instructional analogy and Ayurvedic Upamana, that 14 types of this subject, likewise, so many things that are there in instructional analogy. That only I published, ma'am.
Yeah, if you are planning to publish another paper, so just a suggestion that you go through these teaching learning technologies and then refer to your Upaman Praman in that perspective. So it will be more contextual.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interfere. Yeah. And it's time. So that was code number T22037, Dr. Sandhya MR. Thank you, Dr. Sandhya. Thank you, judges. And next, we move on to the next presentation. Judges, please note code number T22040, Dr. Jisha PL. This is the 7th presentation in this row. T22040, Dr. Jisha PL.
Am I audible, sir?
You're audible. Dr. Jisha, please turn on your camera. You're not visible. Your presentation is visible.
Okay, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
The screen is visible, but you are not visible. Please turn on your camera.
It is
Okay.
on.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's
All
start,
right.
sir.
32240. Dr. Jisha, are you ready? Yeah. The time starts now.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Jisha PL. I completed my post-graduation from Amrita School of Ayurveda under the guidance of Dr. K. Shivabalaji, Dr. Anup R, Dr. Sushma NS.
Dr. Jisha, is there any technical glitches?
Yes, sir. Some technical issues is there, sir. 1 minute, sir. Slide is not moving, sir. 1 minute.
Your slide is visible. Please put it in full screen mode. Yeah, slideshow.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Can I start, sir?
continue.
Okay, sir. I'm Dr. Jisha PL. I have completed my post-graduation from the School of Ayurveda under the guidance of Dr. K. Shivabalaji of the School of Ayurveda, Dr. Anup R. Ahmed Institute of Medical Science, Kochi, Dr. Sushma NS of the School of Ayurveda. This is the title of the research: Assessment of Combined Efficacy of Draksha Kuduchadi Kavalan Gadiradi Mukadharana in Curative Radiotherapy Induced Xerostomia in Head and Neck Cancer, a clinical study. Rationally, xerostomia affect 80% of the patients who need radiotherapy as a primary treatment, adjunct to surgery in combination with chemotherapy or palliation. Patients affected by xerostomia have a hyperfunction of the salivary output. This reduction leads to functional oral disorders such as dental decay, dental caries, etc. These factors may ultimately cause reduced nutrition intake and weight loss and cause significantly affect the general health. By reviewing the available literature, it is found that there is no standard treatment guidelines are available. Primary treatment relief can be provided by moistening agents and salivary substitutes. My next question: can Draksha Kavalan Gadiradi Mukadharana be effective in curative radiotherapy induced xerostomia? Objectives: whether Draksha Kashaya Kavalan Gadiradi Mukadharana treatment can improve subjective symptoms of xerostomia, whether this treatment shows any improvement in salivametry and saliva pH, whether this treatment shows any statistically significant results. Research hypothesis: null hypothesis. Combined efficacy of Draksha Kuduchadi Kavalan Gadiradi Mukadharana is not effective in curative radiotherapy induced xerostomia in head and neck cancer. Alternate hypothesis: combined efficacy of the Draksha Kashaya and Gadiradi Mukadharana is effective in curative radiotherapy induced xerostomia in head and neck cancer. Methodology: it is a prospective open label intervention single arm clinical trial. A total number of 20 registered patients from the OPD of radiation oncology, Amrita Institute of Medical Science, who are fulfilling the inclusion criteria selected. Study duration for a single patient was 30 days. For total study duration is 12 months. Statistical analysis was done by Wilcoxon sign rank test and payer test. These are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria: patients underwent radiotherapy, diagnosed with head and neck cancer, suffering from xerostomia, patients of either sex, aged between 18 to 80, patients present with the symptoms of like difficulty in eating, patients having unstimulated whole salivary flow rate less than 0.3 ml per minute and stimulated salivary flow rate less than 1 ml per minute. Exclusion criteria: patients diagnosed with Sjogren's syndrome and diabetes mellitus, patients diagnosed with any other systemic disease or symptoms having dryness of mouth, patients having other oral diseases like oral mucositis and oral ulcers. Outcome measures: there are subjective parameters questionnaire to assess xerostomia. There are 13 questions. Each of these questions will be scored 0, 1, 2, 3. Objective parameters presented by salivametry and pH of saliva. Salivametry measures stimulated and unstimulated saliva flow rate. Stimulation was done by 10% citric acid. Treatment protocol: Draksha Kuduchadi Kavalan preparation: 125 grams of kashaya powder boiled with 2 liters of water and raised to 500 ml. 150 ml thrice daily. Usage: added 5 ml of honey into 50 ml kashaya. Gargle the kashaya very well for 3 minutes. It was done for 3 times in one sitting. Thrice daily for 1 month, 1 hour before food intake. Gujarati Vadi: dose 1 tablet being 1 gram was given 3 times daily for 1 month, 1 hour before food intake. Usage: 1 tablet was slowly chewed, and after that, the patient was asked to swallow the remaining fragments of the tablet. This is the observation. Assessed for eligibility 35. 4 dropouts were there. Study completed with n equal to 0. This is a graphical representation of the observation. Here, age-wise distribution: about 55% of the patients are in the age group of 51 to 65. Gender-wise distribution: 70% are males. And occupation-wise distribution: 70% of patients are professionals and businessmen. Moving to the results. The subjective parameters like pain in mouth, dryness in mouth, eating difficulty, drinking difficulty, chewing difficulty, swallowing difficulty, choking, sticky saliva, talking difficulty, difficulty in enjoying food, impairment in smell sensation, impairment in taste sensation, cough. These are the subjective parameters. These all subjective parameters statistically significant with p-value 0.05, except cough, impairment in smell sensation and impairment taste sensation is not statistically significant. These are the results for objective parameters: unstimulated salivary flow rate, stimulated salivary flow rate, and saliva pH. These three are statistically significant. This is the percentage of improvement in patients. This is a comparison between before and after treatment. This is a completion certificate to Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi. Move to the discussion. Discussion on the effect of treatment on pain in mouth. Here, Madhusya Vranaropa Gatagan causes local calming effect and ease the pain. And Adimada Lavanga Savia Jadi Pella Tratpella, which has the Vedana Stabana action. And this is especially indicated for Mukaroba Ruja. Discussion on effect of treatment on dryness of mouth. Madhura Snigda Shida properties Draksha has nourishing action on oral mucosa. Ambu Savia Dadigi Katpilla Tuk Musta Yavashaka Patmaga Jadi Fella Karpura and Levanga has Trishna Hera property and covered a procedure which causes mechanical pressure inside the oral cavity and produces and causes the production of the saliva. Treatment on eating, chewing, swallowing, and drinking difficulty. Here, Aruchikara Relaxara property of Ambu Patanga and Laksha enhance the interest for food. And Katfella Tuk Musta Yavashaka Patmaga Jadifella and Levanga have Trishna Hera properties. Covered procedure causes good access for the muscles of cheek, lip, tongue, and soft palates. Discussion effect of treatment on saliva, sticky saliva. Here, the Kabahara property of Triphala Kedira, Arimeda, Laksha, Davi, which pacifies the Guru Mandastira guna of sticky saliva. And Ushna Legu guna of Savia, Ampu, Nisha, Chongaka, Jadipati, it decreases sticky feeling of mouth. Discussion on the effect of treatment on difficulty in taste and smell perception and difficulty in enjoying food. Here, Amala is the Amala Rasa Pradhana drug, which is indicated in Aruji. And Aruji has a relaxer property of Ambu, Katpala, Patanga, Laksha, and has a taste sensation accordingly improves the smell perception. And Karpura Ela, which are aromatic stimulants and indicated in Asivirasa, which subsides the perverted taste sensation, which is the complaint by many of the patients. Sugandha and Sirivi properties of Karpura and Levanga, which stimulates the desire for food. Amalaki, Haritiki, and Guduji, which has Rasana property and it nourishes the dadus and promotes efficient function of the sense organs. Here, Drakshagulajiti yoga nourishes the oral mucosa and supports the muscles for proper articulation. And this Kavala procedure strengthens the muscles of cheek, tongue, lips, and soft palate. And coughing and choking, dryness of mouth, sticky saliva irritate the mucosa, which results in cough. And Drakshagulaji, which has nourishing in action, so that's the mucosa by activating proper saliva production. And Snigdha property of Yashti, Laksha, Jongaka, Patmaga, Kola, so that's the pathway. Discussion on the effect of the treatment of xylometry. Draksha, so that's the oral mucosa, and it stimulates the secretory action of salivary glands. Action of Kavala, which increases the mechanical pressure inside the oral cavity and stimulates the chemoreceptors present in the mouth and increases salivary secretion. And Nangadredi yoga, the Tikta Kashaya rasa with the Lek Ruksha Guna, Tiktrasa Lex Amapachana, which reduces the Apnimandya, Lekana Kledahara property relieves the Srodhavara of the salivary glands. Kashaya rasa with Kledahara property reduces Sanka in Srodhas. Discuss treatment effect of treatment saliva pH. Here the Paitya Prakriti of radiation causes shoshan of mukha and goes the pH into acidic level. Drugs with Snigdha Shedaguna of Draksha Gudajati like Draksha and drugs of Gujarati like Gairiga Laksha Patna can cause Pita Shamana, and it also causes Rasadhatu Poshna, enabling proper salivation, making the saliva pH neutral or alkaline. And this Kavala procedure also helps restoration of neutral or alkaline pH of saliva by stimulating the salivary glands by pressure stimulus. And maintenance of this alkaline pH is very important for the further prevention of other oral diseases like dental caries, gingivitis, periodontitis, etc. Moving to the summary, the study was pre and post clinical study with total number of participating patients being 20. It was an open label single-arm clinical study. The patients recruited from radiation oncology OPD of Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi, with symptoms of serostomia like dryness in mouth and eating difficulty. Objectively, stimulated and stimulated salivary flow and salivary pH were noted. The drugs formulations were made from GMP certified company. The results obtained showed improvement in signs and symptoms. No untoward effects were encountered in the method of management of serostomia. Conclusion. This single-arm intervention study indicates that an Ayurvedic management of radiotherapy induces serostomia with Draksha Gudajati Kavala and Gidiradi shows a potentially positive effect with subjective and objective improvement in symptoms and appears promising. No serious adverse effects were reported and the compliance was good. Hence, alternate hypothesis accepted. Limitations and recommendations. Here, the limitation of this study is a small sample size and the absence of comparative arm. Randomized control studies with a large number of patients need to be done to generate stronger evidence. In patients with a chronicity of serostomia more than 5 to 6 years, there will be difficulty in salivary stimulation by medicines. Hence, the treatment of serostomia should be initiated within 5 years. Instead of Kashaya preparation, Grida, Taila, or Kshira-based formulations can be adopted. Specific contribution to the society. and science, all the system medicine must be combined together for the well-being of mankind, especially in dreadful diseases like cancer. In certain stages of cancer, radiotherapy and chemotherapy are inevitable, but the side effects are very harmful to the patient's health, which may affect the quality of life of patients. In Ayurveda, we haven't gone deep into this context. More research should conduct in this area for dealing the unwanted side effects of these therapies and also for helping the patients to regain their health. Thus, this research could be a new insight to this field. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jisha PL. Quickly move on to the discussion. Dr. Arati ma'am, please start the discussion.
Hello, Dr. Jisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Jisha, please.
Yeah.
The presentation.
Dr. Jisha, before moving on to questions, just out of curiosity, why the usage of term curative intent radiotherapy?
Curative intent radiotherapy. Because consulted with the Dr. Anup sir from the Radiation Oncology Department, Amrita Institute of Medical Science, Kochi, and sir suggested to do this research in curative intent radiotherapy.
No. My question is, radiotherapy is for therapeutic purpose only, isn't it?
No,
the usage, the
yes,
particular
sir.
term I am asking about, curative
Yes,
intent radiotherapy.
They are giving radiation for pain relieving also. Not for a curative purpose, also for this pain relieving, they're giving this radiotherapy.
Okay, and these patients, whether they are of different category, I mean,
yes,
some are immediately after radiation, some were
no,
1 year after radiation. What was that?
Ma'am, immediately after radiation, they will have oral mucus, that is oral ulcers, like their oral symptoms will be there. So after 6 months, they will get this xerostomia. So the patients of my study, I taken the patients with a duration of 1 year with the symptoms of xerostomia.
Okay. And the next question is that, what is the rationale behind using a kalpana, which is ruksha, like kashaya for kavala, which is ruksha, kadiradivati is again ruksha, and there is already a lot of rukshata in the mukha. So what is the rationale behind choosing this particular kalpana?
Ma'am, Draksha Mulajati Kashaya and Gadiradivadi, according to the Ashtanga Hridaya, this is indicated for Sarva Mukhamaya. So here in our radiation-induced xerostomia and other diseases, this is the Agandaja Nidana. So getting so for the nourishment of the oral mucosa, oral health, and also this Drakshapulaja and Gadiradivadi contains Pridoshara drugs more. So I decided to change.
Okay. But ruksha, as far as guna is concerned, ruksha versus
yes.
ruksha.
Yes, sir. But sir, many patients with xerostomia, the patients complains about the sticky saliva because the saliva quality decreases. That the quality decreases, the water content decreases. So the sticky saliva will present as a xerostomia effect. So for decreasing the guru and the stira guna of that sticky saliva, we included these two tricks.
Okay. And you showed some pictures, doctor.
Yeah.
But what were those pictures are about? And in your patients, what were the signs, symptoms? Symptoms were, I understood what were the symptoms. What were the signs?
Dr. Jisha, you heard the question?
No, sir.
You heard the question from ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Symptoms wise, 13 symptoms. That is pain.
Doctor, I could understand the symptoms. What were the signs? What were the signs?
Ma'am, the parameters we selected for the xerostomia, thus cylometric value, that is stimulated and unstimulated salivary rate.
Okay, anything pertaining to the oral cavity, you can tell that this is the sign.
No, ma'am.
No, then what picture you showed? What was this? Those pictures were for?
Ma'am, this is to because for a xerostomia patients, the dryness of the mouth, we can see the dryness of the mouth. So we can compare before and after treatment. But because after treatment, they will have moistened will have saliva in their mouth. So we can compare these two pictures.
So dryness you could see, and that picture you have taken.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, okay. And one suggestion, whenever you try to explain the mode of action of the dravyas, so now you're telling that draksha is rasayana and that is how it is nourishing dhatus because draksha has got a rasayana property. So I feel that, see, because something is rasayana, every rasayana dravya cannot be used for this purpose, isn't it? See, every dravya or every combination has got its own action when it is used in different form. And if you focus on its rasayana action, I think in this context, it is not that much advisable because Chavanaprasha is a rasayana. You cannot use Chavanaprasha in this particular context, isn't it? So in an enthusiasm to justify the mode of action of the dravyas, I think it is not necessary to consider each and every action of that particular dravya. We need to focus on only those gunas which are very relevant in the given context. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Subhash Shetty, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Jisha, two suggestions before I could have some questions. I think your presentation was very fast. You can little be relaxed and do it a more relaxed presentation. Okay, nothing to worry. We are there to help you, guide you. And especially the way you presented the tables of the statistical analysis could be better. I think the headings and the way it was presented, maybe it looks like directly you copied from the softwares and just you have pasted. Maybe the way you can present the tables and the statistical tables could be improved. Okay. So coming to the question, what is the relevance of using these two formulations? Like, why did you want to combine these two combinations? What the relevance? So what you expected, what this Kavala will do and what this Mukadharana would do? What was the relevance of this combination?
Sir, for serostomy patients, they are giving many medicines like pilocarpine, seviminin, many medicines they are giving, but the improvement is very less. So this Kavala and Mukhadharana procedure, I think these two could be collaborated because the serostomia symptom, the serostomia patients, it's a chronic one. So
no, what Kavala will do, what Mukadharana will do?
So Kavala, the Kavala procedure will give mechanical effect to the oral mucosa and also the strengthens the muscles of cheek for the articulation and taste perception and also for the talking difficulty. Mukadharana, this Mukadharana with Gadradi Gulika will soften the sticky saliva in the mouth.
Given a chance to select a comparative arm, what would have been your choice?
Sir?
Given a choice or chance of selecting one more comparative arm, okay, what would have been your choice for the comparative group?
The standard treatment protocol, in the standard treatment, I think sodium bicarbonate they are giving for the serostomia. Then,
thank you. I think Dr. Supriya can take over.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Jisha.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. So I agree with Dr. Suhas for both his points which he has raised. Like you made your presentation very fast, and second thing is
the time limit is 10 minutes. That's why.
Yeah, but it could have been in a little slower mode so that we could have understood it completely. And second thing is the presentation style of your tables was not really, understandable because you presented fast and the tables were not clear also. I want to ask you, like in your tables, you have shown some numbers like on top of every figure, you have written something A, B, A, J, A, G. So no explanation was given for that anywhere.
Sorry, ma'am, that's a statistical results, ma'am. I put that statistical results in the slides, ma'am. There is no other significance with that values, ma'am. A, B, C, like that, ma'am.
Yeah, but that whenever you use any such short forms or any such things in your table, you should give a footnote explaining what are those things which you have mentioned in the table. Okay. Then my question is about your null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. You have said that combined efficacy of so and so is effective. So efficacy is effective is not a right thing to word, right? Because efficacy and effective are as good as similar thing. When a drug is efficacious, then only it is effective. So this kind of wording is not proper. You should revisit your null hypothesis. You have said in both null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis, you have said combined efficacy of so and so is effective and is not effective. So I think you should really give thought to this, that how to word, how to, frame your null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. Okay. And other thing is like whenever you are presenting, whenever you are discussing the results, you have discussed everything from drug perspective. But what is the need of the disease and how these things are useful? What are the other alternatives available for management of this disease? How your drug can be better than that? So something, some modern perspective, some recent advances, some recent researches on the similar topics could have been added to the discussion. You just talked about all Ayurveda properties. I'm not saying that is wrong, but when we are presenting results, when we are discussing the results in 2022, we should have some kind of information about the recent advances on these drugs, how they are working. For example, just to take like Draksha. So whether any work has been done on Draksha, that is Vitis vinifera, on this particular aspect? Are there any papers? Is there any report? What is the mechanism of action? So some kind of, recent or updated information could have also been provided in the discussion.
Ma'am, there is a published research found regarding this xerostomia, radiation-induced xerostomia, ma'am. And also there is only study that is published reference effectiveness of honey in radiation-induced xerostomia. There is only reference that can be here with Draksha only. There is no references for this research.
Okay, but I hope you got my point. Thank you. You could have added these references also, and on individual drug also, if there is any literature, any supported papers, then you could have added those.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nambi sir, 2 minutes more.
Dr. Jisha, you have taken two formulations and two different therapeutical interventions for a given disease. So it is an extension of the question of Faradi madam as well as Suhasa doctor, because normally when we take two formulations, a combined effect, probably it is an extension of a previous work done for one drug and maybe not that much effective. So what made you to come to take into a two formulation together? That's first question.
Sir, there is no such researches found regarding this Ayurvedic interventions in curative radiotherapy induced xerostomia. And here,
there is any previous
chronic
one?
one. No, sir, no. There is no Ayurvedic intervention in this area. Or there are some references to the Chinese honey, Chinese medicines, and acupuncture was there. So there is no other Ayurvedic articles was found. Here, if we are using only Kavala or Mukhadarana, because it is a chronic one, sir. For a patient with radiation treatment for 30 to 40 days, after that they will get oral mucositis or oral ulcers, and after 6 months or 1 year they have this xerostomia effect. So it is a chronic one. So that's why I propose these two, Kavala and Mukhadarana, two different treatments.
Okay. Instead of the kashaya, if you are preparing out of a ghee, ghirda out of ghee, or a gel.
The main limitation is not limitation, sir. It's the main drawback of this study, because instead of kashaya we can give ghirda, taila, or such drugs with madhura rasa, madhura guna vibhaga drugs we can give. Shida guna, like drugs we can use.
What about the mortality of these people? during your study period?
No, sir. There was no such effects because I'm giving treatment to the patients after radiotherapy and with a duration of 1 to 2 years, sir. So I didn't follow any such matter.
Okay then, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jisha.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more presentation before the lunch. Shall we proceed to the presentation or?
I think we can proceed then.
Okay, okay, one more presentation. So before lunch, I would like to call upon Dr. Ashwati S. Code number T22043. Judges, please note code number T22043. Dr. Ashwati S. Dr. Ashwati, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Is it audible?
Your mic is feeble. Can you raise your voice?
Sir, is it audible?
Yes, yes, it's audible. Screen is visible. Please put it in full screen mode. All right. Are you ready?
Sir, 1 minute. Good afternoon, respected judges.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, respected judges and other faculties. Myself, Dr. Ashwati S. I did my PG in Government Ayurveda College, Tripura, and I did my dissertation under the guidance of Dr. T.M. Shailama and Dr. Asha Karnagaran K. Title of the research, a clinical trial to evaluate the effect of Guduchati methylasanam on depression and hypothyroidism. Research question, whether oral administration of 6 grams of Guduchati methylasanam for 30 days has effect on depression in patients clinically diagnosed with hypothyroidism under conventional pharmacological management of age group 18 to 60 years attending OPD of Government Ayurveda College Hospital, Tripura. Objectives, primary objective, to evaluate the effect of internal administration of Guduchati methylasanam for 30 days on depression in clinically diagnosed cases of hypothyroidism. Secondary objective, to evaluate the effect of Guduchati methylasanam in improving the quality of life in clinically diagnosed cases of hypothyroidism. Tertiary objective, to evaluate any change in thyroid function values. Hypothesis, null hypothesis, Guduchati methylasanam has no effect on depression and hypothyroidism. Alternate hypothesis, Guduchati methylasanam has effect on depression and hypothyroidism. Methodology, first part is preparation of the drug. There are 8 drugs in the formulation: Guduchi, Apamargam, Vidangam, Shankupushpi, Vaja, Apaya, Shundi, and Shatavari. So all these drugs were taken in equal amount, washed properly, dried, made into fine powder form, and mixed well with this spatula. Second part is clinical study. Study design, a clinical trial with pre and post test design. Study population, patients irrespective of gender between age group 18 to 60 years. Sample size 31. Sampling technique, convenient sampling. Dose 6 grams given at night, 1 hour before bedtime, and 1.5 hours after dinner daily for a period of 30 days. Anupanam is given. The duration of intervention 30 days, period of study 18 months, follow up after 15 days, and it got approved by the Institutional Ethical Committee. Inclusion criteria, clinically diagnosed case of controlled hypothyroidism having mild and moderate depression, age between 18 to 60 years, irrespective of gender, caste, religion, and economic status, subjects competent and willing to give consent of the guardian. Exclusion criteria, patient with history and identification of substance dependence, mood disorders, psychotic disorders, or any other major psychiatric disorders and epilepsy. Patient with other non-systemic and chronic illnesses, excluding cases of controlled diabetes mellitus and hypertension. Patients under medication for depression, pregnant and lactating women. Assessment criteria, Hamilton rating scale for depression, ThyPro 39 US quality of life, thyroid. Observation, demographic, familial, and gynecological disease in response to intervention. The demographic data, 52% of age group belongs to 41 to 50 years. All the subjects were female. Education level, 74% completed schooling. Marital status, 90% were of married. Diet, 97% had mixed diet. And family history, 84% had no family history of depression. Exercise, 87% had no habit of doing exercise. Sleep, 75% had disturbed sleep. Menstrual history, 45% already attended menopause and 48% had regular menstrual history. Domicile, 51% were from rural area and 39% were urban area. Prakriti, 7% were from Kapha Pitta Prakriti, 16% from Vada Pitta, and 13% from Vada Kapha Prakriti.
Sattvam, 45% were of Avara Sattvam and 55% of Madhyama Sattvam. Taste preference, 42% prefer Madhura Rasam and 29% Kadvamla Rasam, 23% Kadu Rasam. BMI, 68% had normal BMI, 26% were with overweight and 6% were obese. Severity, 52% were presented with mild depression and 48% with a moderate depression. And coming to assessment, Hamilton Rating Scale for depression was assessed with Wilcoxon sign rank test. In that, the symptoms, depressed mood, there was significant change. Feeling ill, there was significant change. Suicide, before treatment, after treatment and follow-up, there was significant change. Insomnia early, there was significant change before treatment and after treatment and follow-up. Insomnia middle and insomnia late, there was no significant change since the p-value is also more than 0.05. Work and activities, there was significant change before treatment, after treatment, and follow-up. Retardation psychomotor, there was no significant change since the p-value is more than 0.05. So agitation, there was some significant change before treatment, after treatment, and follow-up since the p-value is more than 0.05. Anxiety, there was significant change since the p-value is less than 0.05. Anxiety somatic, there was significant change. And somatic symptoms, there was some significant change since the p-value is more than 0.05. Somatic symptoms, general, there was significant change since the p-value less than 0.05. Genital symptoms, there was no change since the p-value is more than 0.05. Hypochondriasis, there is significant change since the p-value less than 0.05. Loss of weight, there was no significant change since the p-value is more than 0.05. So insight, there was no significant change since the p-value is more than 0.05. And total score, there was significant change since the p-value is less than 0.05. Then quality of life scale was assessed with paired t-test. In that, 29 questions were categorized under 11 subscales. In the symptoms, tiredness, vitality, memory and concentration, nervousness and tension, psychological well-being, difficulty in coping or mood, relationship with other people, daily activities, appearance, and overall symptoms, there was significant change since the p-values less than 0.05. In the subjects taken were of controlled hypothyroidism, there was no significant change in the p-value of thyroid function test. Discussion. Selection of topic. Most of the patients with hypothyroidism show normal lab values after taking levothyroxine and monotherapy, but the symptoms, especially psychologically, persist. Many take antidepressants along with thyroid medication, which later pave way for various disease conditions due to side effects. So Ayurvedic medication has less side effects if taken properly. So coming to Samratesh Kavachunmadam, Sasatmindyatha Samyogam, Prajnaparadam, Parinamam, leads to Kavaprakopa Nidhana Sevam in Avara Sattum, which leads to Manodosha Prakopam and Sharir Dosha Prakopa. Manodosha Prakopa, Tamas and Rajas is affected, and Sharir Dosha Prakopa, Saushma Kapham is affected, that's Utklishta Kabam, and it gets lodged into Hridaya and Manovaha Srodhas, leading to Kavachunmadam. So coming to the probable mode of action of the drug. So based upon Moolaviyadhi and Anubandha Vyadhi, the drug should be Debanam, Srodoshodhanam, Kaphavadaharam, and Metham in nature. In this 8 drugs, Guduchi and Shankapushpi was Srodoshaharam in nature, and Shadavari is the only drug with Vada Pittahara in nature, and rest of the drugs were Vada Kabhaharam in nature. So overall, Rasa Panchakam was Kadu Tikta Rasam, Ushna Viryam, and Kadu Vibhagam. So coming to the Panchamaha predominance of Kadu Rasam, it is Agni and Vayu, and it is Srodoshodhanam in nature. And coming to Tikta Rasam, the Panchamaha predominance is Akasham and Vayu, and it is Ubashoshanam of Kledam, Meram, etc., and this Methyam too. So this might have acted against the Prithvi Mahabhuta predominance of Tamo Dosham and helps in uplifting the Sattva Guna in subjects. So in modern perspective, the drug being Dibana Pacharam in nature, it might have maintained the gut physiology. So the gut is connected to the brain through enteric nervous system and vagus nerve. So also 95% of the serotonin is produced from the gut. Then direct action in the brain, this drug being Methyam in nature, and it has action at the Manovaha Srodhas. So Manovaha Srodhas can be maybe correlated to the various parts of the brain like limbic system, prefrontal cortex, etc. Then Ayurvedic perspectives, the drugs either act on, there are drugs like Shumdhi, Abhamarga, Viranga, which acts on Koshtam, and drugs which are made in like Guduchi, Shankapushpi, and Pacha. Summary, hypothyroidism is the most prevalent endocrine disorder, with the depression being one of the psychological symptoms. So in Ayurveda, hypothyroidism can be taken as a condition with a Kabhavada Dushti and depression as Kaphaja Unmadam. So Guduchari Meta Rasayanam, as a drug which is mentioned in the Rasayana Adhikarana of Yoga Ratnagara, was given in this particular condition. Conclusion, with the administration of drug, there was significant improvement in the assessment criteria, thus rejecting the null hypothesis and accepting alternative hypothesis. Since the subjects taken was from controlled hypothyroidism, there was some significant change in the lab values of thyroid function test. Demographic data, gender, domicile, and education status shows positive association with existing knowledge. Age, marital status, no association. Personal history, diet, exercise, appetite, sleep showed positive association. Family history, majority with a negative. Family history, gynecological, there was no association. Specific contribution to the science and society to create awareness in the subjects other depression as part of their thyroid illness and improve the quality of life among the subjects. In introduction of an unfamiliar formulation in the clinics. Limitations, it was less sample size, less palatability of the trial drug was a limiting factor, and medicine-induced loose bowel in some patients. Recommendations, dosage for modification. The study can be repeated among large participants for obtaining wide information. A comparative trial may be done with a control group without medication or with any other conventional medication for depression. Analytical study of the trial drug can be done. The trial drug can be given in other psychological conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwati. Can you end up the presentation? It's time for discussion. I would like to call upon Dr. Narayan Nambi sir. Starting the discussion. Dr. Ashwati, can you end the slideshow?
You are taken the cases of hypothyroidism with the depression, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is your criteria of choosing cases of hypothyroidism? Is it based on the Zulowski clinical scale, or you are taken the T3, T4, TSH parameters, or the people who has already undertaking levothyroxine? What was the criteria there?
People who are taking levothyroxine and their lab values were taken. So with controlled lab values, they were taken.
So you didn't made parallelly the Zulowski sign or any other sign, the subjective signs which use in the hypothyroidism. We don't do that.
No,
right?
no.
Okay, so you directly put on the depression scale.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So what was your observation related to the age, especially related with whether you have any correlation found related with premenopausal syndromes or anything, something like this?
The age group was mainly 41 to 50%. So
Yeah.
this, when compared to depression, the age group is most prevalent in 20 to 30 years of age. So, but in hypothyroidism, most prevalent age group is 41 to 50%. 50 age group.
Yeah, my question is, the person is presenting with a depression. Is this depression is induced due to thyroid dysfunction, or it may be to a premenopausal syndrome? Did you able to differentiate that situation? Because very often the hypothyroidism may be misdiagnosed with the premenopausal syndrome. It may be with anemia. It may be with, there are so many other things. So that's what I'm asking.
No, I didn't differentiate that. The patients with the controlled hypothyroidism was taken, but most of the patients attained menopause also.
Okay. After these drug interventions, did you find any change significantly? You have mentioned that laboratorically there is no significant change. But besides the depression, did you find any co-advantages, associated advantages in the symptoms of the hypothyroidism itself? Did you find anything?
Yes, sir. The hoarseness of voice, then hair fall and all, there was good.
Why I ask you, because the drugs what you chosen for it has so many other additional value added advantages besides the depression. Because there are so many other symptoms which commonly manifest with hypothyroidism, maybe we added with that.
Yes.
Did you find anything specifically?
These two symptoms, there was significant improvement. So mainly. Then there was improvement in the constipation. Then appetite was improved. Then
okay, fine. Right. You made a samprapti wherein the kabaja unmada, and when you see the drugs, you'll better to know. You will come to know a little more better how these things are. Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir. Supriya, madam, Supriya, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, you're audible.
You have said in objectives, primary, secondary, and then tertiary objectives.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. Can you repeat the question?
Hello. Hello.
Or may I come back after the discussion? Supriya, ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
Hello.
Yeah, right now it's audible.
Yeah. So there is one suggestion that in your objectives, you have mentioned primary, secondary, and tertiary objective, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So generally, there is no tertiary objective as such. You can have even 10 secondary objectives, but we never use a word like tertiary objective.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So, okay, that is one thing. And second thing is what you would say, say like biggest limitation of your study. You have shown some limitations, you have given some recommendations. So what is the biggest limitation?
Palatability was one of the limitations, ma'am.
Yeah, that is from clinical perspective, from research methodology perspective, from research perspective.
Research perspective, it was differentiate as Sir told. No, in other diseases, if it is coinciding, how to differentiate, that was difficult.
As a research methodology person, I would say that not having a control group is your biggest limitation. Yes. Because psychological conditions are such conditions that even if you talk to patient, that is counseling, if you do only counseling, then also patient feel good. Yes. So I am not sure like how to ascertain or ascertain these effects to your study drug. That I am not very sure about. Because though you have done this, though you have shown that there is a reduction in Hamilton score and all, but in absence of a controlled group, it is very difficult to say that these effects are because of your study drug only. Okay. So this is I think that this is the biggest limitation. And you have mentioned in the limitations that loose motions. So I think you should have mentioned this as an adverse event or something like in your result section.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So, and have you registered this study with CTRI? Clinical Trial Registry of India?
No.
You have not.
No,
you
no.
have not done. So every clinical study, because you will be now working in some Ayurveda college and you will be also guiding students. So any clinical study you do on any intervention, Ayurveda, allopathy, nutraceutical, diet, yoga, anything, you have to register with Clinical Trial Registry of India.
Okay, okay.
So that is from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Arvi, ma'am.
Hello, Ashwati.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there are a few doubts. One thing with regard to the dosage. Why 6 grams?
So, ma'am, in the like initially before submitting the synopsis, we took it a standard 1 karsham for churna preparation. So it induced loose bowels in all patients. So it was cut short to 6 grams. So that was okay with the patients.
Okay, and please explain the relevance of that Aushadha Kala.
Aushadha Kalam, so the Mulavyadhi is hypothyroidism, it is a Urdhajatru Vikaram, and also this depression also.
Wait. Hypothyroidism is Urdhajatru Vikara. Please explain.
It's a Kanthamayam, so.
Okay, so you are focusing on the gland as not on what physiological changes are happening in the body. Okay, fine. Continue the rationale behind this Aushadha Kala.
Then that is the main thing. Then depression also, brain related. So Urdhajatru Shiras is affected. So thus Nishi was taken as Aushadha Sevana Kalam.
Okay, no, that too 1.5 hours after dinner and 1 hour before sleep. What is that?
That is during discussion, they told to specify the time period. So it was not able to generalize the time. So it was after discussion, it was written.
No, can you justify that? Because it can be after dinner, no?
It since the Anubanam is ghee, so there was a suggestion that it may lead to armor production. So they told better to not to collide with sleep and with food.
Okay. The next question is it's effect of Guduchadi Medhya Rasayana, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so whenever we choose a Rasayana Dravya, shouldn't we think about doing Pura Karmas prior to administration of Rasayana?
Yes, ma'am. That is because when we do Shodhanam, Shodhanam itself has Phalashruti like Buddhi Prasadam, Indriya Balam and all. So during discussion, it was told that it will be biased, whether it is due to Shodhanam or due to this medicine effect. So it was also to give it in OP level. So it was discussed to do in this manner.
Okay, it's difficult to agree with what you are telling, because when we tell that Rasana Chikitsa, it is effect of Rasana Chikitsa as a whole, including the Pura Karma. Okay, and you are correlating it with Kaphaja Unmada, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when a patient has got Kaphaja Unmada, and I think many of your patients had Agnimandya also, isn't it? Then do you feel that Ghrita Ase Anupana is better for those patients? At one aspect, you want to try its Rasayana effect, and on another side, you're not seeing what is happening inside the body. There is Agnimanda, it's a Kaphaja Unmada, and Ghrita Ase Anupana in the night time.
Just like 3 gram Ghritam only given to the patient. So it might not have affected Agni that much.
They already had
It is
Agni.
acting as a vehicle. It acted as a vehicle to bring this act in cross the blood-brain barrier.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Suhas, sir.
Yeah, I think we have listened to the three experts of this. I think Dr. Nambi is one of the experts in hypothyroidism, and we also have listened to Dr. Supriya, again, a pioneer in research and metabolic disorders. Aarti Madam, a senior practitioner. I think they have given their insights. So before a few questions, I think that there are a few suggestions to you, Dr. Ashwati. Regarding the presentation, when you present, there is no need of presenting the tables and the graph together. Either you present the tables or you present the graphs. Both need not be presented. Okay, that's one thing. And especially when it comes to the summary of your presentation, see, this is a summary of your study. It is not a summary that you are telling about the whole disease or the whole background. The summary should be restricted to your study and not talking everything about hypothyroidism or depression. Okay, yeah. Quickly coming to what is the reference of this particular yoga? From where did you get this reference?
From Yogaratnagaram, Rasayanadhikaranam.
Okay. Why people develop depression in hypothyroidism?
So direct correlation is not understood, but in studies it is found that in this study, it's euthyroid, patients is euthyroid, systemic euthyroid state, but in brain it is hypothyroidism. Brain hypothyroidism is occurring. So in depression patients, their conversion of T4 to T3 is affected. So
why people develop I think it's a very common phenomenon that you come across in the clinical practice. No, patients of thyroid dysfunction commonly complain of whether it's because of the thyroid or because it's the disease separate. No, why this? Any comment on that?
So direct reference was not available. So when we're going through the studies, it was found like T3, T4 conversion is affected in case of depressive.
They say no, like psychoneuroendocrinology is a newer concept that they talk. No,
Access is affected.
Yeah. Why did you take consent from the guardians?
Because it is in ethical committee, they told like it's depression, so you should get consent from the guardians also.
Okay. Yeah. Suppose you want to use the same medicines as Shamanaushadhis and same Aushadhi as Rasana Yoga. What will be the difference in the dosage, duration, and outcome?
In the if it is used as Rasayanam, this Purva Karma mixture can be done.
Okay, that you have not done. No.
Yes.
No, why did you see? No, you have used a word that is used as a Nitya Rasayana. I say you are used as a Shamana Aushadhis. How do you justify yourself?
Dosage can be in the Rasayanam.
Dosage you used 6 grams.
Yes.
Shamana Aushadhi also is generally used like half karsha.
Yes.
Now, what's the difference between using a yoga as Shamana Aushadhi as a Rasana yoga? Okay.
Here
Thank
it
you.
is used as Shamanam.
Shamana or no, what's your title? Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I wish you all the
Okay,
best.
sir. Thank
Ashwati.
you. Thank you, Dr. Ashwati. That was just please note that was a code number T22043. Ashwati, yes. So it's time 1:37. So we are temporarily ending this session for a lunch break. So we will join back at 2:07 sharp. 30 minutes lunch break. All the participants are requested to 2:07. 30 minutes lunch break. Thank you. Hello all. Welcome back. I hope all the judges are ready. All the contestants are ready. Welcome back to Ayurveda Medical Association of India, third national level Ayurveda PG thesis presentation competition for Dr. Agnivesh Memmorial Award. I hope you all had a great lunch. So I think all the judges are ready. Yes, sir. Supriya ma'am. Arvi ma'am. Manvi sir.
Yes, we can start.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we have 3 more presentations. And first of all, the presentation number 9. I would like to invite Dr. Aparna Dilip, code number T22070, to present her thesis. Once again, Dr. Aparna Dilip, code number T22070.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Dr. Aparna, you can, okay. Your screen is visible?
Okay, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. So put it in full screen mode.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible. You can change your slides, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, right. So you can start the presentation. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
So your time starts now.
A very good day to all the dignitaries and contestants. Myself, Dr. Aparna Dilip, and I'm here to present my thesis work, which is under the guidance of Dr. Mahapatra Arun Kumar, the Assistant Professor of Department of Kamarpitya, Indian Institute of Ayurveda, and under the co-guidance of Dr. Rajagopala, Dr. Lakshmi, and Dr. Sarita. So the title of the research is to evaluate the efficacy of Shatyadi Churna in the management of Vadaja Pradishaya, that is allergic rhinitis among children, a randomized controlled clinical trial. The research question was, what will be the efficacy of administration of Shatyadi Churna in comparison with syrup levocitrazine in the management of Vadaja Pradishaya with respect to allergic rhinitis in children? The primary objective was to find the efficacy of Shatyadi Churna on reducing the severity of cardinal features of Vadaja Pradishaya with respect to allergic rhinitis, and the secondary objective was to see the improvement in quality of life of patient with Vadaja Pradishaya. Thus, the hypothesis which was formulated was in children having Vadaja Pradishaya, confirmed by clinical presentation, oral administration of Shatyadi Churna daily in 2 divided doses before meal as per patient's age for a period of 4 weeks will be more effective in managing as well as improving the quality of life than the oral administration of syrup levocitrazine as per age once a day for a period of 2 weeks. So the null hypothesis was there is no significant therapeutic benefit, whereas the alternate hypothesis was there is a significant therapeutic benefit. The study was interventional, therapeutic, randomized, open label, controlled, and prospective study. This was to find the efficacy, and there were 2 groups. The sample size was calculated as 120, but according to IRB, it was reduced to 60, that is 13 each group. So initially, the patients were screened and assessed for eligibility, and randomization was done according to the computer-generated randomization table, and the patients were allocated into group A or group B. First, the baseline evaluation was given, and then the intervention was done. That is, in group A, Shatyadi Churna was given for a period of 4 weeks, and group B, syrup levocitrazine was given for 2 weeks. Finally, the evaluation was done after the treatment, and the follow-up was done for 1 month, and then the data was analyzed and interpreted. The statistical test that was applied was PAT test, unPAT test, Friedman test, Wilcoxon-Rand test, and Mann-Whitney test. The criteria for the diagnosis was history taking, physical examination, and subjective parameter. The subjective parameter was 2, that is the cardinal features of Vadaja Pradishaya, 4 or more, and the score for allergic rhinitis. The criteria for inclusion was age from 6 to 16 years of either sex, and the score of Vadaja Pradishaya severity score index more than 4. Those were excluded were with low respiratory tract infection, upper respiratory complaints like polypsis, history of nasal surgery, congenital anomalies, immune compromised diseases, and most importantly, any behavioral condition that would affect the subject's ability to accurately report the symptoms. The dosage was in group A, Shatyadi Churna was given for 4 weeks. In age group 6 to 12, 5 gram was given daily in 2 divided doses before meal. And in age group 12 to 16, 6.5 gram was given in 2 divided doses before meal. In group B, syrup levocetirizine was given with the dosage of 2.5 gram per 5 ml. The duration was 2 weeks, and in the age group 6 to 12, 5 ml was given once a day in the evening, and age 12 to 16, 10 ml was given orally once a day in the evening. The parameters, subjective parameters was severity score of cardinal features of Vadaja Pratishaya, pediatric rhinoconjunctivitis quality of life questionnaire, adolescent rhinoconjunctivitis quality of life questionnaire, reflective total nasal symptom and reflective total ocular symptom score, which was daily subjected reported by AM and PM. And the objective was investigation of IgE level. The study outcome was to find the primary outcome was to see the reduction in severity of cardinal features of Vadaja Pratishaya, and the secondary endpoint was to see the decrease in IgE level, improvement in other quality of life questionnaires, and the improvement in average daily subjected report of nasal and ocular symptom score. So we are aware about the pathophysiology and the samprapti of the disease. So the drug Shatyadi Churna is a formulation which has been taken from the textbook of Basavarajiam, a simple compound which consists of Shati, Amlaki, Trikatu, and it has to be given with Sarpi and Guda. So this is the consort flow diagram. About 57 patients were assessed, 27 were excluded, and 30 were eligible, and both were allocated in 2 groups, that is group A and group B. And after the allocation, they were given the intervention and they were analyzed. None of the patients were excluded. The number of reduction of the sample size was again affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So these were the domains, and the main highlights of the domain was in the age group 6 to 12, more patients were affected, males were more affected. There was a reduction in appetite in most of the patients, and the symptom of constipation was found, and most of the children had a habit of suppression of their natural urges. So the total severity score of Vadaja Pratishaya consists of 6 domains. It was found that there was significant change within the group, but there was no significant change in between the group, that is group A and the group B. The IgE level, there was a significant reduction in the IgE level within the group, but there was no significant comparative change between the 2 groups. In the pediatric rhinoconjunctivitis quality of life questionnaire, which was administered in the group of 6 to 12, there were 23 questions, which consist of all these domains. Here also we can see that there was significant change within the group, but there was no significant change comparing both the group. The adolescent rhinoconjunctivitis quality of life questionnaire consists of 25 questions, which contain all these domains. Here also there was significant change within the group, but there was no significant change in between the group. The total nasal symptom score, which was based on the 4 domain, here also we can see that there was significant change within the group, but there was no significant change in between the group, comparing both the group. Similarly, was that a result of total ocular symptom? Here also the 3 domains, we can see that there was significant change within the group, but no significant change was found in between the group. So here we can see, we can infer the mode of action of the Shatyadi Churna, that the pradhanata of the Katutikta Rasa, Lagrusha Guna, and Ushnavirya helped in Deepana and Srodashodhana action, helped to cure the Agni and the Dosha, which was Dushta. And the Ushnavirya and the Madhura Vipaka showed the Anulomana and Rasayana property, and it also helped in covering the doshas and the dhatus involved. Thus, the drug can be used in the Chikitsa of Vadaja Pratishaya as a Vyadhi Pratyanika Chikitsa. Thus, the trial drug was found to be significantly effective in reducing the cardinal features of Vadaja Pratishaya, reducing the raised IgE level, and it improved the quality of life within the pediatric as well as the adolescent group, reduced the total nasal as well as ocular symptom score, and there was no ARD reported. But there was recurrence of symptom during the follow-up period in both the groups. So the limitations of the research work is that the reduced sample size influenced the statistically insufficient. In both the group, there was an unequal trial period. That was also a drawback. And here, as the pediatric group are the subjects, the invasive objective parameter was a limitation. The subjective response was less reliable because of recall bias as well as attention bias. The recommendations are we can adapt more trial designs, just like the platform trial design or knock the loser trial designs in the trials in Ayurveda, as well as in considering the comorbidity population. The trial has to be extended for a longer period, and we can adopt other non-invasive objective parameter when it is subjected to the pediatric group. And we have to eliminate the other confounding factors. So it can be concluded that as the new era is of industrialization and urbanization, the prevalence of the disease is very high. But the medicines in Ayurveda are very limited for the pediatric population. So the drug dosing and the formulations can be changed as per the palatability. Here we can see that there is a promising effect of Shatyadi Churna, which is also palatable as well as effective. So the disease itself is a research scope. Here, the specific contribution from the research work is that we have a sustainable, economic, and easily available, accessible, and effective drug which is effective in acute condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna Dili. And it's time for discussion. I'd like to invite Dr. Arati. Dr. Aparna, please, in
yes.
PPT.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Aparna, can you?
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay. And I have few doubts.
Yes, ma'am.
You have named the condition as Vataja Pratishaya, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And the subjects are children.
Yes, ma'am.
And this age group is prone to develop kapha-klesha.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it? So can you give the explanation what are the main causes for these children to develop a condition which is Vata Pradhana?
Ma'am, as we look into the symptoms, mainly the symptom pathophysiology, when we look, they showed the symptoms which are mentioned in the Vadaja Pratishaya Lakshana, which was correlated with the allergic rhinitis or Vadaja Pratishaya. And the conditions for like there is for the Pratishaya, there are many nidanas like Vega Dharana and Atirodhana. All these conditions causes the vitiation of Vata, and in the subjects we did found many of the symptoms such as Vega Dharana, and thus they can be subjected to, or they are prone to Vata vitiation, ma'am.
Okay, and the trial drug is basically Kapha Vata Shamana, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because many of the drugs having Ushnavirya and Katurasa Katuvipaka.
Yes, ma'am.
And even in your discussion, you have highlighted these actions and based upon which the drug would have given the result.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please explain that the mode of action of these dravyas?
Mainly, most of the drugs were Katutikta Rasa Pradhana, but they were also Madhura Vipaka. So here we can see that the Katutikta Rasa Pradhana helped in controlling the Kafaja Anubandha Dosha, which is there in the Vataja Pratishaya, as well as the drug has Arasayana as well as an Anulomna property, which helped in controlling the Vataja factors.
Okay, and what is the reason for this disparity between the two groups? There is one group has been given the trial drug for 14 days, 16 days, and another one only for limited period. What is the reason for that?
Initially, both the group were supposed to given for 4 weeks, but according to IRB, they told that the syrup levocitizine could not be given for such a long period, and it is effective in 2 weeks. So, if the drug is effective in a given period of time, then we can use the drug in 2 different trial period. That was the explanation from the IRB. That's why it was kept like that, ma'am. But there are many other articles in which levocitizine was given for about 2 to 5 years children for about 60 days also, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Please, next judge.
Thank you,
ma'am. Nambi sir. Nambi sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. I would like to ask you, because this Pratishaya, there are already many studies are already conducted in the same direction. So what are the real contribution from this work in comparing to some of the previous studies? Have you gone through the previous studies?
Yes, sir. Sir, in pediatric group, the Pradeshaya, especially allergic rhinitis, which is correlated to Vadaja Pradeshaya, only 2 studies were conducted. And in those studies, Nasya was a main intervention that was given. But as it is for pediatric group, even the study, it was explained that there was problem in administration of drug within the pediatric group. So here, during the formulation of the synopsis, we try to find a drug which is easily palatable and easily available for the children and could work in an acute condition. As the modern medicine, levocetirizine is given, it is very effective, and like within a week or within 3 to 5 days, it is effective. So we wanted to select a drug which is helpful even in acute as well as in chronic condition. As the drug has Shati and Trikatu, Shati is a drug which is very effective in Pratishaya, and many studies has been conducted in animal studies as well as in adult, but the same was not conducted in pediatric group.
Besides the research observation you had, since levocetirizine is given to the children, did you find from the parents or from the children, did you find any value added benefits? Generally, levocetirizine will have a drowsiness, this type of extended challenges which may not be there from our thing. Did you find any subjective things that you may be able to observe from the advantages of Ayurvedic medicine over to the levocetirizine?
Sir, one main problem what I found, what the parents complained was a reduced appetite, and they were very lethargic when they had the symptoms. So after the administration of the drug, after 1 week, they used to come to the OPD and they used to report that the child is having a good appetite and he's more energetic. We have a questionnaire. We have a questionnaire for both pediatric and as well as the adolescent group. It had some of the domains of emotion like frustration, irritability, that is getting angry very soon. So the parents reported that the child has very much change in a social stigma also. The patient has many changes, and even in the case of appetite and all, and even the children, they themselves wanted to have the drug for a continuous period. Like in the follow-up period when the drug was not given, the patient used to come and they used to ask for the medicine, sir.
Since your study is conducted in Delhi, or in the Institute of Medical Science, right?
Yes, sir.
Which season it was conducted? Because in Delhi there is a lot of pollution issues, and this may be also triggered to manifest this. So what was your intervention period? It was around 1.5 years or 2 years, and in what are the seasons you find very exaggerating the present problem?
Sir, during the December to February time, the symptoms were aggravated. But the thing is, during the COVID, it did affected my study and observation. But in the first year, when the study was not conducted, I did notice that the symptoms flared up during the cold times. That is from almost December to February, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. On to Dr. Supriya, ma'am.
Hello, Aparna.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah. Have you registered this study with CTRI?
Yes, ma'am. It has been registered in CTRI after IEC clearance. It has been registered, ma'am. It's mentioned in the first slide, ma'am.
Okay. And since this study is in pediatric population, have you taken their assent?
Yes, ma'am. From 6 to 7 year group, we had the consent from the parents. From 7 to 11 year group, we had the assent, oral assent of the child as well as the consent of the parent. And from 12 to 16 year, we had the written consent. The consent and the consent form was designed as per the age, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that IRB reduced the sample size. So you must have calculated sample size based on some assumptions.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the reason for reducing the sample size? Was it just availability of patients, or what was the reason?
Not the availability of the patient, ma'am. We had we are being given a certain amount of amount for conducting the research work. So it has to be reduced within it was 40,000. So any factor that would cross that funding, the IRB would suggest to control the same, ma'am.
Okay, and I have one suggestion. Like your title of your work is starting from to study the efficacy. That is the title of your thesis, right? Or your presentation. I just saw that. So we never start the title with two. With two, we always start objectives. We never start title with two.
Okay, ma'am.
And I have one question just out of curiosity, nothing related to your presentation, but you had 3 co-guides. So was there any specific reason to have 3 co-guides?
The first co-guide is the HOD of the department, ma'am. The second is the consultant pediatrician of the hospital. So in order to give the modern drug, the IEC always suggested to have an allopathic doctor. So we already had a ma'am, our consultation, a pediatric consultation is there in our Institute of Ayurveda, and the pathologist, she is the one who helped me for having the issues, all the clearing the issues of the lab. So
that's how you have 3 co-guides.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and last suggestion that you were saying that there was no significant difference between the 2 groups. Actually, it would be nice to say that the efficacy of Shatyadi Churna is comparable to that of levocetirizine, and that's why there is no significant difference. So rather than putting it in this way that there was no significant difference between the 2 groups, if you say like the same thing, if you say like the effect was comparable, then it shows like Ayurvedic drug is also working as good as levocetirizine.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, one thing was as the sample size was not meetable, so I had this confusion that I can't say it is a statistically that it is.
Yeah, it is not. No, it is not coming statistically significant. That's why you can always say that the results of both the groups were comparable.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. No, that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the suggestions. And over to Dr.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Aparna.
Good afternoon.
Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I think there was few parameters which were used for the assessment as for the Ayurvedic symptoms.
Yes, sir.
Like whether, how did you grade them? Whether they were used standard scales or whether it was like a self-rating scale that you used?
Sir, these gradings, all the grade which I have used was already published. That was, it is authentic. Grading was done, sir. For example, the Vadaja Pratishaya severity score. So we had a grade of 0 to 3 in which certain symptoms like Nasa Srava. So it is if the for whole the day, if the patient is having a rhinorrhea and or just morning or evening, like that, we have done the grading for each parameter for the.
So you have done the grading, or whether this scale was already available?
It was already published, sir. It was already.
Who published it?
Sir, there was a trial in which Vadaja Pradeshaya was correlated to allergic rhinitis, and the same study they have made the grading, sir. I don't remember the name of the author, sir, but it has been published, sir.
Like any about the drug compliance, because it was churna and in children, no? Like, can you suggest or think of some new formulations about this particular Shatyadi churna?
Sir, there was a suggestion to include it as a lehya, but the thing was an SOP has to be created for the same, and we have to get the ethical clearance for the same, as the compound is given as a churna and has to be given as anupana, and we have to justify it as avaleha. So there will be an Agni Samparka. So if any kind of properties, change in the properties may be there. So it was at last decided to have the churna form itself, sir. But it is a scope to compare both the formulations, sir.
Okay. Can you just comment on the selection of the statistical test or analysis?
So first of all, the objective parameter, that is IgE, the paired t-test was done to compare within the group, and paired t-test was unpaired t-test was done in between the group. And then we have the parameters in severity score of carnal features of Vadaja Pratishaya, then the two questionnaires, one in adolescent as well as in pediatric. We did within the group, we also evaluated the follow-up. So for that, Fredman test was applied, and other parameter, that is reflective total nasal and ocular score within the group, the Wilcoxon sign test was done, and all the rhinoconjunctivitis questionnaire both, and for the Vadaja Pratishaya severity score and total ocular as well as the nasal symptom score. In order to compare the two groups, the Mann-Whitney test was applied. So,
Thank you, Dr. Aparna.
Okay, and just one add-on question. Can I, Dr.
Yes,
Arjun?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a continuation to what Dr. Suhas sir has asked regarding the combination. You have chosen double the quantity of Grita as Anupana. Why so?
So, ma'am, according to the formulation, in order to make it as per the classical, when a churna is taken, the amount of grida is to be taken as double the quantity. So that was a classical reference. So we told the patient to administer in the same way, ma'am.
Okay. Could you think about Madhu instead of Grita?
Ma'am, the compound itself said that the Anupana has to be given with Guda and Grida. So in order to consider the Viruddha also, it was better to give, we thought it will be better to give Guda itself.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Dr. Aparna.
Thank you, sir.
Just please note that was code number T22070. Thank you, Aparna.
Thank you, sir.
And next we move on to the 10th presentation. We have two more presentations in a row. Just please note, the next presentation is code number T22079. Code number T22079. Dr. Adira Siraj. I invite Dr. Adira Siraj to present her thesis. Dr. Adira, please check your microphones and also the presentation. Dr. Adira, you are not audible. Please check your audio. Please say something.
Hello, sir. Is
Ah,
it
yeah,
audible?
yeah, it's audible.
Okay.
Please start your PPT.
Yes.
Please check your PPT.
Sir, is it fine?
Ah, yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Dr. Adira, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
So your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the presentation. I'm Dr. Adira Siraj. Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir. Now
Yes,
it's fine
yes.
now. The slides are visible.
Yeah, visible. Continue.
Okay, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Adira Siraj, and the title of my study was neuroprotective effect of Sindhuvara, Vitex-Nigundolin, aqueous extract in lead acetate-induced neurotoxicity in Drosophila melanogaster under the guidance of Dr. Benil PB, Professor, Department of Agatandra, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottayam. In the present era, environmental pollution plays a major role in the manifestation of many diseases, such as neurodegenerative diseases, and in which heavy metal toxicity cause a major threat globally. And the current non-prevalence can only be considered as a tip of iceberg. And in which heavy metals, the lead compounds can be considered as a potent neurotoxic agent, leading to neurodegenerative diseases such as Parkinsonism and Alzheimer's disease. So, considering these facts, to explore the effect of a single antitoxic drug mentioned in Agatandra, while we searched, Sindhuvara Vitex-Nigundolin is repeatedly mentioned in such neurological conditions with a toxicological impact. And Drosophila melanogaster is considered as a good model organism in experimental neurotoxicology, as it has a simple and well-defined neuroanatomy and also orthologous with human genes. The research question was, does Sindhuvara Vitex-Nigundolin aqueous extract significantly reverse the neurotoxicity induced by lead acetate in Drosophila melanogaster maker when tried at toxicology lab, VPSV Ayurveda College during 2020-21? Objectives were to assess the neuroprotective effect of Sindhuvara Vitex-Nigundolin aqueous extract in lead acetate-induced neurotoxicity in Drosophila melanogaster maker, physicochemical analysis, phytochemical screening, and HPTLC profiling of Sindhuvara Vitex-Nigundolin aqueous extract to determine the lethal dose 50 of lead acetate in Drosophila melanogaster maker. Hypotheses were, the null hypothesis was Sindhuvara aqueous extract does not possess significant neuroprotective effect against lead acetate-induced neurotoxicity in Drosophila melanogaster maker. And alternate hypothesis, Sindhuvara Vitex-Nigundolin aqueous extract possesses significant neuroprotective effect against lead acetate-induced neurotoxicity in Drosophila melanogaster maker. Methodology. Design was experimental in vivo study, and setting was at toxicology lab, Department of Agatandra, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottayam, and the period of study was 18 months. For further experiment, Vitex-Nigundo aqueous extract, that is VNAE, is fixed as 25, 50, 100, and 200 milligram per ml. All the data were expressed as mean plus or minus standard deviation, and assessment was done with the Dunet's multiple comparison test and one-way ANOVA test. Observations, results, and discussion. The microscopical and histochemical analysis of the sample showed a parallel row of parenchymatous cells with tannin cells and starch grains. And my powder microscopy showed different elements such as phloem fibers, xylem vessels, stone cells, tracheids, etc. The physicochemical analysis, such as total ash value, acid insoluble ash, water insoluble ash, etc., were determined and results were shown in the table. The phytochemical screening reveals the presence of flavonoids, tannins, phytosterols, saponins, carbohydrates, phenols, and resin, and the absence of alkaloids, glycosides, fixed oils, and fats. HPTLC profiling of the sample revealed 8 peak compounds at 254 nanometer and at 366 nanometer. The TLC plate views are shown in picture. The LD50 of lead acetate is calculated by the logistic regression method and was found as 1.33 milligram per ml. And the sublethal dose were fixed as 0.5 milligram per ml for further experiments in order to induce the neurotoxicity. Lead-like heavy metals can also alter or derange the life stages of Drosophila and also the developmental time. So in order to assess these, several parameters were considered. And in micrometric analysis, the length and breadth of egg, pupa, adult, larva were assessed, and in pupal length, and adult breadth showed non-significance at in the higher dose of VNAE treated group. Another parameter considered as maturity percentage, but all the results were statistically insignificant. This may be due to the one-time exposure to the neurotoxin. Another parameter considered as developmental time, in which lead acetate alone treated group shown highly significance in increasing the developmental time. This is due to the potent neurotoxic action. And egg to adult survival percentage also calculated, but in all group it is given as non-significant results. So this also made due to the one-time exposure to the neurotoxin. Coming to assessment of neuroprotective effect of VNAE, the neurotoxic mechanism by the xenomyotic exposure may act on the acetylcholine like neurotransmitters and also the end organs like muscles. So this may lead to several locomotor defects. This has to be established by the different locomotor assays and also acetylcholine esterase inhibition assay. First one is larval crawling assay. Here, third instar larvae was allowed to crawl through a grid line for 1 minute and counted the number per minute. And the mean values were analyzed statistically, and only the higher dose of Vitex-Nigundo group showed non-significance while comparing with the control. This is the graphical representation. And next one is the larval peristaltic assay. The rhythmic contraction along with the body segments of the larvae causes its locomotor action, and which is counted per minute, and the mean values were analyzed, and also the 200 milligram dose is not coming to is showed non-significance, and this is the graphical representation. Next is negative geotaxis assay. Here, the adult flies were allowed to climb on the cylinder for 1 minute up to a marked distance and counted, and which was analyzed statistically, and with non-significance is showed by the medium dose one, and the higher dose group showed significance. This is the graphical representation. So all above locomotor assays showed a significant reduction in the lead acetate group, and which was regained in the higher dose group. Next is acetylcholine esterase inhibition assay. Here also lead acetate is significantly reduced the levels of acetylcholine esterase, and which was regained by the higher dose VNAE treated group. This is the graphical representation. So all these experiments suggest that the significant neuroprotective action of Sindhuvara. And oxidative stress also is considered as a mechanism behind neurotoxicity. The natural antioxidants such as catalase, glutathione S transferase, superoxide dismutase were assessed, and all in higher dose all shown the non-significance. And lipid peroxidation also can be considered as one of the contributory mechanism behind the neurotoxicity. So in order to assess the MDA level, TVAS assay were done. In that also, the medium dose 2 and higher dose showed insignificant results. So altogether, the study suggests that the lead acetate is a very potent, neurotoxic compound, which deviating most of the neurotoxicity parameters, which is significantly normalized in VNAE treatment at a dose 200 milligram per ml. And also the study suggests that Sindhuvara is a promising antitoxic drug and can be utilized for mitigation of heavy metal-induced neurotoxicity. And thus the study was concluded as the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. Specific contribution. The heavy metal toxicity, especially with lead compounds, is constituting a major threat worldwide, even in future. That may lead to the booming up of many neurodegenerative disorders with risk factors. So in such condition, addressing these factors with Ayurveda, use of a common antitoxic single drug in heavy metal induced neurotoxicity, especially by lead compounds, can be used. That limitation, standard feed formulation were not used. The influence of atmospheric temperature on toxicity cannot be assessed, and study was performed only on wild strain of Drosophila melanogaster. All the enzyme assays were performed on homogenate of whole body of flies. Head homogenate could have produced more true results. Recommendations: gene expression of acetylcholine esterase and antioxidant enzymes could be done. Fluorescent histochemistry could be done to assess the effect of drug on specific receptors on specific regions of brain. Separate studies on neurotoxicity markers could be done in different larval stages. The effect of drug on chronic toxicity and toxicity in different generations of flies could be assessed. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Athira. And it's time for discussion. I'll start the discussion from Dr. Supriya ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Athira.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I want to ask you, like you have mentioned various assays, acetylcholinesterase and oxidative stress.
Yes.
Have you yourself done those assays?
Yes, ma'am. We have kits available in the market for studying that. And we have in our lab, there is a microplate assay reader is there. So that's we assessed.
Okay, fine, good. So my next question is, what is your opinion that how this Drosophila model correlates with human? How much you can extrapolate these results to human? And to this only, my next question is, why didn't you use rat model or any other higher species model?
Actually, in that Sindhuvara, that's a Vitex Nekondo study in rats already done within but with the scopolamine induced neurotoxicity. First one is that, and
scopolamine doesn't induce neurotoxicity. It is an amnestic agent. It just causes amnesia.
That type of just I forgot the. I think the rat studies are already, the studies in rat are already done, ma'am. That's the one matter. And I consider Drosophila because of it is easy availability and lab culture for the lab culture also. And over the centuries, it is used in neuro as a good model in neuroscience due to its homologous genetic means orthologous to the human genes. That is the matter.
Yes. Now, in the recommendation slide, you have mentioned that gene expression of acetylcholinesterase and antioxidant markers could have been done.
Yes.
So, ideally, when you can measure the protein itself, you have measured the acetylcholinesterase. Why do you want to go for gene expression? It is a reverse thing, because protein, you have measured the protein actually in the brain not in brain homogenate from the whole body. So when you can measure the protein, it is better than doing a gene expression, because although the gene is expressed, it is many times that protein is not expressed. So it is always better that you have already done the protein estimation. So there is no need to go back and study. Like if you have found hemoglobin is increased, you would not say that I need to study the hemoglobin gene expression, right? It is similar to that. And you have mentioned that specific neurological markers should have been studied. So what do you mean by specific neurological markers? Can you enlist few markers?
I suggested that this is done in the means I done in a not in a.
No, in your recommendation, you have said that specific neurological markers can be studied.
Yes.
So I just want to know which are those markers.
I think that a lot of other and transmitters like GABA, other action over the other neurotransmitters has to be established, like studies.
Okay.
Not
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I move on to Dr. Suhas, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Athira.
Good afternoon.
It was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My question would be like, what are the recent advances that have been done in the neuroproductive actions of other than the rat model or the Drosophila model? Do they use any other recent models to study the neuroproductive actions?
Actually,
or even the aging or like Rasayana effects and all. Suppose you want to make some studies. Are there any newer models that they use at present?
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Now, may I request Dr. Arti Madam to kindly continue.
Hello, Dr. Adira?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, I am impressed by your finding of the work. So, okay, so I need your suggestions. And I am thinking that Sindhuvara is abundantly available in our place.
Yes.
So, during my day-to-day hospital or clinical practice, can I start providing this Nirgundi to people who come or who approach us with the complaints of neurotoxicity of any type?
Actually, I'm suggesting this study is suggesting the neurotoxicity which is caused by the lead, heavy metals, especially by lead, because in our classical reference also is there for lead shodhana of lead, Sindhuvara Mula is using in Rastarangini. So in that base, I started this study. So I think in every case we could not give this Sindhuvara, especially lead compounds. If we are suspecting the heavy metal toxicity, especially lead, this can be suggested and tried.
Okay. Do you have any design in your mind, like what form we have to use Nirgundi and how many days it will be required? Any suggestions? I know you have not worked on that, but still some plan will be there in your mind. Please express
As
that.
per the Nirgundi Kashayam can be given. Nirgundi actually root Kashaya can be given, or as a Swarasa can be given, because only means the I think the correct is Swarasa or Kashaya. Actually, it is mentioned as to take as Pana. Sindhuvara has to be taken as Pana in different toxicological conditions. It's mentioned like that. So I am suggesting for Kashaya.
Okay, fine. Fine.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Nambi sir.
Ram.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Did you find any similar works on Drosophila where you'll be able to have some neuroprotective effect with some other plants or some other thing? Did you find any previous studies?
Previous studies are there. A lot of studies are means neuroprotective effect studies are there.
Because you know
Actually,
the cortical, there is one study on
developmental toxicity
on the BHU versus cortical itself. There is also one study on Drosophila, and maybe there are maybe few more studies. Probably there are many more studies also on neuroprotective model. So, what makes our study better or upper hand? That is my question. That what makes Nirgundi become the major role to play in the neuroprotective?
Sir,
you didn't get the question?
No.
Okay. You see, Drosophila is a very common model for neuroprotective study, and there are already many studies are conducted on neuroprotective effect of it. From Banaras Hindu University, especially Lakhotia, sir, and other people. So, in your study, after the whole experiment, what is the extra observation? What you can say that okay, with this study, it has some contribution to the Ayurveda. The contribution.
Actually, means some of the I already discussed with some of the physicians that who are giving Sindhuvara is in some neurological condition. So I think this is getting an evidence more evidence that how it is acting over the neurotoxic mechanism to reverse back into the normal stage. So I think further clinical studies are needed along with and it's also chelating action of the Sindhuvara. I already observed in the reference that this is used for the shodhana of lead and all. So there may be a chelating action that is reversing the neurotoxic mechanism. So in my study, for giving such evidences, that means the antioxidant capacity of the drug is revealed very well. So I think Sindhuvara is very special for these such condition, that further clinical studies also needed.
If you recommend a further human trial on this neurotoxicity, what could be your recommendations? You will recommend Sindhuvara Erindum to be taken?
From this study, I couldn't tell like that because only can tell that the Sindhuvara means single dose means single drug, as a single drug I study. So I think single dose of the single extract or kashaya level, kashaya pana or other swarasa, like that we can use. I only thinking means suggesting that only from this study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Adira Siraj.
Thank you, sir.
Just please note that was code number T22079, Dr. Adira Siraj. So we move on to the. So I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Faisal, code number T22091, to present the thesis. Just please note code number T22091, Dr. Mohammed Faisal. This is the last presentation of this conference. Mohammed Faisal.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, sir. 1 minute.
Please turn on your video.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir.
The presentation is visible.
Okay, sir.
You are not visible. Yeah, right now. It's okay. Please put it in full screen mode.
Okay. Yes, sir. Continue. Is it visible now, sir?
Oh, no. Please start the slideshow.
Can I start, sir?
No. Yeah, your slides. You start the slideshow.
Sir, I think slideshow, sir.
No.
Sir.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Right.
It's not
Are you ready?
slideshow. I think
No,
it's not
it's not.
slideshow.
I can see all the slides in the left hand side.
Yeah.
Put it in slideshow mode, presentation mode.
Stop share videos
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Mohammed Faisal?
Yes, sir.
You are visible?
Okay, sir.
Slideshow. Are you ready?
Okay, sir. Ready.
The time starts now.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the presentation. I am Mohammed Faisal. I did my PG studies in VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, under the guidance of Dr. Jidesham and Dr. Parvati Devi. Coming to the title of the research, Selected Ayurvedic Treatment Protocol in Cannabis Use Disorder and Uncontrolled Trial. This was the research question, whether the selected Ayurvedic treatment protocol has a significant effect on cannabis use disorder among 20 participants of age 18 to 15 years attending IPD of BPSV Ayurveda College Hospital, Kottakkal, and Government Ayurveda Research Institute for Mental Diseases, Gerim, Kottakkal, during the period of 2019 to 2021. This was the objectives. The primary objective was to evaluate the role of selected Ayurvedic treatment protocol in cannabis use disorder. The secondary objective was to assess the role of selected Ayurvedic treatment protocol on the quality of life of the participants in cannabis use disorder. This was the hypothesis. The null hypothesis was selected Ayurvedic treatment protocol has no significant effect in cannabis use disorder, and the alternative hypothesis was vice versa. And coming to the methodology part of the study design was an uncontrolled trial, and the settings was IPD of VPSV Ayurveda College Hospital and Gerim, Kottakkal, and the sampling method was purposive sampling, and the participants, the population was identified as the participants with cannabis use disorder, and sample size is calculated to 20, and the diagnostic criteria was DSM-5 criteria for cannabis use disorder. And coming to the interventions part of the study, the first 1 to 7 days, the participants were underwent Shirodhara with Ushirakhada and internal medicine as Karjuradi Manda, Snehapana with Datriadigrada with a starting dose of 30 ml, and after attaining some mixed Nigda Lakshana or 7 days, Abdinga and Ushma Sweda for 3 days with Chirabala, and then Virajana is done with the Avibhati Churna with 30 gram with lukewarm water. After that, the participants were discharged from the IPD with a follow-up medicine for 30 days with Datriadigrada 5 ml and ST Churna for 2 gram. Next is the assessment part of the study. The screening of the participants were done with the cannabis use disorder identification test revised scale with a score 12 or more selected for the study. The withdrawal of the participant were assessed with the marijuana withdrawal checklist on the 0th day and 7th day. The problematic use of the cannabis is assessed with the marijuana problem scale on 0th day, then next to Virajana on 30th day after Virajana. The entire quality of life of the participants were assessed with the WHO BRAF scale on 0th and 30th day after Virajana. Coming to the observations and analysis part of the study, paired T-test used for.
Audio become feeble.
Audio is not clear.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now.
Hello, sir. Now what?
Okay.
The paired T-test is used for marijuana withdrawal checklist and WHO BRAF scale and RMANOVA for MPS scale. And coming to the assessment of the total scales, the first one is the marijuana withdrawal checklist scale. The domains such as depressed mood, decreased appetite, etc., have found significant level P less than 0.001. The shakiness, sweating found P less than 0.01 significant level. Nausea, headache, etc., found P less than 0.05 significant level. The loose bowel have not found any significant level at the entire study. This is the graphical representation of the percentage of relief on the MWC scale. Next scale is the MPS scale. The domains such as sleep difficulty, withdrawal, memory loss, etc. found P less than 0.001 significant level, and family problem, neglecting family, etc. found P less than 0.01 significant level. Financial difficulty, lowered self-esteem, and lowered confidence found P less than 0.05 significant level. And there is no significant found in problem with partner, friends, losing job, medical or legal problem. And this is the graphical representation of the percentage of relief on the MPS scale. Next is the quality of life of the participants, and all domains such as physical, psychological, social, and environmental problem, all of them found significant level P less than 0.001. Percentage of the improvement on the WHO BRAF scale, and this physical domain have maximum improvement. Next is the important clinical observation found throughout the study. While considering the 20 participants, 67 of the participants have Vata Pitta predominant dosha, and 65 of them have Avara Agnibala. From the study, mean age of the cannabis starting was found 19 years, and 2 of the participants were dropped out from the study, and 3 participants again used cannabis within the study period of the time. And coming to the discussion part of the study, The use of an Madagari drug can be understood as the Madatyaya. So by using cannabis, it's the quality like Vyavai, Vigasi, Sukshma Guna, and it affects the Buddhi, Indriya, Manas, Manas also lead to Doshagoba. Entirely this lead to a Madatyaya. So the sign and symptoms presented with the participants are classified into Vada, Pitta, Kapha and tabulated here. And the Rasa Dhatu is the main dosha involved in this pathology. Rasa Vahasrodas, Sweda Vahasrodas, Purisha Vaha and Mano Vahasrodas also involved in the pathology of the participants. Coming to next is the probable mode of actions of the entire protocol. First one is the Shirodhara with Ushira Kwada, and Uchira have Shida, Swedavana, and Daha Prashamana property, and Dara have anti-anxiety, anti-hypertensive, and sleep-inducing properties. It also reduces the sympathetic tone of and increases the alpha and theta activities in the brain. The Dara also provide Dadu Drada, Indriya Padavam, OHS, etc. So we can consider the reduction in the withdrawal symptoms of the participants because mainly of the Dara. And next component of the study is the internal medicine such as Garjuradi Manda. These are the ingredients and the properties of the Garjuradi Manda. And coming to the probable mode of action, cannabis withdrawal is considered as a Vada Pitta dominant and Jadarakni Daurbelya state. The ingredient of the Manda have Vada Shamaga property, Shida Virya and Madhura Vibhaga property. The Amla Rasa predominant in the Manda have Agni Devana properties, and the Garjura present in the Manda have thymin rich, so reduces the neurological deficit. In the studies also shows that reduction in the alcohol withdrawal symptoms with the Garjura and Manda also shown in the studies. And next is the component is the Datriyadigrida. These are the ingredient of the Datriyadigrida. And the probable mode of action with the Datriyadigrida is the ingredient of the Datriyadigrida have Shida Virya, Madhura Vibhaga, and Vata Pitta Shamana properties. Grida and Vata Pitta useful in Vata Pitta conditions and contain essential fatty acid and linoleic acid, etc., which promote growth of the body. And the ingredient of the Grida have antidepressant, anxiolytic, neuroprotective, and antioxidant, etc. like properties. So it is also useful in the alcohol dependence. The previous study shows like that. And last procedure is Virajana. The Virajana provide Buddhi Prasadana, Indriya Bala, Dadu Stiratva, Aknidipya, etc. And then Virajana with Apyoti Churna on mania shows that reduction in the restlessness, aggression, etc. And also improve depressed mood and nervousness. Shodhananga Snehabana followed by Virajana in alcohol dependence also. So some studies in good result. Coming to the improvement of the participants in withdrawal stage, maximum improvement noticed in nausea, decreased appetite, etc. A minimum increased anger, strange dream irritability. The quality and time of the sleep were considerably improved. Aggression, uncontrollable anger, nervousness or depressed mood or food intake of the participant were considerably improved. Next is the improvement noticed in the problematic use of the cannabis. The participant have lower self-esteem and lack. Reason for this is a physical improvement of the participants, and a problem with the family such as emotional disturbances, family distress, etc. These problems are also considerable improvement. Even though improvement, there is interventions on social family is essential. Low energy, fatigue, feeling of decreased capacity to do activities were considerably improved, starting to attend their daily classes and regular on their work more than previous. Heavy cannabis is often associated with the memory impairment. So it was temporary and substitute nature. Temporary nature. So also improvement were noticed. The problem with the partner, loss of job and financial difficulties, not much improved. Notice. There is no medical problem noticed in this time period. Coming to the mode of actions, there is an all central nervous system. There is an endocannabinoid system in the human nervous system. It controls movement and motor coordination of the participants. Also participate in addictive behavior. So regular cannabis use, desensitization and down regulation of ECS may occur, and our entire protocol has many actions on this ECS. Coming to the quality of life of the participant, physical domain has maximum improvement. Psychological, social relationship, and environment domains also have improvement noticed in this study. Coming to the conclusion part of the study, Spirodhara with Uchira Kashaya and Garjuradi Manda internally has significant effect on reducing cannabis withdrawal symptoms when assessed with the marijuana scale. Marijuana withdrawal checklist scale. The selected Ayurvedic treatment protocol has significant effect on reducing symptoms of cannabis use disorder and the improving the quality of life of the participants. So null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. And coming to the specific contribution to society and science. And substance use disorder is a threat to the society, though we have to expand our knowledge, Madhatya, beyond the Madhya. So this knowledge we have to use in substance management and rehabilitations. The limitations and recommendations. The participants reported with having difficulty when sticking on the medicines after the discharge. And the recommendations for the future studies are an additional assessment is required to between 0th and 7th day. And those are consideration Agnivesh, Sattva procedure to be incorporated in future studies. And large sample studies can be undertaken for general outcome. Generalization of the outcome. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Faisal, for the presentation. And it's time for discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Narayana Bisar for starting the discussion.
Faisal.
Yes, sir.
Well, besides this Kharjuradi Mandha formula, is there any previous study conducted on cannabis-induced manifestations? Faisal, are you able to hear me well?
Yes, sir. Oh, I can hear.
What are the previous studies you referred to arrive into this?
Actually, there is no clinical studies for cannabis alone. Some literature studies in our department. Some literature work have collected information regarding cannabis use like that. But no clinical studies not available. In alcohol, there is so many studies are there. In cannabis alone, there is no studies.
Alcohol, that is alcohol-induced or alcoholism issues are very commonly treated in the same line, right?
Yes, sir.
So if at all you have given a chance to have another limb for this study, what could it be you take?
Actually, nowadays alcohol is on use of alcohol is on decrease, and that means other drugs, cannabis, the more synthetic drugs, society are trying to using synthetic drugs are more. So we can this study just used to check that is we are continuously treating alcohol in our department or in our hospital, whether we can use this protocol or this line of treatment in synthetic drug or in other than alcohol substances.
Out of this study, I would like to ask you something more, because you have made Snehapana, Virejana, fine. But
Yes,
these are the diseases where they have a temptation to back to the routine. So maybe we need some medicine that could be extended for longer duration. If you have any recommendation, what will be your recommendation as a clinician?
A recommendation, actually, this study we used Datriadigrada itself for 5 grams for a 1 month duration. Beyond medicine, where social interventions is needed, social and familiar interventions such as psychotherapy, CBT-like therapies are more needed in same manner with clinical medicines. If you are giving clinical medicine, some patients report that we are not using in our time any drugs, then we have to stop this. We don't need any medication. They're saying like that, but we have to address their problem. Definitely, we need psychotherapy like.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Narayana sir. And I move on to Dr. Supriya ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, it is a good study indeed. I have a few doubts from research methodology perspective. Have you registered this study with CTRI?
Yes, ma'am. I have a register.
Okay. Now tell me that can you see any ethical problem with respect to this kind of studies where substance use is treated with some drugs? So do you think that there can be some ethical issues or some social problems?
Some social problem here. We routinely treating this patient in our IPD. Even many substances like alcohol, cannabis, the combination of these drugs. While considering a research work, some main issues is it's an illegal drug. Managing a patient with illegal drug, but none of the patient came to our with a drug. They are reporting us with we are using this type of drug and we want treatment like that. So Ethical consideration is there, but we are not faced any serious. I mean, one clinical problem is there. Now, other than and no legal like that problem is not faced in this and during the study period.
And was there any follow-up period in your study, like long-term follow-ups after completing the treatment duration?
Actually, we are IPD only up to the Virajana time. After that, 30 days we give medicine for only one time for 30 days. Only that time we consider as a follow-up. So actually, there is some medicines.
Yeah,
After
because as Dr. Nambi said that there are high chances that the patients go back to these things and have similar problems again. So have you had any long, 2 months, 3 months? Because I understand this is a MD thesis and you cannot follow the patient for a long time, but in your limited time period, have you checked the patient again during your MD tenure?
Actually, in study period, there is no such duration. In personally, some patients may give routine contact with us after 2 or 3 months. They have no problem like that. Actually, in the study period, we did not include her. Only 1 month duration is after the discharge from the IPD.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Sinha, sir.
Good afternoon, Mohammed Faisal. Good presentation.
Yes, thank you.
My first question would be, can you define a treatment protocol? What do you mean by treatment protocol?
Treatment protocol here using first is the Shirodhara with Ushira.
No. What do you mean by treatment protocol? I'm not asking what you used. What is the definition of treatment protocol?
Treatment protocol means we are made from the IPD clinical aspects. So that's developed.
Yeah. Now you have correlated this cannabis use disorder with Madatya, and you advised Virechana.
Yes, sir.
And as per the classics, Madatya is a Virecha Vyadhi.
Yes, sir.
What's your comment on this?
Actually, this in this condition, mostly Vada Pitta or mostly Pitta predominant condition is there in most of the patients. So we use this as a Shodhana purpose for Madatya. In our clinical scenario, also we using in Madatya also Virajana. While patients are admitting in our IPD, if they are using you are on alcohol or any other drug, we are on observation. After that, we are only using Madatya and Virajana. And if a patient on intoxication or any other condition, not using. Only after subsiding this intoxication time, only using Virajana after that.
Yeah. There is a very good publication by the government of the Social Empowerment and Justice Department on the magnitude of the substance use in India. Have you gone through that? And there's a special mentioning of the statistics about the cannabis use disorders and the treatment protocols in that. Have you gone through that?
Actually, in present scenario, Kerala is also facing such like problem. And main problems after 5 or 6 years back, alcohol is the main issue. Nowadays, scenario is changed in Kerala also. The youth are also using synthetic this type of drug. And in our newspaper also reporting the use of alcohol is on decline, but use of synthetic drugs is more 10 or 15 times more than previous 5 years.
Yeah. Do you have any sub-classification of cannabis use disorders? Is there any subtypes of cannabis use disorders?
Subtypes in dependence depends. That means withdrawal. Dependence also.
So what is the difference between dependence and withdrawal?
Withdrawal means that's it. If a patient is admitting, coming to our IPD or OPD like that, the main consideration is on withdrawal. The patient is presenting complaint maybe withdrawal. In dependence, patients not other than withdrawal. The patient is using cannabis.
Clinically, symptom-wise, what's the major difference between withdrawal symptoms of alcohol and cannabis use?
Alcohol, main difference, I thought that neurological that like problems more in cannabis, I think. And in gastrointestinal like problem, Morin, GI related Morin, mother means alcoholism. That's I think the primary consideration we can like that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Over to Aarti, madam.
Thank you.
Most of the concerns have been addressed by previous judges. Only one thing, why didn't you think about Unmada?
Unmada actually, Unmada have 8 domains, Manabodhi, Satya, Jnana, Smriti, Bhakti, Shila, Chesta, Ajara, Vibhavam. From by considering this Madhatyas and Unmada, some of the domain may be missing. Otherwise, in intoxication case, we can see all of them derailed. Otherwise, we can also better diagnosis maybe Madhatya other than Unmada. In Unmada Nidana also telling that Visha or Upavisha is causing Unmada. But in maybe considered as an induced disease, means hallucination, delusions like symptoms may be present in the patient with cannabis use. That may be considered as an Unmada level. Otherwise, we can consider as a Madhatya. That's my opinion like that.
Okay. In your limitation, you mentioned that Agnivesh treatment was not conducted.
Yes.
But why didn't you do that? Agnivesh treatment could have been done, no? Before commencing Snehapana at least.
Actually, we planned to use 7 days for Garjurati Manda. Itself is a Legu Aushada, and we are not using any other drugs also. So we not planned such as, means we are consider that maybe a chance for increasing acne. Maybe patient have acne, but no proper acne is there. But we considering Snehapana, actually we after the study we concluded that there is an acne libera procedures may be better.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
judges. And that was the final presentation by Dr. Muhammad Faisal, code number T22091. So that's the end of the presentation. So it's a time for results. So all the contestants, I would like to say all the contestants, please stay back for some time, and we will be back with the results and the winners of this presentation. And thank you all presenters for making.
Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation is a non-governmental organization established in 2014 under the Travancore Kochi Charitable Societies Registration Act with the guidance of the Ayurveda Medical Association of India. The foundation aims to organize various research-related activities, documentation, treatment protocol development in various clinical conditions as well as in emerging diseases, development of disaster management strategies, conducting CMEs publications. The official launch of the foundation was done by Padma Shri Dr. M.S. Valyathan on the 23rd of November 2014 at Thrissur. Many fruitful interventions had been made in the targeted areas since its inception. The Ayurken training program was a breakthrough in the field of cancer treatment in Ayurveda. Around 40 doctors were given 3-year continuous training under eminent nationally accepted faculties. Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation is a non-governmental organization established in 2014 under the Travancore Kochi Charitable Societies Registration Act with the guidance of the Ayurveda Medical Association of India. The foundation aims to organize various research-related activities, documentation, treatment protocol development in various clinical conditions as well as in emerging diseases, development of disaster management strategies, conducting CMEs publications. The official launch of the foundation was done by Padma Shri Dr. M.S. Valyathan on the 23rd of November 2014 at Thrissur. Many fruitful interventions had been The Ayurken training program was a breakthrough in the field of cancer treatment in Ayurveda. Around 40 doctors were given 3-year continuous training under eminent nationally accepted faculties.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back, all of you. We had a great show here. We had 11 great presentations and a set of great judges in this third national level presentation for Dr. Agnivesh Memmorial Award. And we are all eagerly waiting for the final results, and the results have come. And I request Dr. Supriya Bhalarao Madam to declare the results and announce the winners. Before that, I would like to, before announcing the winners, I would like to invite Dr. Suhas Shetty sir for commenting this.
Very good evening to all of you.
Sir, your mic is mute.
No.
No,
It's audible.
No, sir, audible. So,
okay. Yeah, very good evening to all of you. Welcome to the most awaited moments of the third Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memorial PG Thesis Presentation Competition 2022, being proudly organized by AMA Research Foundation of Ayurveda Medical Association of India in association with VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. We all, four of us, are really honored and really obliged for making us a very integral part of this particular thesis presentation competition. And it was a great joy being spent more than 6 hours continuously with the great younger aspirants and the stakeholders of Ayurveda. We all four of us really enjoyed all the 9 presentations. And at the outset, I heartily congratulate all the 11 presenters and their guides, their institutions for maybe taking in active participation. I think each 11 of you are great winners of this competition. We congratulate and appreciate your efforts. And I think I should really appreciate the organizers for choosing the right combination of the juries, where Dr. Nambi was a great global teacher who has been teaching across the world. We had Dr. Aarti Madam, one of the senior practitioners of Ayurveda. We had Dr. Supriya Bhalarao, one of the pioneers in the field of research in Ayurveda, and myself contributing to the field of statistics. I think it was a perfect combination of the juries, and all of us have come to the unanimous opinion regarding all the presentations and the winners. And we had great presentations spanning from different novel areas like the cell line studies, tool developments, various in vitro studies, in vivo studies, good number of clinical studies in very innovative and newer areas. What really we felt was there are 2 important suggestions that, or maybe the remarks that we like to give from the jury's desk. The one definitely was that definitely there were a lot of very good concepts which were there by the presenters or the scholars. Definitely there need to be a little bit of robustness in the research methodology as well as planning of the studies, like the protocols need to be more vigorous, and that is a very important comment that we'd like to make. And the second was that most of the presenters were from Kerala or the southern part of India, and because this being a national level competition, we would appreciate the participation from all over the India. I think definitely this will definitely ignite the interest of all the scholars across India. I'm sure the organizers will definitely take some special efforts to reach the pan India, and next time it will be like equal distribution of from different parts of the country rather than restrict to a particular. But I highly appreciate few of the institutions where there are a good number of participants like Amrita, VPSV Ayurvedic College, etc. There were a good number of participants. We highly appreciate the institution as well as the scholars. And once again, we are very thankful to the organizers, AMI and VPSV Ayurvedic College,
for making us a very important part of this particular event. And we are now ready with the results, and I think everybody is eagerly waiting for this big movement. I kindly request Dr. Aarti Madam to kindly declare the results on behalf of the jury.
Sir, before that, I am interfering. Sorry for the interference.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words. And the finals, we have 11 contestants, and most of them were from South India. But we had a representation from more than 11 states for PG thesis competition. And also in the PG presentation competition, we held in the name of Dr. Prakash sir. Almost 100 thesis, 100 presentations have come from different parts of the country. Almost all representation from all the states are there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to note. Thank you.
And now I invite Dr. Aarti ma'am, Principal, Shantigiri Ayurveda Medical College, to announce the results.
I am the professor HOD Kaya Chikitsa. Okay. And thank you, Dr. Suhas. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. First, let me thank the organizers for having invited me as one of the member of the jury. It was a very nice experience. It was a learning experience for all of us too, because these are some of the occasions where we get to know many ongoing works around various sections of Ayurveda colleges. And it's a rather tough job though it is just announcing the name. And when we announce the names of the winners, there may be few doctors who will feel very bad that they have not made it up. But please don't worry. It's only a competition, and there are various factors, there are various variables in your language. There are many variables which will decide the total outcome of your presentation and the work. But as Dr. Suhas sir already suggested, all of you are already winners because you have reached this final stage. And you are far, far, far better than many those doctors who are not venturing into any of writing or presentation. So be relaxed and find out where we lack. There may be some aspects, maybe in the presentation or maybe in the concept generation or maybe in the methodology. So please find out so that it will be an opportunity for you to better in the coming days. Now let me announce, with the permission of all the organizers and my colleagues, the third prize goes to.
Can you announce the winner first?
Yeah, okay then. Yeah, the first prize goes to code number T22005. It is Dr. Swati V, Amrita School of Ayurveda. Congratulations, doctor. Okay. Yeah. Can I announce the second prize?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please.
The second prize is, I should also mention that there was a tough competition. There was a gap, difference of 1 or 2 marks or so. The second prize goes to code number T22070, Dr. Aparna Dilip from All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. Congratulations, Dr. Aparna.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Again, there were minute difference between the for the third position also. The third prize has been bagged by code number T22008, Dr. Ashwati Y.S., Amrita School of Ayurveda. Congratulations, doctor. Okay. Congratulations once again. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, judges, for your patience, listening, and for your valuable comments that have made this show a great success. And congratulations to all the winners and all the participants. And it's a time, for the winners to speak a few words. First of all, I would call the winner of this show, Dr. Swati, please. A few words, Dr. Swati.
Sir,
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Am I audible, sir?
You're audible. You please turn on your video.
Camera. Oh. Just a minute, sir. Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You can speak. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful journey doing this thesis, and I was very blessed and fortunate to be a part of this thesis presentation. And I don't know.
You're not audible.
I'm out of speech and I'm speechless right now because a lot of people supported me throughout the study. It was challenging and I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great comment, anyway, Dr. Swati. And next, I would
and thank
like
you from the bottom of my heart to all the judges who considered the study as a good study. Thank you. And thank you, organizers, like for being wonderful host. AMA, I'm always a part of AMA family, and yes, this is great. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank
you, Dr. Swati, and best wishes. Congratulations, and we wish you a bright future ahead. And next, I would like to call Dr. Aparna Dilip from All Day Institute of Ayurveda.
Thank you, sir.
Runner-up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. This is I'm just a representation of my college and my department. I'm really thankful to my guide, Mahapatra Arun Kumar sir, and my co-guide, Dr. Rajgopala S, and the Lakshmi ma'am and Sarita ma'am. They all had, they gave me a lot of support to conduct my study so smoothly, even in the time of COVID. They all were my backbone, and my department did help me a lot. And I'm really thankful for, like I'm working right now as an assistant professor at SGT University, and I'm really thankful for them for supporting me and letting me to prepare for the competition. I'm really thankful for the organizers, and the jury was outstanding. No words for them. The comment which they gave and the questions which they asked was really appreciable. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna, and wish you a bright future ahead. Thank you for joining this presentation. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Ashwati Vyas to speak a few words. The second runner-up of this show.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I would like to thank mainly the organizers, AMA Research Foundation, all the organizers. Thank you so much. Actually, this is a recognition given to our study, recognition given to our hard work. And I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to my guide, who's the master brain of this work. And my college, I'm blessed to do my post-graduation in Amrita School of Ayurveda. And actually, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Sharma sir, my guide, and Department of Panchakarma and Amrita School of Ayurveda. Thank you so much. And the organizers, it was a blessed moment. Thank you so much. Thank you.
What are you doing right now?
So I'm practicing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wish you a bright future. And congratulations to all other presenters, and also to all those who have sent their abstracts, and also
you should announce the prize money also.
The first prize is rupees 25,000 cash award with you will have a great prize money, and I think it's one of the best prize money available in India right now. 25,000 cash award, and also the second prize is 15,000, and the third prize is of 10,000. All will be all the contestants will be given certificates also, participation certificates also. So all the winners shall mail their account details so that the prize money will be credited to their accounts. Thank you. And it's time to sign off. Before that, we have a great vote of thanks by our jury panel and who was the head of the screening committee, Dr. Jigish sir. And I would like to invite Dr. Jigish sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, thus we came to end of third Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memorial Award Thesis competition. Every time the competition was more and more attractive, and as it explained in the report, the number of theses this time it was very huge. It was 92 theses we got. So it was very difficult to evaluate all the theses. Fortunately, we had a team of 21 judges from different colleges of Kerala. The panel included Dr. Sunil John from Trivandrum Ayurveda College, Dr. Shalini from PNNM Ayurveda College, Dr. Maya Mugundan from Tripunithura Ayurveda College, Dr. Raj Mohan from Trivandrum Ayurveda College, Dr. Asmabi from ISN Department, Dr. Subi from Tripunithura Ayurveda College, Dr. Sri Kumar from Trivandrum Ayurveda College, Dr. Babita Radhakrishnan from Kannur Ayurveda College, Dr. Subin from KMCT Calicut, Dr. Pradeep from Puttur Ayurveda College, Dr. Subin VR from Kottakkal, Dr. Ritu Panjeril, then Dr. Pradeep K from Tripunithura Ayurveda College, Dr. Vimala from Amrita College, Dr. Ragesh C from PNNM Ayurveda College, Dr. KK Bindu from Kottakkal Ayurveda College, Dr. Venuraj from Tripunithura Ayurveda College, Dr. Nithin from PNNM Ayurveda College, Cheruduruthi, then Dr. Uma Karthik from Kottakkal, Dr. Radhika Rani from Kannur Ayurveda College, and Dr. Vidya from Kottakkal Ayurveda College. So on behalf of AMAI Research Foundation, I would like to extend our wholehearted thanks to those judges. And of course, we are very thankful to the eminent judges of today's final jury, Dr. Arati Srivalsan, Dr. Supriya Balirao, Dr. Suhas, and Dr. Narayanan Nampi, who spent the whole day for the program, even with their busy schedule. And of course, as I told, it was very difficult to arrange all the program, but we are very fortunate that the Kottakkal Ayurveda College was the host institution, and the college union and the PGs gave a full support for the program, without which it is unimaginable to arrange the program in this manner. And also I extend our gratitude to Principal Dr. Jaydevan sir, who provided all the facilities. On behalf of AMA Research Foundation, I would like to express gratitude to the media and all the committees which consisted of the college union members and IMA officials. All committees did their duties very well, and also we would like to express our gratitude to all who attended the program and made this event a great. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhas ji. Thank you, Suhas ji. Thank you, Supriya ji.
That's Jayadhan sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Great
for,
time. Great time. We had a great time. We had a great time.
Yes, sir. Wonderful.
All of you, Dr. Nambi.
Sir, online coffee भेजी अभी. Online coffee भेजी. Online coffee.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is much needed thing. That is much needed thing now.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Arati madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was a nice experience.
Well done, Dr. Arjun.
Thank you,
well done,
sir.
Dr. Vinod. Well done. It was a great teamwork, Dr. Jigish. And we had a very senior people to help you, all of you. But still, you run the show like last time. All of you have organized it very well. It was a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. We'll join back on 13th March for the presentations, PG and UG presentations in the name of Dr. Prakash Mangalesheri sir. See you all there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, Vinod sir, thank you. Uday Kumar sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I am ending the presentation. Ending the show.
നമുക്ക് ലീവ് ചെയ്യാലോ
Leave here.